Hello everyone, welcome to today's session on Microsoft Azure by Intellipaat. Do you know friends that Gartner recently published its 2022 Magic Quadrant for Cloud Infrastructure and Platform Services for the ninth consecutive year. Microsoft was named a leader and for the first time placed furthest on the completeness of vision axis. There is no better time to learn Microsoft Azure as a cloud technology than now. Stay with us until the end of the session as we uncover some of the most important concepts of Microsoft Azure. Go through multiple interesting quizzes and get hands-on experience so that you can apply what you have learned. Now before we discuss today's agenda, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. In today's session, we will be going through Introduction to Microsoft Azure, moving forward with key concepts of Microsoft Azure, different types of subscriptions, and next, Azure Portal and creation of resources group. Then we'll look into management groups, cost management in Azure, Azure Policy and user account. Then we'll move forward with Introduction to Azure Virtual Machine, along with planning, checklist and pricing, virtual machine sizing, hands-on Azure Virtual Machine. Moving forward with Availability Zones and Sets, networking in Azure, Azure Storage and Services, alongside storage accounts types, last but not the least, Blob Container and Performance tiers.
So some of you come with an AWS background. Some of you are primarily enrolled for Azure. Some of you may be part of Azure Data Engineer. Some of you may be a part of Azure DevOps. Some of you may have enrolled for Azure Developer. Correct? Have I covered everyone here? Anybody who felt that no, you're not on the right track? Some of you may have enrolled for DevOps or Azure Data Engineer or Azure 104 or Azure Operation Engineer, could be Data Engineer, could be any of the Azure tracks specifically. You may have enrolled for any of the Azure tracks or cloud tracks, correct? Azure Cloud or DevOps tracks. Now what happens is, this course that you all are doing is actually a 104 course. Okay, this covers your cloud basics in terms of Azure, which is useful for everybody who wants to get into DP203, who wants to get into AZ400, who wants to go ahead and learn DP204 going forward, or who wants to do an Azure master certification, master track as a part of Intellipaat. Okay, so this is where we are going to cover primarily the core services of Azure, starting with virtual machines, moving on to storage, virtual networking. So this is going to give you a very, very good idea and understanding of how the overall charter of Azure is. And for some of the certifications, specifically like AZ400 or Azure Master, or specifically, let's say AZ305, AZ104 is actually a mandate. Okay, you will have to mandatorily do 104 certification. Then only you all will be entitled to do that specific track. Yes, this course will make you understand 104 and clear 104. Okay, perfect. So let us quickly get started. And for today, since we are going to keep it short, I'm using something which I have to talk about very, very basic in terms of what cloud is, what IaaS is, what PaaS is, and then we talk about how to get started with the Azure. We will also talk about the account creation process. Okay. Now, before I get started, what is your notion of cloud? You all are here to attend the cloud session. Now, guys, when I ask you a question, when you are answering it, you can answer it in the chat. Okay. So in general, using of resources over the internet is what is cloud, right? Whatever you were earlier using on your on-premises environment, today you use it remotely across the internet. That is cloud, right? So it is delivering of computing services over the internet. You get pay as you go model. And another advantage is global reach. So delivery of computing services over the internet, which means earlier I used to have my own data center. That data center was maintained by us, where we used to call it an on-premises data center, right? Now you are no more handling the data center. You are all here to learn Azure. So Azure is a cloud offering from Microsoft. And here in case of Azure, Microsoft is going to manage those data centers for you. and you are going to create resources over the internet, all the resources are going to be virtual resources for you, which means you don't really know where the resources are being created from, right? You can't really see the physical infrastructure in front of your eyes. Second is it is all based on pay as you go, which means what you use is what you pay for, right? Which means if I create a virtual machine and I use it for, let's say, 1 hour, I only pay the cost for 1 hour of utilization. If I use 10 GB of cloud storage, I only end up paying the charge for utilizing that 10 GB of cloud storage. So what you use is what you pay for. So cloud is all based on pay as you go, also called as utility based pricing, consumption based pricing model. And global reach. So these cloud providers have got their data centers available across the globe. If I just talk about Azure, Azure has got so many data centers available across the world, across the globe. They have presence in 60 plus regions with 140 plus countries. And specifically folks for whom who really doesn't know what data center is. Usually data centers are this big infrastructures where you have racks of servers, right? This is how the data centers usually look from inside, where there are racks of servers filled with kind of complete different computes and things that you need to provision the infrastructure. Now, when we just talk about Azure, if we look at geographies, okay, I'll take you to exploring this globe and talk about the geographies where Azure has got the presence. Azure has presence in all the parts of the world, 60 plus regions, 140 plus countries, right from Asia Pacific, Australia, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, Taiwan, lot more, Denmark, Europe, whatever you can think of. Azure has got their presence. And if we look at this global infrastructure, right? Let me just skip this intro to take you to the globe, and I'll open up a map view for you. Don't worry, these links will also be later on available in my PPT and decks. So if you look at this global infrastructure, guys, this Azure global infrastructure is basically kind of talking about the different regions where Azure has presence. So if you look at all these blue colored dots, if I click on these are the presence. Like in India, we have South India, India, South Central, and West India. Sorry, Central India. Earlier, we used to had West India also. Now West India, which was a Mumbai data center, is no more there. They have shifted to another region, which is called as Hyderabad. So new India data center is coming up in Hyderabad. So if you click on South India, it will tell you in South India where the location is. It is in Chennai, opened in 2015. Data residency, what are the different products available, what all compliances it is compliant with, everything is mentioned over here. Similarly, this is Pune. Similarly, if we go this side of the world where we have UK, we have got US, right? US East, US West. So we have got so many data centers, and that is where we talk about this point called as global reach. Global reach means you are able to spin up resources in any part of the world. So no matter though I am sitting in India, I want to go ahead create a virtual machine in US so that I can deploy my applications in US data center to give my customers in US a low latency performance. I can always do that using this concept of global reach. Okay. So that is where comes the cloud computing, and that is where we talk about what is cloud computing. Now talking about some of the key concepts when we talk in context of cloud. High availability. So these are some of the very, very key concepts when we talk in terms of the high availability. In terms of the cloud, first is high availability. High availability means my services be available for as long as possible. High availability simply means that my services be available for as long as possible without any disruption to the service. That is what is called as the high availability. Clear? High availability is my resources or services continue to function despite a failure. That is called as high availability. High availability means I will ensure that my systems can run for as long as possible. I do multiple deployments of my system to ensure that there is always system running. Then we have scalability. Scalability is another important factor when we talk about cloud. Now, as the word is scalability, which means ability to scale. Now, when you scale, there are two aspects to scaling. One is horizontal scaling, another is vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling means you're scaling in and out, which means, let's say, today you have 5 virtual machines and there is a requirement of only 2 VMs. So it is automatically going to reduce these virtual machines. Similarly, when there is high traffic, it is automatically going to add more virtual machines. That is where comes the scalability factor. How many of you watched the India versus Pakistan cricket match that recently happened? And that was live streamed on Hotstar. Explicitly talking about this India versus Pakistan match because it had very huge number of viewers, live viewers. Okay, did anybody notice how many live users were watching that match? Did anybody notice how many live users were watching that match? Approximately 1.5 crore. It was between 1.4 to 1.5 crore, guys. That was the count of the users which were live streaming that match. What do you think? How is it possible? Is your on-premises infrastructure really capable to do that? Not really. And that is where this entire stack of Hotstar that I'm talking about right now, the example of that cricket match, it is actually running on AWS. And what's powering it is this feature of horizontal scaling. This is what is actually powering that. As and when the traffic increases, on the fly, it can spin up more resources. And as and when it decreases, on the fly, it can reduce the infrastructure for you. Similarly, we have vertical scaling. Sometimes you might not need horizontal scaling. Sometimes you may have a need to simply add more resources. A very simple example of vertical scaling is, let's say you are using iPhone 11 today. Tomorrow, iPhone 14 has already launched. Some of you may upgrade to iPhone 14 or a higher version from iPhone 11. So when you're moving from iPhone 11 to 12, 13 or 14, that's called as scale up, because you are changing your complete underlying infrastructure, right? From the core mobile device to underlying memory, chip, whatever, right? Every infrastructure is getting changed. Similarly, when you move from iPhone 11 to iPhone 7, that's called you reducing the infrastructure, which means you're trying to go to a lower model, right? That's called as a scale down. Another example, you have a Core i5 machine, you move from Core i5 to Core i7. That's called as a scale up. You move from Core i5 to Core i3. That's called as a scale down. So one is horizontal, and usually this horizontal scaling is what becomes automatic scaling. This is something which you usually automate. The vertical scaling part is something that you usually will not automate. Okay. And this elasticity is nothing. This is actually dynamic scaling, which means scaling based on the rules. So this horizontal scaling, when automated by creating some rules, like if my CPU percentage is greater than 80%, I want to add one more virtual machine. That is where we talk about the elasticity. So that's the scalability, elasticity, high availability. Fault tolerance is again where you want to ensure that you are able to bring back your systems to life after a failure. So first of all, ensure that your systems are fault tolerant, which means even if one of the systems are impacted, you have another systems available to take up that load. And this fault tolerance, high availability, disaster recovery, all these three things go hand in hand. And when it comes to cloud, you have got lot of benefits, features and functionalities, which gives you the benefit of ensuring that you can configure in fault tolerance, you can configure in disaster recovery for your existing set of systems. So that is where comes the fault tolerance part of it. I see a couple of questions. Can you please explain the scalability? Scalability is an ability to add more virtual machines or add more infrastructure to your existing number of already running instances. Okay. And that is all based on the availability and the requirement. Very simple example is another application called as e-commerce application, right? Most of you would have done shopping on Amazon or Flipkart during their big billion days or Great Indian Festival sale. Some of you outside India and US would be already ready to do shopping with the coming holiday season, correct? Now, when you basically do this online shopping, you would have seen there is tremendous amount of traffic on these websites, specifically during the sale event, right? So that is where comes this horizontal scaling, guys. Okay, if you would have just launched these websites right at 12 midnight, you would have seen that their page loading was very slow.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
If at all you were able to make it to the payments page, it was not able to process your payment, or you could not actually complete that workflow because there was tremendous amount of traffic, which basically caused that problem. So all of these functionalities and features are baked by the horizontal scaling aspect. Now, when we say elasticity, this horizontal scaling is actually what is called as elasticity also. Elasticity is dynamic scaling, where you are trying to create some rules, right? If I say my CPU percentage is greater than 80%, I want to add one more virtual machine. That's called a dynamic scaling, right? That is what is basically elasticity. So scalability need not be automatic, but when we talk about elasticity, elasticity is always automatic. Okay, you're going to dynamically do the scaling. You're not going to manually do the scaling. Yes, we will talk about horizontal scaling, Pinakin, in terms of how that is done. We are not going to use PowerShell script for it. We are going to talk about directly on the Azure portal in terms of how that can be achieved. No, Azure accounts are not set up for the attendees. We will talk about how to do that. Exactly, IRCTC is again a very good example. Can you explain difference between DC and DR? I'm not sure if you really mean DC as data center and DR as disaster recovery. Both are two different aspects, Shashank. If you could just expand DC and DR. Coming on to question that Anup has asked, for the data center, though the resources is scalable, but the hardware has its limit. So for example, all the hardware has at the maximum capacity. In that case, what is done? Add more physical server, or is there any other option? When you're using cloud, you don't really have to worry about that, Anup. That's the duty or job of the cloud provider to handle that infrastructure. If it is your data center, then obviously you will have to add more capacity. And that's the primary reason organizations are moving towards cloud. Got it? So the primary reason organizations are moving towards cloud is to ensure that they don't really have to get into this hustle of maintaining the infrastructure. So DC is data center, which is basically a physical location where the data centers are going to be set up, while DR is where we are talking about disaster recovery. Now, disaster recovery is where you try to ensure that you have a secondary system running in parallel to handle the traffic in case your primary region goes down. That's called disaster recovery. So when it comes to cloud, we have inbuilt features and functionalities where it gives you a way to configure in the disaster recovery for your resources on a click of a button. As an example, assume you have a data stored in some region X, and that region X is down due to some or another reason. As a result, you will not be able to access your data in that region X. So if you have configured disaster recovery, sorry, you will be able to access your data from the region Y, where the data would have been actually copied. So that is where comes the disaster recovery use case. And we are going to touch base on each of these things practically But before we kind of start these practically in the coming weeks, you should at least understand what each of these things mean. Global reach, we already talked about. Pay as you go, we already talked about. Then you have security. Now, when it comes to security in cloud, it is a shared responsibility, which means you as an individual and cloud provider is going to take care of your data. So you will have to take care of your data. At the same time, cloud provider will also take care of the data. So security is a shared responsibility between the cloud provider and the end user. Okay. That is where comes the security. And on security, there are multiple things that can be done, like ensuring that all your traffic is over the HTTPS. You always have SSL certificates available for your different URLs. You always have DDoS protection enabled. So there are multiple different aspects from a security standpoint that we are going to talk about. How the end user. So when you talk about security, you as an end user are responsible for security of data. In a way that Rohit, sometimes you may be simply a victim of a phishing attack. Sometimes you may be a victim of somebody guessing your passwords, right? So you also need to prevent yourself from those kind of hacking attempts. And these days, these are very common. Somebody calls you, randomly asks you for OTP and you share it, right? So again, when it comes to security, it is you as well as the cloud provider responsible for securing the data. Now, another thing that we have here is economies of scale. So economies of scale is basically a concept where we talk about CapEx and OpEx. Okay. So economies of scale means that these cloud providers like Azure, AWS, GCP, these people are all large businesses, right? These companies are large businesses, which means they are able to pass you on the benefit of economies of scale. As an individual, if you were to create this kind of infrastructure, it would have costed you a lot. But because these companies are running at a very, very large scale, they're able to give you this benefit of economies of scale. Then we have CapEx and then we have OpEx. CapEx is capital expenditure. Usually your on-premises infrastructure, your own private data center, these are all based on the capital expenditure. Cloud model is based on the operational expenditure, where you as an individual don't need to worry about creating your own data center, purchasing physical infrastructure, purchasing physical location to put up or install that infrastructure. You don't really have to worry about that cost, right? You only pay for what you use. That is where comes the OpEx. Another example of CapEx and OpEx is, think about you buying a car. When you buy a car, that is actually CapEx, capital expenditure. Because when you buy a car, you have to pay the money upfront, right? You pay the complete cost of the car. You have to bear the road tax. You have to bear the driver cost. You have to bear the maintenance cost. Whatever cost basically comes in, right? You have to bear that. And over time, the cost of your car depreciates or basically reduces, right? Over years, the value of your car is going to go down. On contrary, OpEx is renting a car. When you rent a car, you only have to pay the rent. You don't have to worry about maintenance. You don't have to worry about insurance. You don't have to worry about rest of the other things, right? You use and you pay for it based on the utilization. And you have a luxury. If you want sedan, you want hatchback, tomorrow you want a C-class car, you can always go with that as well, right? That is the operational expenditure. So our cloud model is also based on the operational expenditure, right? Primarily, there is a very, very minute difference between the two. Both the things are same, but scalability is usually manual. And elasticity, when we talk about it, has to be automatic. In a way, it has to be dynamic. Dynamic means you create rules, and based on those rules, it is automatically going to basically scale in or scale out. For example, if my CPU percentage is less than 25%, that is where you're going to go with elasticity. You have created a rule. If my CPU percentage is less than 25%, I want to reduce the number of virtual machines which are running. So that's an example of elasticity, right? And all the examples that I talked about, the Hotstar or the Amazon, right? e-commerce application. Those are all based on elasticity, where they are able to automatically add more instance or reduce the instance. Huge data should go with CapEx. Again, Yuvraj, that will largely depend on your data residency requirements. Because if you go with CapEx, you will have to maintain the infrastructure. You will have to bear the cost of maintaining that infrastructure. And over and above that, you will need to keep people to maintain that infrastructure who should have the expertise to maintain your data centers. So it is not necessary that huge data should always go with CapEx. It is also primarily on the use case. If it is banking or finance, or let's say healthcare, where the patient's data or your banking or finance data is mission critical, it is important, and as a part of compliance, you cannot put it up on the cloud. You go with a on-premises infrastructure for those cases. So it will also largely depend on the kind of data that you are dealing with. Why are all OTT platforms like Hotstar, Netflix, etc. using AWS, not Azure, but most IT companies are using Azure? See, they have been leveraging AWS for a long time, right? As a result, they have got their entire portfolio of services running on AWS. Not that they cannot move to Azure, but since they have already got their infrastructure set up, they're using it. There are a lot of other companies in terms of OTT platform who are also using Azure. And apart from it, also, if you look at AWS, primarily on the infrastructure as a service, AWS has got its USP. Well, if you look at Azure, Fortune 500 companies, if you talk about, they're all using Azure. As of today, the enterprise adoption of Azure is very, very huge. So that is where basically comes the usage around the Azure AWS. And again, kind of, this is all a myth. Like many people use AWS, or many people use Azure, or many people use GCP. It primarily depends on use case. And today, most of the organizations are being cloud agnostic, which means they are not just relying on one single cloud. Rather than that, they're relying on multiple clouds together. Okay, they don't want to get into vendor lock-in situation. So that is where comes the use case of multi-cloud scenario. Then talking about the IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. What is IaaS, guys? Don't give me the full form, infrastructure as a service. But when we talk about IaaS, what really is IaaS? Been years, people are leveraging hybrid cloud. Okay, so it's not something which is about to come, it's already being leveraged, where people use a mix of private cloud and public cloud. In horizontal scalability, how it goes automatically. Swapna, you define the rules, and based on those rules, it is going to automatically scale. We are going to look at an example of it going forward in our virtual machine session. Okay. So when we talk about the infrastructure as a service, it's primarily your infrastructure, something like virtual machines, virtual networks, storage, networking. All those things comes under the infrastructure as a service, where you get the complete control over the computing environment. Okay. So IaaS is primarily handling the infrastructure related operations, handling the infrastructure services, and all the services with respect to VMs, networking, storage, where you have a complete control over the choice of computing environment or control over operating system, right? In context of virtual machine, that is what is IaaS. So today IaaS is being used by system administrators, and the usage has kind of expanded over time. And today it's not just system admins, but even developers are leveraging the infrastructure as a service. So that is where comes the IaaS. Then we have PaaS. Who will be using PaaS? Full form is infrastructure as a service. So platform as a service is actually for developers, where developers get a ready to use environment to design and develop applications of their own choice. Right? That is where comes the platform as a service. Clear? So if I talk about platform as a service, we have got Azure App Services. We have got AWS Elastic Beanstalk. And then there are a lot of other platform as a service like Heroku, App Foundry that you guys have been using. So When it comes to platform as a service, this is primarily for developers, where developers want to get rid of the underlying infrastructure. It is like, as a developer, why do I care about maintaining infrastructure? I want to get rid of it. I want to focus on deploying and developing my application. That is where comes the platform as a service offering. Going forward, we'll talk about the PaaS offering called as app service. And then lastly comes the software as a service. Software as a service is, who is going to use software as a service? Who is going to use software as a service? Office 365, Microsoft 365 are examples, but who is going to use this?
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
You all are using it, guys. You may have not realized, but you all are actually using software as a service. All your mobile applications, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Naukri.com, Shadi.com, Tinder, food ordering applications, right? Ola, your Uber Eats, Noon, your cab booking applications, Ola, Uber, Go Taxi, all the OTT application, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hotstar, your email applications, Office 365, G Suite, Google Mail, right? These are all examples of software as a service. So it's basically the customers as well as your organizations who can leverage the software as a service. And you would have seen, guys, you would have realized this. Over time, everything has converted into software as a service, right? Over time, everything is now available in the form of a subscription-based model. Gone are the days of perpetual licensing, right? You would now not really purchase an Office license. Rather than that, you would go with an Office 365 license, which is again a per user license model. So this has also made it easier for people like you and me, who once upon a time were not able to try out on the licensed products because of this high pricing model, right? There were times where just one license could have costed you 25,000, 30,000, or maybe $500, right? But today, because we have a per user licensing, just think about the Adobe applications, Adobe Photoshop or Lightroom, right? It's hardly $10 a month. If you want to try out on those products today, they are available at a pricing because of the subscription based model where everybody is able to afford those products. So that is how the industry is moving, and we have this software as a service in place. Let's talk about Azure. So moving on to Azure, guys, Azure is basically a cloud offering from Microsoft, where Microsoft basically manages the complete underlying infrastructure for you. And you get an access to a console or a portal, which looks something like this. This is basically a glimpse of the Azure console or Azure portal, where you can use this portal to create resources, deploy resources, manage services for you. That is where comes the Azure. So Azure is basically a public cloud offering, and that is where it's basically an offering from Microsoft. So if I talk about AWS, Azure, GCP, these are all the public cloud providers. Okay. These are all the public cloud providers. Azure also gives you a private cloud offering with the name of Azure Stack. Similarly, VMware is one of the biggest player in terms of the private cloud. In terms of hybrid cloud, it is a mix of public and private cloud. Oracle Cloud is again a mix of both public and private. Primarily, they are trying to kind of establish the public cloud as of now. But yeah, being a time they have launched it, still trying to catch up on the market. Right? So that is where we have got these different cloud providers in place. And that is where comes one cloud provider, which is Azure. Now, to get started with leveraging Azure, what do you guys need? So to watch movies on Netflix, I hope everybody knows Netflix. Is there anyone who doesn't know Netflix? Okay. What do you need to watch movies on Netflix? To watch movies on Netflix or series on Netflix or watch any content on Netflix, what do you guys need? You all need a subscription, right? Don't worry if you even don't know cloud, guys. I'm starting it up from scratch. Okay, I'm assuming you don't know cloud. That's where I'm starting from. So don't worry at all if you even have a very, very low knowledge on cloud. So first thing that you need is a Netflix account and a subscription, right? Account to log in, subscription for all the cost and billing, correct? Account to log in, subscription for all the cost and billing. Same thing is required for Azure also. So first thing is you create an Azure account. Second, you need a valid subscription, because subscription is what to which your pricing is going to be tagged on. Subscription is what to which your pricing is going to be tagged on. So in Azure, we have different options of creating the subscription. You can go with a enterprise agreement. This is again for enterprises, not for you. Okay, if it is your enterprise, they can go with an year-long agreement with Microsoft, where they are going to basically have the subscription, which is going to be an enterprise subscription. And they are going to do a upfront commitment. Okay. They are going to do an upfront commitment with Microsoft in terms of paying the cost, which means they're going to do an upfront commitment like we are going to pay Microsoft $500 per month. No matter whether they use that or not, they are still going to end up paying $1,000 or $500 per month. That's called an enterprise agreement. So this is only for enterprises. Then there is also reseller. Reseller are people, or basically the Microsoft resellers, who are going to give you the Azure as a part of the open licensing program. So you can purchase Azure in open from market, where you are going to get some pre-uploaded Azure credits. So this is more of like you will get an Azure credit. Like for example, you pay X amount and you get Y amount of credit available in your account to use to create resources. So that's called a reseller agreement. Similarly, we have a free trial subscription. So this all comes under the personal account category. You can go with a free trial subscription. Apart from this, you can go with a pay-as-you-go subscription. Reseller is where you basically try to purchase the Azure license from a vendor who is going to sell you those, and you get some pre-uploaded Azure credits as a part of it. That's called a Azure reseller. Okay. So reseller are again the people or organizations who have got the Azure credits available via the open licensing program. So it is again one of the simple and flexible way to purchase Azure cloud services from one of the Microsoft resellers. So it's like somebody has purchased services from Microsoft and then they resell those down the line. Like you would have heard about the Apple resellers, right? Where if you want to purchase an Apple iPhone and if you don't have an Apple store, there are resellers available in your city who would sell you those Apple products, right? So in a very same way, we do have resellers who basically give you these Azure as a part of the open licensing program. Now for you all, what's important is this part where we talk about personal accounts. So one is you can create pay as you go. Now when you create a pay as you go account, this pay as you go account, which means you are going to attach your credit card and everything will be charged on your card. That's called a pay as you go. So Mohammed, you can only reach out to Microsoft for any issues or services if you purchase the support plan. Okay, there is also Microsoft support plan which needs to be separately purchased. So that will need to be purchased separately. Then only you can reach out to Microsoft for any issues or services. So one is a pay-as-you-go account. Another is a free trial account. This free trial is what you all are going to use. And then there is also one more account called as a student. So assume if you are having a university email ID or you're a professor in a university, or you have got kids who are currently pursuing education in a university and have an student email ID, you can also sign up for a student subscription. The good part with a student subscription is it doesn't need you to have a credit card. You don't need to put up your credit card over here. That is where comes the student account. Now, what we all are going to use is a free trial subscription. How do you create a free trial subscription? There is nothing called a support account, Rohit. So you don't really need to create a support account. The support is separate thing. Okay, if you need a support, you need to purchase that support plan separately. That is over and above the subscription. So that's a separate thing altogether. Now we need to understand how to create this free trial subscription. So for that, we have a link. First is you go to azure.com. After going to this website, you will see an option of get started and try Azure for free. So we are going to use this link which says try Azure for free. Once you click on this, it is going to take you to the next page. There you can see it says popular services free for 12 months, 40 plus other services which are free always. And lastly, start with $200 worth of Azure credit. Now, once you are on this page, you again click on start free. Now, let me talk about what you really get when you click on this start free. So though it says popular services free for 12 months, 40 plus other services free always, but in reality, your free trial account will only be valid for 30 days from the date of creation. For some time, I will just ask you all to please stop putting questions and focus on what I'm talking about because this is important. So to create this free trial account, you click on start free, and what you really get is $200 worth of Azure credit, which is approximately 13,300 INR. And that amount will be valid for 30 days. This amount is going to be valid for 30 days, which means for 30 days, you can use any of the Azure services and you can consume that 13,300 worth of Azure credit. After 30 days, nothing will be charged on your credit card. So basically, to create this free trial account, you will either need a credit card, or in some specific countries, also debit card is allowed. Apart from credit card, you will need an email ID and a mobile number. Okay. And that will be valid for 30 days. After 30 days, the account will automatically get disabled. Nothing will be charged on credit card until and unless you explicitly decide to move to a pay-as-you-go subscription. So after 30 days, Microsoft will give you a choice to convert this free trial account to a pay-as-you-go account. If you do this, you will be getting charged on your credit card thereafter 30 days are done. So once you again click on start free, it is going to take you to a page where it is going to ask you to sign up for an Azure account. So as we talked about the analogy, Netflix account, Netflix subscription, Azure account, Azure subscription. So you can enter in your existing Microsoft email ID if you already have a Microsoft account. If you don't have, you can create one. So you can click on create one. Also, if you have a GitHub account, you can also sign in with GitHub because Microsoft is now owned by GitHub. So we click on create one. Now it gives you a choice. You can use a phone number. You can get a new email address, or if you already have an existing email address, something like @gmail.com or something, you can even continue to use that email ID. Okay, so if you have a Gmail ID, you can create a Microsoft account with your existing Gmail ID. Once done, click on next. It is going to take you to a new page, which is going to look something like this.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Okay. So here it is going to ask you your country, first name, last name, email address. It is going to do a identity verification by phone, which means you will have to enter your mobile number. It is going to send you a password to validate that this is your mobile number. Similarly, like company VAT ID, for you, it will ask you PAN ID. Like in India, we have PAN ID. In US, you have security number. It is going to ask you for PAN ID or security number, but this is optional. So you can simply skip that field. You don't need to provide your PAN ID or security number. Once you click on next, it is going to ask you to provide the credit card details. Okay. Once you click on next, it will ask you to provide this card details. You will see something like this: identity verification by phone, identity verification by card. It will ask you for your credit card details. And once you click on next, after verifying those details, it will deduct some INR 2 if it is India, $2 if it is US or rest of the world. Okay. And they are going to basically revert that amount back to your card. And it is going to create an Azure account for you. You will be taken to a page which is going to look something like this. Okay, this is how the screen is going to load for you. For the very first time, you will be taken up to a console, which is going to look like this, which is nothing but portal.azure.com. Okay, it is going to take you all to this console, which is going to be called portal.azure.com. So that's how a student does not need a credit card. That is how you can create a free trial account. And this is called as Azure Student Subscription. Okay. So for students, this is the option. Start with $100 Azure credit. No credit card required plus free services. So you can again click on a start free and it is going to again take you to the same process. But this process will not need you to provide a credit card detail. Instead, it is going to ask you for your school ID. Okay. University email ID or a school card to be uploaded. So that's how you can leverage this. But this only gives you $100 worth of Azure credit. The good part is this $100 is valid for a year. While with a free trial that you create, that $100 is only valid for a month. Okay. This $100 will only be valid for a month. When you create this from here, the student account is valid for a year. That $100 can be consumed throughout the year. You can just give it a try, Anup. I'm not sure if that's gonna work for you. You haven't paid 13K, Rohit. As I said, you're not paying anything. You are getting that credited. Okay, it's all free. Azure will upload a virtual 13,000 credit to your account. Okay, you don't have to really pay that. Why are you confused? Let me just refresh this page to show you how that would appear for you. So once you will be taken up to the Azure portal, guys, after signing up and providing your credit card details, you will see a virtual credit available in your account. That's gonna load for me in a couple of minutes, seems like, in the notifications. You see this, for like me, it is saying 6838 credit remaining. So like this, it is going to give you a pre-uploaded credit. Okay. So you don't have to worry about paying anything from your card. This credit is available for free to you. And this is only valid for 30 days. You can consume this credit as and when in any combination that you want. If you have a question that can I encash this? No, that's not possible. Well, jokes apart. So that's how the account can be created. Okay. Now, any questions in terms of account creation? If you don't have a student ID, you have to go with a free trial. I've just told about the student thing, so that in case somebody has a student email ID, they can create and use that. No guys, you all can create your own Azure accounts. So as I mentioned the process, you will need to go and basically create a free trial account over here. So you go to azure.com, which is going to lend you up to this page. You click on a start free, it's going to take you to another page, right? Try Azure for free. And you can create this free trial account for 30 days. After 30 days, assume your account credit has expired, you can reach out to the Intellipaat team to get access. Yes, you have to create a free account, Tamil Rasan. So please don't worry at all. Nothing will be charged on your card. You can feel free to use the free trial account. And this is again where you see a big difference between Azure and AWS. AWS does not give you this. AWS does not give you a free credit. They only give you this thing, which is actually where from day one, they ask you to attach your card and only the free tier services are free, which means some specific sizes of virtual machine. Like in Azure also, I have 750 hours of B1S virtual machine, but this is after my free trial is gone. While I have a free trial, I can create anything. Exactly. This is coming in as a welcome bonus to you all, right? And similarly, if you look at Google Cloud, I guess Google Cloud gives you $300. I'm not sure if they've reduced or increased that amount, but Google Cloud usually gives $300 when you sign up. Where can I see my subscription and type in portal? So once you have created the account, you will be taken up to the Azure portal, which is going to look something like this. Okay, so for you, you would see a UI something like this. This is how the UI will look like for you all. So you can simply expand this and you will see an option of all services. Under all services, you will have an option of general, under which there is subscriptions. Under general category, there is subscriptions, where you will be able to create your Azure subscriptions. Okay. So once you click on this, your subscription, your free trial subscription will be available over here. It is going to show you the free trial subscription. Just try to click on all. Okay, I only have one active. So that's where you will be able to see your subscription. Exactly. You can think of it like when you sign up for a Geo SIM card, you get 1 GB data by Geo free. So you don't really pay for that. So they are giving you that 13,300 worth of the Azure service, right? So which is again a kind of good amount that they're actually giving you. Is everyone clear on this part? Any questions, any queries? What we call here to virtual machine like EC2 in AWS. Okay, again, though this is out of context for now, but in Azure, the nomenclature is very, very easy, guys. Okay. In Azure, you have straightforward names for everything. In AWS, you would have seen fancy names like EC2, S3, Snowball, right? In Azure, they have a straightforward name. Virtual machine is called virtual machine. Virtual network is called virtual network. They don't call it VPC. Storage is called storage. Load balancer is called load balancer. So Azure has got very straightforward names as compared to AWS. So virtual machine in Azure is actually called virtual machine only. More to come on that. Is a student pass for school students? It's basically for university as well as school students, Swapna. But you are basically, if you have a kid, okay, they should basically be having that email ID. Okay, they should have an university or a school email ID. Then only that is possible. What are advantages of Azure? Okay, so all the advantages of public cloud are basically the advantages of Azure. So pay as you go, scalability, high availability. Specifically, when you talk about services, Azure is feature rich in terms of the platform as a service offerings. It also has got infrastructure as a service, but usually when it comes to IaaS, you would have seen AWS has gained more popularity over there. But primarily, Azure is good on the platform as a service, specifically if you talk about app services, function application, SQL DBs. Those are all the services where you really see a good advantage of Azure. Another is the enterprise adoption. Enterprise adoption is again very, very good, specifically when we talk in context of the Azure. So enterprise adoption, if you look at, it's all basically being used by Fortune 500. And if you look at the Gartner quadrants last quarter information, right, Azure has topped in that Gartner quadrant list in terms of the enterprise adoption. So if you look at from that perspective, these are all the advantages that Azure gives you. And if you look at AWS, Azure, GCP, all the clouds are primarily giving you same advantages, right? All the core basic services are available across portfolio of each of these cloud providers. Difference between Azure account and Azure subscription and tenant. Tenant, I'll talk about later on. Azure account, just like how you have Netflix account, right? You log into Netflix account where you are actually doing authorization and authentication. So Azure account is, yes, it is basically leverage. Exactly. So Azure account is where you are again getting authenticated and authorized to perform the operations. Azure subscription is where all the costing and pricing is going tagged to. Okay. So that is where comes the Azure account and Azure subscription. Got it? CSP is cloud service provider. Cloud service provider are third-party companies which are Microsoft vendors who have the business expertise to basically create the solution for you. So let's say if your enterprise wants to create something on Azure and your enterprise does not have that power, or I would rather say expertise, not really the power, but expertise is the right word, to build a solution, you can reach out to these third-party companies who are going to get that done for you. So that's the CSP. And pay as you go, we already talked about. So you as an individual can use pay as you go. You as an individual also can go to CSP. You will have to pay the cost to them to get that created. Because you are not an enterprise, you can't really use an EA subscription. So Binay 103 has been kind of deprecated long time ago. It is only 104 now. Okay. There is nothing called as 103 now. It is deprecated long ago. It was the old name of the certification. Now it is only 104. So whatever we are doing right now is 104. There is nothing called as 103 now that exists. Cool. So let me give you a walkthrough of the Azure portal. So let me quickly give you the walkthrough of this Azure portal. Now you don't have to do the hands-on along with me. In the session, just watch me doing the stuff so that you can be in line with what I'm showing and you don't miss out on anything. So this is how the Azure portal looks like. And probably for most of you, when you will log into the Azure portal, the URL is going to be portal.azure.com. This is what the URL of the Azure portal looks like. So you usually can go to azure.com, and then from the azure.com, once you sign in, you will see an option to go to the Azure portal. Now, once you are signed into the Azure portal, you will see a UI which is going to look something like this. You would probably land up to a page very first time when you basically log into the Azure portal. You would land up to a page which would look something like this. And this is a kind of customizable blade, so you can basically change the UI. So let me get started with the favorites. This is where, guys, you will see all the favorites. So basically all resources, where you can see the list of all resources that are currently running in Azure. Then in Azure, we have a concept of resource group. I am going to talk about this concept in some time. And then you can see most popular services which are by default listed over here. This is a customizable blade, which means if I want to remove a name of a service from here or add a shortcut of some another service over here, that is pretty much possible. That is where we have the all services. So in the all services, you can see the list of all the 160, 180 plus Azure offerings available over here under different heads. So right now you can see starting with the AI and machine learning, then you've got analytics, compute, containers, databases, DevOps, general, Then there is hybrid plus multi-cloud. There is identity. There is integration, IoT, management and governance, migration, mixed reality, monitoring, networking, right? And just to all of your notice, the UI has changed. Okay. So until today morning, the UI was a bit different, and or not sure I have realized it or not. Probably it could have been done in the last week, probably sometime. But the all services UI has changed. Okay. So earlier, the all services UI used to have the general heading at the top, if you remember the last week that I talked about. But now they have segregated this based on the kind of alphabetical order. And you can see the general categories now over here. In the general, we talked about subscriptions, resource groups, and things like that. Anyway, so this is just a UI change, and these kind of things are kind of very, very frequent and are possible when you're dealing with cloud. So you will see these kind of changes happening very, very frequently. Now, let's say if I go to networking, and as an example, I want to add this public IP address to the list of my favorites. So for that, I can hover over my mouse pointer over the public IP address, and I can click on this star. You see this star? Once I click on this, it turns into a blue color filled star, and this public IP address shortcut gets added over here. So likewise, you can add any service over here. You can remove any service from this blade and manage this completely depending on your requirement. If I want to remove this back, I can hover over my mouse pointer, again click on the star, and the service gonna go away from here. So that's how we have added a service. That's how we have removed a service from the list of the favorites. Now, if I go back to the all, you can see there are few services which have got preview in front of their name, like Video Analyzer Preview, then Disk Pools Preview, Quantum Workspaces Preview, SAP HANA on Azure Preview. So all these preview services that you see, which means that they are still in their beta version. They have not yet released these applications. Okay. So these applications or these services are not yet released. And once Azure makes it available for everyone, they call it a general availability. Okay. So that's called as GA, which is general availability of a service once a service makes it to a public appearance. Right now, they are all in preview. Preview means you can still use the service, but it is quite possible that you may encounter some bugs, or there may be still some issues with that application or the service that you're trying to leverage. Another thing that you would see here is, let me just check. I guess with this new UI, probably they have removed those things. Okay, let's just type here as classic to see if there is anything with the name classic. Okay, so I can only see one thing which says classic. I think rest all the other things are kind of removed, seems like. Also, I'll just give it a try with virtual machine. Yeah, so they've removed that. With this new UI change, they have removed the all services, but let me just show you how it used to be earlier. Probably we will be able to fetch some images. Now, because the older UI is not there, I can't really show you these stuff. Cool, I've got this. I will save this image also. So you see, this was the older UI where there was general at the top. And so you don't really see anything with the option called as classic. Anyway, the classic thing was of no use to all of us, but I just wanted to let you all know that Microsoft Azure started their journey in 2008 with the Azure Portal, and that Azure Portal was referred to as the classic Azure Portal. Okay, so back in 2008, when in 2008 Microsoft started their journey. So that time in 2008, they named that portal as Azure Portal or Azure Classic Portal or the Azure Service Management Portal. Therefore, you were seeing that option of Classic. Starting 2014 onwards, Azure migrated all the services from the old Azure Portal to this new Azure Portal. What we use today is actually a new Azure portal, which is also called as Azure Resource Manager Portal, or simply Azure Portal, or the ARM portal. So for the old customers of Microsoft who have been using Azure since the old portal days, their services were moved to this new Azure portal and were available under the head Classic. I'll also try to just show you quickly how the old Azure portal used to look like, so that you can understand the difference. This is a glimpse of how the Azure old portal used to look like. A very simple 2 or 3 colored UI with some tiles over here. So I would say Azure, kind of Microsoft did not realize that it would grow this big, and probably the UI was not that great. As a result, probably you see this older UI. But now things have changed, and Azure is one of the highly used cloud provider in the industry. And that is where, with the evolution, with the add up of these many services, Microsoft came up with this new Azure portal. So that's where you see this new Azure portal. So that's basically the all services. You will actually see me using the all service button most of the time to create different set of Azure services and resources. Then we have got dashboard. Dashboard I will cover up at the end. You have this home screen. Home screen is more of a kind of page where you can see some of the Azure services listed by default. You can see what were your recent Azure resources that you visited. You can navigate between subscriptions, resource groups, all resources, as well as dashboard. There are some quick links to go to Microsoft Learn, Azure Monitor. Then you've got Microsoft Defender for Cloud, the cost management, and then some useful links to technical documentation, Azure services. You can see what are some of the recent Azure updates, Azure migration tools. You can find an Azure expert like me. Well, jokes apart.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
This is a quick start center. And then we also have got mobile application. So you have an Azure mobile app available for iOS as well as for Android. And using the Azure mobile application, you can basically stay and keep track of your resources while you're on the go. So it helps you stay connected to the cloud, check the status of critical metrics anytime, anywhere. And you can diagnose and fix the issues very quickly with this mobile application. Also, guys, you can run the commands to manage your Azure resources using this Azure mobile app. So the home screen is again more of like quick link screen kind of thing. And when you sign into the Azure portal, you can decide whether you want to land onto home screen or you want to land up on the dashboard. My personal favorite is dashboard because I get luxury to configure the look and feel of the dashboard in terms of how I want it to look like. But at the same time, you can also keep your home screen as your landing page. Okay, so I'll show you where that option is to decide between home and dashboard as your landing screen. Class is all based on new UI. Others, the new older UI that I was showing you is just for your reference. Okay, every time we are going to deal with this Azure portal, and all the latest and greatest changes will always be live over here. Okay, so there is no chance to go back to the older UI. Okay, so we'll always be on this new UI. Similar to how you can do those things in the AWS dashboard. But Azure dashboard is much more intuitive as compared to the AWS dashboard. And I assume you have configured a free trial. Just ensure, guys, you double check your subscription that whatever you have created is actually a free trial and you have not created a pay as you go. A simple way to check that is you can go to all services. Under all services, you can go to general category. And in the general, you click on subscriptions. You all should actually see here as free trial. Okay. If you are seeing here as pay as you go, probably you have created a wrong subscription. You all should have a free trial, Also in this notifications screen over here, you all will be able to see what is the amount of credit left for you. Okay. So each one of you should basically go ahead and have a free trial. So I'll talk about dashboard and home in terms of how you can set this up to your landing screen. Then you see create a resource. Now this is another option, guys, that you all are going to see me using most of the time. So this create a resource is basically an option where you are going to basically search for any resource that you would want to create. As an example, let's say I want to create a Windows 10 virtual machine. So what I do here is I type in Windows 10, I hit enter. Now, the moment I hit enter, it is going to give me different marketplace options corresponding to Windows 10. So you can see I have Microsoft Windows 10, then Windows 10 from Integral, Windows 10 Preview, we have Windows 10 Enterprise, then there is Windows 10 IoT Core Services. So let's say I want to go with a Microsoft Windows 10 machine. So I'm going to click on Microsoft Windows 10. And then I'm going to click on create. And once I click on create, it is going to open up a console for you where it is going to ask you about entering some of the details to create the Windows 10 virtual machine. Now this process is going to be same for creating any resource, be it a virtual machine, be it a virtual network, be it a database, be it a web application. Anything that you want to create, you go to create a resource. You search here, you select the service and you click on create. Go to create a resource, search, click on the service, click on create. Same process we are going to follow to create any resource in Azure. That is where I'm saying you are going to see me using create a resource or all services option most of the time. So it could be anybody in your organization. Obviously, you will have a requirement, right? Why you're creating a virtual machine, you should have a requirement beforehand. Maybe it's going to be a customer who needs the virtual machine. It's going to be you, maybe, who wants to deploy an application onto the VM. So as and when we move to individual services, we're going to talk about the use case of each service. Okay. Now, this is where you see search option. So search option is basically going to help you search for resources, services, documentations, anything. So assume you want to create a virtual machine or you want to search things related to virtual machine. You can type in virtual machine over here. The moment you type in virtual machine, you will see all the services which have got virtual machine or things related to it have started appearing over here. There are marketplace options. Also, you can see different documentations corresponding to the virtual machine. So this is more of a search bar which you can use to get help with respect to different set of resources, documentation or services or whatever you want to create. After this is a cloud shell. So this is an inbuilt browser accessible shell that can be used to run different set of PowerShell as well as CLI commands. Now, whatever you can do in the Azure portal from the UI, like I go to create a resource, I search for a virtual machine, and then I can go ahead and create a virtual machine. That similar operation can also be done using commands. So those commands you can either run here in this inbuilt cloud shell, which is also called as a browser accessible shell. If not, if you don't want to use the cloud shell, then you can also use a local CLI or a local PowerShell. So for that, you can actually use Azure downloads link. And in this, you see the option of tools. So there is Azure CLI, there is Azure PowerShell. Both the tools are available for you to download. And I'm also sharing some of the links on the CLI and PowerShell documentation. Now, whatever we will be doing in this session will all be through the Azure portal. But anybody of you who is looking forward to creating scripts or writing automation, this is gonna be useful for you. So whatever you do from the Azure portal, everything can be done using the command as well. This is where I've shared the link of the CLI command. And this is where I am sharing the link of the PowerShell commands as well. And assume if you are someone who doesn't know both PowerShell as well as CLI, and you are planning to start learning one of these services, then I will recommend that you start with Azure CLI. because today most of the DevOps tools also gives you CLI based command, be it Docker, be it Kubernetes, be it your Puppet Chef. So it basically makes it much more easy for you to understand the Azure CLI. So that's basically on the inbuilt cloud shell. Now, as an example, assume I click on resource groups. What does this do? It shows you all the resource groups. We will talk about what a resource group is, but right now I clicked on resource group and I can see all the resource groups over here. Correct? Now, if I want to see the same set of list over here, I can simply type in a command AZ group list dash output as table. It is going to do the same thing for you from the command line. Using this command, it has listed down all the similar stuff for me within the console. So as I said, whatever you are doing within the Azure portal from this UI, everything can pretty much be automated using these commands. So that is where you've got this inbuilt browser accessible shell. Then this is a directory and subscription filter. So directory, basically, when I say it's the Azure Active Directory, which is an identity and access management service, IAM service. Okay. So guys, whenever you sign up for an Azure account and you create an Azure subscription, there is going to be one Active Directory created for you. Like in my case, I have this Azure Active Directory created. And this Azure Active Directory is basically a identity and access management service, which is also called as IAM. And you as an individual is present within this Azure Active Directory as a user. So this Azure Active Directory is basically identity and access management service, which is used to manage users as well as groups within your organization, right? So your organization, you may have multiple users. All those users can be managed as a part of this Azure Active Directory, which is the identity and access management service. Now, once I click on users, I will be able to see list of users who can basically access the Azure account over here. And also these are all the users within my Active Directory. Got it? So that is where when you click on this, it gives you an option to switch between the directory and also select your subscription. Now, right now you all are as an individual learning Azure, but when you get into an organization, you will have access to multiple subscriptions, right? It is not just going to be one single subscription that you all are going to use. Each one of you may have access to more than one subscription. It could all be based on projects that you're working. It could be based on environments, like one subscription for dev, one for testing, one for development, one for production, right? So you can all switch between subscriptions when you have more than one subscription over here. So this is a directory and subscription filter. And while I'm talking about this directory, as I said, you all are present in the list of user within the Azure Active Directory. So because you are present in the list of users, that's the reason when you log into the Azure portal, right? When you go to this site, portal.azure.com, and then it asks you to enter your email ID and password. When you enter a combination of email ID and password, how does Azure ensure that this person is legitimate? That's because this person who is signing in is a part of the users within the Azure Active Directory. Okay, so that is where comes the authentication part. You are getting authenticated to log into the Azure portal. Now, once you are listed, once you click on this, you will be able to see different directories. As of now, you all will only see one directory. You can't see multiple directories. Okay, because you all are having one single Azure account and you're only part of that Azure account and that directory. Since I have multiple directories, I can click on switch to switch the directory from one directory to the another directory. And usually, let's say you are working in an organization called as tcs.com. So every employee within TCS will have a email ID, something like @tcs.com. So that is where this directory will actually have a default domain. Like in my case, for this directory that I have named Azure course, the domain is ayushratilive.onmicrosoft.com. Assume if I have a company called as ayush.com, then I can change this domain to be ayush.com. Okay, that can be done as a part of the Azure Active Directory. Tenant and directory are same, Sudipta, just that you can create multiple tenants over here. So this directory is basically that you see here is actually one tenant of the Azure Active Directory. Likewise, multiple tenants can be created for different use cases like business to business or business to customer use cases. Okay, but by default, you get one Active Directory, which is available for all of you to use. Yes, you can add more users to this directory. You can delete user. You can do n number of things. After this directory and subscription filter, we have the second option, which is notifications. This is where you will be actually getting all the notifications. When you create a resource, you will see notification like resource creation has started, resource creation completed. Similarly, you can see how much amount is left within your Azure credits. So all sorts of notifications you are actually going to see over here. This is the portal settings option. Now the first option is same directory and subscription. So either you click here or you click here and go to the first option. Both are same. So we just talked about directory and subscription. Second option is appearance and startup. This appearance and startup is where you can define the overall appearance of the Azure portal. First option is the menu behavior. Menu is this. What you see on the left hand side is actually the menu. You can keep it as flyout or docked. Currently, I have kept it to docked. If I change it to flyout and click on apply, it will be more of like how you see in our mobile applications. The three lines, and when you click on it, it appears. When you remove your mouse from those three lines, it disappears. These three lines are actually called as hamburger menu. Okay, the three lines that you see here is actually called as hamburger menu. So I like keeping it to docked. And if you have a smaller screen size, you can change it to icon view, or you can expand it accordingly. Then there are different color themes, guys, like an Azure theme, a blue colored theme, a light theme, a complete dark theme. So you can select a theme based on what you like or dislike, right? And then there is this blue colored theme, Azure theme. Also, there is a high contrast theme, like a complete white theme and a complete black theme. Now, these themes have been specifically created for people with eye-sightedness or color blindness from an accessibility standpoint. Okay, so the high contrast themes that you see, these are explicitly created for people with eye-sightedness or color blindness so that they can actually ensure the accessibility is proper. Right now, I'm setting it to none. Focus navigation, this is specifically for enabling or disabling the focus navigation between any specific object. And lastly, the startup view. So you remember I told you that you can switch between home or dashboard as your default view. Default view means when you land onto the Azure portal, once you log into the Azure portal, what is the first page that you want to see? So this is where you can switch between home and dashboard, deciding on the choice of the home versus dashboard. Three line color is called this three lines, Mukesh, those are called as the hamburger menu. For that, you can click on this flyout and click on apply. Those three lines basically is actually a flyout mode. Flyout means the three lines, which is actually called as the hamburger menu, while another is a docked mode. Yes, there are always limit in terms of the subscription. So there are subscription limits. Okay, Venkat, we will talk about those subscription limits. Now, after this, we have language and region. So you can select the language and regional format of your choice. The choice is actually going to have an impact on the currency that you will see for different resources. This is my information where you will be able to see your email ID. So you can enter your email ID and save these settings. So that's the my information. And this is sign out and notification. So you can see there is an option called as sign me out when inactive. So this option of sign me out when inactive by default is set to never. You can set it to after 15 minutes, specifically when you're working into an enterprise environment, so that it will automatically log you out after 15 minutes of inactivity. Because specifically when you're in an enterprise, We people have this wrong habit of leaving our laptops or workstations unlocked while you're on a tea break or a coffee break or a lunch break, right? And it is quite a possible case that there may be a malicious insider in your organization who may try to delete your months of work in a single click, because it's easy to delete your resources in cloud. So therefore, always a good idea to set it to after 15 minutes so that all of your sessions will be logged out in case there is no activity being performed. And also there is this option of enable pop-up notification. So pop-up notification is actually a toast notification that will appear over here on the top. So let's say if I refresh this, you see this is actually a pop-up notification or a toast notification. This will automatically disappear after a few seconds. And if you want to manually remove this, you can click on the close. Once you click on this, it is going to be available in your list of the notifications. So that's the notifications and the toast notification option. This is where you can, so this question mark is where you can raise a help and support ticket with Microsoft. So once you click on help and support, it is going to open up this for you, where you can go ahead and raise a support ticket with Microsoft. Okay, so this is a help and support button. Oh, tenant is nothing. It is just the Active Directory. This Active Directory is also called as tenant. Okay, this is one tenant of the Azure Active Directory. So then we move on to this help and support. Again, very, very important, because when you're using cloud, you don't have everything under your control. It is basically the cloud provider on whom you are dependent on for a lot of things, because they take care of the complete infrastructure for you. And that is where you have got this option of help and support. So in case you get into any issues, you can always raise a support ticket with Microsoft by going to this help and support, and you can click on create a support request to create a support ticket with Microsoft. They're going to ask you about problem description. They will give you some recommended solution. If that works for you, fine. Else you can proceed and create a ticket with Microsoft. Also, there are different support plan options. Okay, so by default, we all are entitled for a basic support, which is free of cost. The basic level of support comes for free. But over and above this, you will need to purchase support to get help from Microsoft. So there is a developer support, there is a standard support, and there is a professional direct support. Cost for developer support is $29 per month. Cost for standard is $100 per month. Cost for professional direct is $1,000 per month. So you can basically go with one of the support plans of your choice. Also, there is a premier direct support above professional direct, but that only is valid for the organizations with an enterprise agreement. So if an organization has an enterprise agreement, they can also go with a professional direct support. Account creation is free of cost, Devendra. What you pay for is basically the subscription. So that's basically the support, help and support. Then you can see what's new coming up in Azure, the Azure updates. You can launch a guided tour to the Azure portal. You can view the keyboard shortcuts, some of the keyboard shortcuts that you may want to keep handy: G plus D, G plus A, G plus R. So G plus D actually takes you to this dashboard. G plus A takes you to all resources, and G plus R takes you to the resource groups. So G plus D dashboard, G plus A all resources, G plus R. This is G plus A, this is G plus R, and this is G plus D. G plus A, G plus R, and G plus D. That's the keyboard shortcut over here. And this is where you can send feedback to Microsoft about any service that you would have liked or you would have disliked. So this is basically a send feedback option. So you can just write in a feedback to Microsoft about any service that you would have liked or disliked. Apart from it, this is where you can sign out of the Azure portal. You can view your Microsoft account information. You can switch directory. This switch directory is again similar to this. This option or switch directory, one and the same thing. It takes you to the first option of directory and subscription filter. Then we have these three dots, which is called as context menu. You can view what permissions have you got on the subscription. So when you click on my permissions, it will show you are an administrator administrator on the subscription pay as you go, which means because this is my subscription, I am basically the administrator on the subscription. Then I have submit an idea. When you click on this, it takes you to a new page. This is more of a feedback page. Okay, user voice or user feedback. Now this page is where you can see feedback about you can share your feedback with Microsoft, or if you have got any ideas, you can share with them. And then based on the kind of idea you have submitted, you can get upvotes from people, like ability to move resources from one resource group to another. This idea got a lot of upvotes, and based on the upvotes, it will help the Microsoft product management team to prioritize on the idea. So that's basically the user voice page. Then you can view the bill. Because you all are using free trial, there will be no bill generated for you all. But if you are into a pay-as-you-go plan, you will actually see bill generated. And also you can view your contact information. Okay, once you click on contact information, it is going to show you the contact information, which again takes you to the same place of my information. So that's basically on the Azure portal. So that is basically about the Azure portal walkthrough. What is directory? Directory is an identity and access management service, Shashank. Okay, that's basically this Azure Active Directory where you are listed as in the form of a user. Yes, you can have a multi-factor authentication setup for the Azure account. That's again a part of the Azure Active Directory workflow by Azure. So you can get the list of shortcuts from the help and support, and you can click on keyboard shortcuts. Also, if you Google Azure keyboard shortcuts, probably you are going to get something out there. This switch directory is similar to this option that we already talked about. So the directory and subscription filter plus the switch directory plus the first option that you see where you have directory and subscriptions, these all are same. It lands you onto this page, and in case you have multiple directories, you will see the switch option over here. You just have to click on this switch to switch from one directory to another. It's just that you are a user within all the directories. I mean, you can think of yourself as a person working in 3 different companies, ABC, XYZ.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
DEF, right? 3 different companies, you try to switch between these companies. Once you are part of this Active Directory, you will be able to access all the subscriptions which are with this specific Active Directory. So that's basically the switch operation over there. So guys, in case you are part of more than one directory, then only these things will come for you, like the option to switch the directory. Otherwise, for you all right now, there will only be one directory available. You all should only see the current directory for you. There will not be any other Active Directory available. And this Active Directory is actually at very simple an identity and access management service. That's simply an identity and access management service to manage the users within the organization. That's where this service is used for. I am seeing these multiple directories because actually I was invited to these directories. As a result, I'm also part of these directories. Okay. The moment I click on switch, nothing gonna happen. It's just that it's a directory switch. And once I switch the directory, it says dashboard not found. Also, I won't see any subscriptions because I don't really have any subscriptions available over there. So that's the reason currently what I'm using is this iushortlive.onmicrosoft.com. Though it shows a subscription, but this subscription is already expired for me. Okay, let me go to all services, general subscriptions. And then you can see there was a subscription which is currently disabled. Hence, I'm actually using this directory, which is a valid one. So if you look at these 3 things, okay, these all 3 are different directories. And this is one single account which has access to all the 3 different directories. Okay, as simple as that. So it's the same account having access to different directories. There is the concept of resource group in AWS also, but the concept of resource group in AWS is not as prominent as concept of resource group in Azure. In Azure, it is mandatory for you to use the resource group. Directory does not mean at all subscription. Subscription is different, directory is different. I'll explain you something around that which will make it clear for you. Okay. Azure Active Directory is actually an identity and access management service where you are all available in this Azure Active Directory. You're present in the form of users and also you belong to some of the groups. So for example, if I say I have a user called as Vinay. Okay. This user Vinay goes to the Azure portal and signs into the Azure portal using his email ID and set of password. Okay. Now, how will Azure authenticate this user? How will Azure know this is a legitimate user? So Azure verifies that because Vinay is present within this Azure Active Directory. As a result, Vinay is able to sign into the Azure portal. This is where comes your authentication piece. This is where comes your authentication piece. We have Azure users. So basically you all are users. And then we can also have groups. All these users and groups are part of the Azure Active Directory. This Azure Active Directory is identity and access management service. Let's say I have a user called as Vinay. This user Vinay goes to portal.azure.com. And then this user signs in with his email ID and password. How will Azure portal know whether this user is a legitimate user or not? So that is where this user is, because available within the Azure Active Directory, that is where user is able to log into the Azure portal and is able to authenticate. So this is where comes the authentication part. Your Azure Active Directory is taking care of the authentication. Second thing that we have is a subscription. Subscription is responsible for cost and billing. All your cost and billing will be with respect to the subscription, which means any resources that you create within the Azure portal, the cost for that resources will be charged on the subscription. So now let's say this user Vinay has signed into the Azure. Now, whether this user is eligible to create resources or not, this user Vinay, can this user go ahead and create resources in Azure? That is something which will be controlled as a part of RBAC that we will be talking about in some time. This is role-based access control. Okay, so one is the authentication part. Another is the authorization part. What is user authorized to do? Very simple example. Before the COVID days, you all were going to office. You used to swipe your card while entering the office, right? You used to swipe your card while entering the office. That is where it is just a authentication that this person is allowed to enter the premise. But after getting into the premise, are you allowed, are you authorized to go to the electric room? Are you authorized to go to the network room or server room? Not really. Unless you are not a part of that team, you cannot go into those rooms. That is where comes the authorization. What you are authorized to do. Authentication and authorization part. So that is where this is the Azure Active Directory. In a very, I mean, if I have to tell you in one word, guys, it is an identity and access management service. That's a very simple definition of what this Active Directory is. In a very, very layman terms, it is at very simple an identity and access management service. You can create multiple directories with a single account. So that's basically the relationship between the directory subscription and the users. That said, that's a quick overview of the Azure portal. Now coming on to the last part that we are going to talk about is basically the dashboard. So when we talk about this dashboard, this is basically a place which can be configured based on your requirement. Okay, which means you can always customize this dashboard based on how you want the look and feel of this dashboard to be like. Okay, so you can basically configure the look and feel of this dashboard. By default, I get a dashboard created. Now, let's say if I want to create a new dashboard, I can click on create. I can create a dashboard. Let's say I create a empty dashboard and I name it as Ayush. And then I want to add list of all resources. Let's say I want to add a clock. I click on save. This is where a dashboard has been created. And if I want to switch between the dashboard, I can click on my dashboard. I go to the previous one. I click on Ayush dashboard. I'm on the new dashboard. You can refresh this dashboard. You can do a full screen. You can edit this, make some changes. You can share it with your team members. You can clone this. Clone is again creating a copy of the dashboard. And then once it is created, you can just have this copy of the dashboard. You can delete this dashboard as well. So these are the different operations around. I think Sankara, you asked about this clone option. So clone is basically to copy an existing dashboard. Now you also see there is one more option called as upload and another option called as export. Assume you have created a very, very beautiful dashboard. Okay, spending some 2 or 3 hours, you've created a dashboard which has got a lot of different things. And then mistakenly you have deleted it. Now, once deleted, there is no way to recover back until and unless you would have exported it. So this export is more of a backup option. You can download this where it creates a JSON file of this dashboard and it basically downloads that. Now, assume if I delete this, I can again click on upload and I can select my dashboard back again to actually re-upload or basically recreate that beautiful dashboard. So this export and upload is basically for you to ensure that you can save a copy of the dashboard that you would have created. So that's basically about the dashboard option over here. User and role maintenance is simple. It's pretty straightforward. We will talk about the role-based access control. Question from Mohammed. So whenever we create an account in Azure portal, that user details will be added into the Azure default AD. Exactly. Whenever there is a user signing into the Azure portal, definitely that user is part of one of the Active Directory. By the way, if you all have created your Azure accounts and Azure subscriptions, once you are signed into the Azure portal, do try to go to Azure Active Directory and the users. You should be able to find yourself listed in the list of this users over here. You will definitely find yourself in the list of this users. But AD Connect tool and integration is definitely a part of AZ104. Just to your notice, it is not a part of 104. Okay, so Azure AD Connect tool as well as integration is not a part of 104. You can refer to the official AZ104 curriculum from Microsoft, which is available on their website. Subscriptions can have multiple directories or directories can have multiple subscriptions. It is basically opposite Pinakin. Directory can have access to multiple subscriptions. So one directory can have access to multiple subscriptions. Perfect. So that's on with the Azure portal. Now, what things can we upload using this upload option? Only you can upload a downloaded export. That's it. Whatever export you download here, only that can be uploaded. Nothing else apart from it. If you have created a dashboard and if you have downloaded a JSON file, something like this, if you see here, okay. So quickly starting with some of the services, specifically on the compute, we're going to talk about virtual machine. Virtual machine, I hope most of you would have used it in your enterprise environment, a virtual computer. You have a public IP address to log into this machine. Then we're going to talk about virtual machine skill set. If you want to create, let's say 1,000 virtual machines all together, this is a go-to service for us. We're going to talk about virtual machine images. Then we will be talking about, on the general side, I'm going to talk about subscriptions. Resource group subscription is something which you need. I gave you an analogy of Netflix, right? To watch movies on Netflix, you need a Netflix subscription. Same thing here. If you want to create resources, you need a valid subscription. I'm going to talk about cost management and billing to manage the cost, manage the billing across different set of services. Then we have something called as networking. On the networking, we're going to talk about virtual networks. So you need to create a virtual network to achieve private networking. Then we have got public IP address via which you can establish connectivity over internet. We have got network security group for establishing the rules, which could be inbound rules, outbound rules. We're going to talk about monitoring service to learn about different diagnostics, analytics, and monitoring workflows. Then we do have some set of offering on the web front, like app services, very similar to AWS Elastic Bean Stack. So we'll look at how the web applications can be deployed. We have Kubernetes service, which is again a Kubernetes managed Kubernetes service on top of Azure. Then we have got services on the storage front, which is primarily your storage accounts, which covers all sorts of storage, be it blobs, file shares, tables, queues, everything available over here. On the database front, you've got SQL DB, you've got Cosmos DB, SQL DB is RDBMS, Cosmos DB is a NoSQL offering. You've got load balancer to load balance the traffic between different set of resources. Azure Monitor is again one-stop destination for all of your monitoring needs. Advisor is more of a personal cloud assistant for you, which is going to give you a lot of different guidance in terms of saving cost, high availability, security, scalability, and a lot of those recommendations out there. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is again rebranded version of Azure Security Center. So Azure Security Center has been rebranded into this, and then this basically gives you recommendations, security recommendations on different resources. So in general, resource and services are same. What you see here is a service. Once you use this service to create a virtual machine, that becomes a resource. Okay. So in general, let's say when I go to compute right now, as I'm going to create a virtual machine, right? So I use this virtual machine service to create a virtual machine resource. So kind of they go hand in hand, one and the same thing. Are you going to cover horizontal, vertical, scale up, downs? Or yes, we are going to talk about it once we kind of start with one of the offerings around that. That is where we'll talk about those services. So that's pretty much on the dashboard side. Next up, I'm going to talk about the concept of the resource groups as well as resources. So in Azure, it is mandatory for you to basically go ahead. This is the option to create a dashboard, Devendra. Okay. As of now, you don't need to do the hands-on along with me. Please just watch it right now. If you're trying to do it alongside, you are bound to miss on things. But yeah, this is the option to create the dashboard. Okay. Now, talking about the concept and some of the terminologies. So one is the resource. Any manageable item which is available through Azure. So like we talked about virtual machines, a storage account, web apps, database. These are all the resources. Okay. So you can use these services to create different set of resources. Then we have resource group. Resource group is a container which will hold the related resources for an Azure solution. So you can think of this resource group as an entity which will have multiple resources corresponding to your solution. And in Azure, it is mandatory for you to create a resource group. Every resource that you create, let's say if I create a virtual machine, this virtual machine has to go inside a resource group. I create a storage account. Again, this storage account has to be inside a resource group. Now, how you create resource group is completely up to you. It could be based on your application. It could be based on your environment. I mean, what makes more sense to your business, your organization, based on that, you can actually go ahead and create the resource groups. As an example, assume I have to create an e-commerce application. For an e-commerce application, what all things will I need? For an e-commerce application, what all things will I need? I may need a database. I may need a virtual machine. I may need a storage account. I may need a virtual network. So corresponding to a single application, what all resources I am going to create, I can club all of them inside one single resource group for better management. Okay. So resource group is basically simply a container which is going to hold the related resources for an Azure solution. And if you look at this, it talks about some of the important points with respect to resource group. I'm going to talk about each of these points. Resource groups are logical collection of resources. As I said, you are creating an e-commerce application corresponding to an e-commerce application. Whatever resources I need, I can club them together. You can deploy resources into existing resource group. If you want to create a new resource group, you can also create a new resource group. Resource can only exist in one resource group, which means assume I create a virtual machine named virtual machine 1. Now this virtual machine 1 cannot be a part of two different resource groups. Okay. This virtual machine 1 can only be part of one resource group, while there can be a virtual machine which is virtual machine 2 that can be a part of another resource group. It is as simple as, if I'm currently taking this session, at the same time I cannot deliver sessions to two different set of people, right? So in a very same way, a resource can only exist in one resource group at a time. And once you have created the resource group, guys, you cannot rename it. You can have resources of different types. You can have resources from different region. Let's try to understand each of these with a diagram. So let me just create a new slide to help you understand this. So what does our first point says? Logical collection of resources. That is fine. I'm just copying some of the things from this image to ensure I don't have to waste time creating those. So this is a symbol of resource group. And then I have a virtual machine, I have a web app, I have a storage account. This is VM, this is web app, this is a storage account. So we said resource groups can have resources of different types. That is what you see here. This is a resource group. It has a virtual machine also, it has a web app also, it has a storage account also, which means my resource group can have resources of different type. Then it says resource groups can have resources from different regions, which means I can have this resource group running in Central India. I can have this virtual machine in East US. This can be in West US. This can be in Central India. So this means that inside a resource group, I can have resources which are running into different regions, which are deployed into different regions. That is possible. Another thing is resource group cannot be renamed. That is fine. Resources can only exist in one resource group, which means assume if I have this virtual machine and the name of this is virtual machine 1. Now this virtual machine cannot be part of another resource group, which is resource group 2. Inside this, I can create another virtual machine, which can be of name VM2. Then this can have a name web app. This could be web app 2. This could be storage account. But the same set of resources cannot be spanning across two different set of resource groups, right? So pretty much we talked about all these points. So which means that everything that I create, be it a virtual machine, be it anything, it has to necessarily go inside a resource group. And just to give you a simple example around this, when you create any resource, do we need to create a storage account for each RG? No. I am not saying you have to create a storage account or a virtual machine for everything or for every resource group. It is just an example that if you create a storage account, it has to necessarily go inside a resource group. Virtual network is again something which need not be part of every resource group. This is just an example, guys. Okay. So please don't assume that I have created a virtual machine. Where is the virtual network? Understand this is a diagram to help you understand concept of resource group. Now, if you start getting into virtual machine, again, you are actually getting diverted. You are going off topic. Let's say I have a database and application. Now I need separate storage volume. So do I need to create a storage account for DBs and for application? So resource provider is actually a service which supplies the resources that you can deploy and manage through a resource manager. So let me talk about this by going to the subscription. So when you sign up for an Azure subscription, guys, I go to all services, general subscriptions, and then this subscription. Now in the subscription, if you scroll down to settings, you will see an option of resource providers. Now by default, guys, when you sign up for a subscription, there are a lot of resource providers which are by default registered for you. Like Microsoft Storage is a resource provider which allows you to create the storage account. Similarly, Microsoft Compute is a resource provider which allows you to create the virtual machine. So likewise, there are a lot of resource providers which are already registered as a part of your subscription, which means you are allowed to create all of those different types of the resources. But over and above this, there are few more resource provider apart from like Microsoft, which are available over here, which can be used to provision resources. Like you can see New Relic dot observability, right? You see this Palo Alto Networks dot cloud network firewall. So there are few more resource provider over and above Microsoft, which are available for some of the services. So that's basically on the resource provider thing. Could you explain more about resource group? So Gauranga, what explicitly you want to basically understand? If you can kind of explain that. It's in general a logical collection of resources, which means everything that you create has to go inside a resource group. How you create resource group is up to you. So let's say you say, I want to ensure all my development resources go into one resource group, which is dev resource group. All my production resources go into one resource group, which is prod resource group. You can create it that way. If you say, no, I want to have one resource group per application. So one for my application A, so application A resource group, another for application B resource group. So that way you can also create resource group. So how you create resource group is completely up to you. Got it? Cool. So as I said, we're going to talk about how to create resource group. So this is where I'm on the Azure portal, and to create a resource group, the first thing that I do is I click on resource groups, and then to create, we click on create. Now, the moment you click on create, it opens up the UI for this. There is no cost to create resource group. Resource group creation is free of cost. So this is the subscription that I have. So every time you create a resource group, you will have to select a subscription. You can give resource group a name. So for example, I give the name as Ayush-RG, or I can simply call it Ayush Demo-RG. And then I select a region in which I want to create this resource group. And there are a number of regions available for me. I simply go ahead with Central India as one of the regions. Moving on to tags, and I'll simply review and create this resource group. You can see validation has passed. It is creating a resource group named Ayush-RG in the subscription pay as you go. And the region is Central India. Let us click on create to create this resource group. So you can see a resource group named Ayush-RG has been created. By default, when I create a resource group, it is completely empty, right? Because I created it from scratch. This resource group is completely empty. Currently, there are no resources deployed inside this resource group. Now,
just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
That's about creating the resource group. To add more resources to this resource group, I can go to create, and then I can start creating resources inside this resource group. To see the list of all resource groups, you can simply go to resource groups, and it is going to show you all the resource groups that currently exist within your subscription. So that's about the creation of the resource groups. Now, once I have created a resource group, to add a resource inside this resource group, I have two options. One is I can click on create, and then I can get started with the creation of any resource. Another is when I go to create a resource. Now, let's say, as an example, I am deploying a virtual machine. Let's say Windows virtual machine. So whenever you deploy a resource, like I click on this Microsoft Windows 10 and then I click on create to create this virtual machine. Every time when you do this, it is going to ask you first of all to select the subscription. So whatever resource you create, be it virtual machine, be it a storage account as an example, or database or app service, first thing that it will ask you is the subscription, because all the pricing for this virtual machine will be charged on this subscription. Second thing that you have to select is a resource group. So here I can say I want to select the resource group Ayush-RG. So this virtual machine will automatically be deployed into this resource group, which is called as Ayush-RG. -rg. And then I proceed with selecting the region. So these three things you will always see. First, selection of subscription. Second, selection of resource group in which you want to deploy this resource. Third, the name that you want to give to the resource. So if it is virtual machine, it will ask you virtual machine name. Storage account, it will ask you storage account name, and so on and so forth. And the region. The fourth thing that it will ask you is the region where you want to actually go ahead and deploy this resource. So these are a couple of things that will always be asked. This is neither start nor the end of the virtual machine topic. So I can select any resource that I want to deploy. Whenever you click on this, you will get an option to click on create. You create a resource. Now, when you select and create a resource, the first thing you are always asked is the subscription. Second thing that you will be asked is to deploy this inside a resource group. So either you can select one of the existing resource groups which are available. If not, you can also create a resource group right from this place. So rather than you creating a resource group separately and then coming onto a resource and selecting it, if you forgot that, you can also create new and name your resource group right over here. It will create a resource group for you. Both ways possible. Since I've already created a resource group, Ayush-RG, I'm selecting this. Let's give virtual machine a name. I'm giving the name as Ayush VM. My region is Central India. Rest of the options I'm quickly filling out. We are going to talk about all of these options later on. So I'm creating a Windows 10 virtual machine. Let me quickly give a username and a password to it. So when you create a virtual machine, there will be a disk created along with the VM. There will be a virtual network and a lot of other resources created along with the VM. So all of those will also get created. And I'm clicking on review and create to create this VM. So right now what we are looking at is how to deploy a resource inside a resource group. We created a resource group called as Ayush-RG. Inside that resource group, I am deploying virtual machine. And when a virtual machine is created, there are a lot of other resources which are also created along with virtual machine. So all those resources you will now be able to see inside this resource group. When we created, it is empty. Right now you can see the deployment is starting. All of these things are actually notifications. Whatever you see here, resource group created, deployment in progress, these are all the notifications that you are seeing. So you can add more resources, you can remove the resources, which means you can delete the resources. You can move the resources from one resource group to another, but you cannot modify the name of the resource group. So once you have named it, that name cannot be changed. So now guys, we have created a resource group, which is again a logical collection of resources. And as I said, we are deploying a resource. So I created a virtual machine. Along with virtual machine, there are a lot of other underlying resources which are created, which are also a part of the same resource group. So as we said, every resource has to go inside a resource group. Hence, our virtual machine is a part of this resource group. You can add more resources. You can delete the resources from this resource group. This resource group cannot be renamed. Now, you can see these resources are available. Now, there are few things with respect to resource group. So one is the move operation. Okay. How a specific resource can be moved to another resource group or another subscription or another region. Okay. So for that, we have a move operation support matrix. There is this move operation support matrix, which talks about which resources can be moved and which resources cannot be moved. Not all the Azure resources are allowed to be moved within the resource group or from one resource group to another. So you can move your resource to a new subscription or a new resource group or a new region. That's all based on this move support matrix. And this talks about, let's say right now we are dealing with virtual machine. For virtual machine, what is the resource provider? For virtual machine, what is the resource provider? For virtual machine, what is the resource provider? Microsoft.compute. Very correct, Vikram. So for virtual machine, the resource provider is Microsoft.compute. So let us search for Microsoft.compute. Microsoft.compute. I have virtual machines. We see yes in all the three columns, which means a virtual machine can be moved from one resource group to another, can be moved from one subscription to another, can be moved from one region to another. So that is where virtual machine movement is possible across all the three things. Given this, I select my virtual machine. To select a resource, I've simply selected this checkbox. And then you see these three dots. We click on these three dots and we have an option of move. So you can move it to another resource group, move it to another subscription, and move it to another region. Now let's say I want to move it to another resource group. So I click on move to another resource group. And I want to create a new resource group and I'm calling it as Ayush VM-RG. Okay, I'm moving it to another resource group, calling it as Ayush VM-RG. So this is my source resource group. This is my target resource group. We go to next, where we have resources to move. Now it is going to do a validation before it starts the movement. It is going to check whether the movement of this resource is allowed or not. Also, it will check whether along with this resource, will I have to move the rest of the other dependent resources also or not. If it needs me to move the dependent resources, then it is going to call it out over here itself. If not, it will pass the validation and I can click on next to move the resource to this resource group. Now there can be certain situations, guys, where you may want to move resources from one resource group to another. It could be that your two different projects are merging together. As a result, you want to ensure that both the application resources be clubbed into one single resource group. That could be a simple reason to move resources from one resource group to another. So again, there could be a number of reasons depending on what is making more sense for your business, your organization. Depending on that, you can move your resources from one resource group to another, one region to another, one subscription to another. So guys, when you say, are the resources editable? I'm assuming you want to say that can we change the configuration of the resources? Can we modify some of the settings of the resources? Yes, some of the settings, some of the configurations for each of the resources that you create will be possible. I'm going to talk about the nomenclature of virtual machine and resources in general when I talk about the virtual machine module. So that is where you will get the answer to the nomenclature of the resources. If I move virtual machine to another region, all related items like NSG IP also will be moved or not. So if it needs you to move those resources to another region, then yes, you will have to also move those resources. Currently, I am just moving virtual machine from one resource group to another. As a result, it doesn't need me to do that. Your resources will continue to work, your applications will continue to work, but for the time duration while these resource movement is being done, you cannot do any new deployments to those resource groups. Okay, so they will be logged for a couple of minutes or the duration it takes to move those resources. So I'm just clicking on next to perform this operation, and you can see my source subscription, source resource group, target subscription, target resource group. I click on move to perform this operation. So whenever you have a subscription, right, when you create an Azure account, you sign up for a subscription. Here there is a list of lot of resources, but by default, not all the resources are allowed to be created. So when you sign up for an Azure account, a subscription is created, and at the subscription level, if you scroll down to settings, there will be an option of resource providers. So resource providers are basically responsible to allow the creation of the resource. Like Microsoft.compute is a resource provider for virtual machine, which means because this Microsoft.compute is registered over here, you will be entitled to create virtual machine within that subscription. So all of these things are at a subscription scope, which means if I deregister this, right, if I select this and I unregister this, you will not be able to create virtual machine. So resource provider is basically something which allows you to provision that resource. It's a service which supplies the resources which you can deploy and manage through this resource manager. So you can see moving resource complete. And if I now go to the resource group, right, I have one resource group Ayush RG, another is Ayush VM RG. In the Ayush VM RG, you can see Ayush VM virtual machine resource has moved, while all the other resources are still over here. So that's how you can perform the move operation. You can move a resource from one resource group to the another resource group. So that's on the move operation. Now, last thing, talking about how to delete a resource or a resource group. That is important because if you're not using something better to delete it, that's going to help you save the cost. And specifically for all of you who are actually using free trial subscription, or let's say pay as you go, because you are doing it for a learning purpose, you should ensure you delete all your resources once you are done practicing. So one way is you can select the resource that you want to delete, and then you can go to these three dots and you have an option of delete. That's one way to delete the resource. Another is you can go to an individual resource. Let's say I go to this virtual machine. At the resource level also, you will have a delete option. At the very top, you will see a delete option to delete the resource. So you can also click on this delete option to delete the resource. Or you can select this, go to these three dots, click on delete. It is going to double check. It is going to ask you again, do you really want to delete this resource? If you click on yes, then only it will delete resource. So if you are thinking that I have mistakenly clicked on delete and it got deleted, nothing of that sort really happens. It is going to ask you again, do you really want to delete it? And if you type in yes, then only it deletes it. It does not mean you need to move the IP also along with the VM. As I said, if you are moving it from one region to another, it is going to ask you to also move the corresponding resource. But right now it did not needed me to move the corresponding resource because I only moved it from one resource group to another. Hence, single virtual machine also got moved. Do we need downtime for the virtual machine while moving the machine from one resource group to another? No. There is no downtime for your resources or applications while the resources are being moved. Everything works as is. If you want to roll back deleted resources, can we do that? No, you cannot do that. You cannot get the resources once deleted. So please ensure when you are doing this, you have to be cautious. So two important things, while you're deleting resources, please be cautious. Once deleted, they cannot be recovered until and unless you have a backup of those resources. Second thing, to delete a resource group, I have this delete resource group option. Once I click on delete resource group, you can see explicitly calls this out. Deleting the resource group is irreversible. The action you are about to take cannot be undone. Going further, we'll delete this resource group and all the resources in it will be permanently deleted, which means once deleted forever. No way to recover your resource group as well as the resources back again. So please take extra precaution whenever you are actually deleting your resources or resource group. So I'm simply typing in the name of this resource group again to delete this resource group. And once I click on delete, it is going to entirely delete this resource group as well. If I forget to remove the IP from resource group, will it be built? Yes, it will be built. So please delete the entire resource group Tamil if at all you have created. Okay. I'll recommend please delete all your resource groups if you have at all created them. Otherwise, what will happen? They will continue to eat up your credit on a daily basis. And you have got a limited credit of $200. So please use it wisely so that after 30 days also, you end up at least having some balance over there, if at all not zero, so that you can at least ensure for the next 30 days, everything is working for you. So based on this, you will be able to create resources in the region. Now, as I said above this, there could be your organization policy, which they have created in Azure to block the creation of resources. Then that's a separate thing, because you will have to look after the policy which has been created. We are going to talk about the governance and compliance, guys. Again, as an administrator, it is important for you to basically ensure that the governance and the compliance aspect is again something that you take care of. So starting with the concept of the management groups, it helps you provide a level of a scope above the subscription. So usually when you work into an organization, there will be several subscriptions that you are going to deal with. Right now, you are working as an individual trying to learn Azure. So you only have one subscription that you are dealing with, which is actually a free trial subscription. But into an enterprise environment where you are going to deal with multiple or several subscriptions, you need to have a way where you can efficiently manage the access, the policies, as well as compliance for those subscriptions. And that is where comes this concept of the Azure Management Group. This is different from resource group concept. Okay, so don't mix and merge this with the concept of resource group. And this concept right now that we are talking about is something which is very new and different from. Now, Azure Management Group provides you a level of scope above the subscriptions, which means you can organize your subscriptions into containers called management groups. And also you can apply your governance conditions to the management group. And that is where the management group are going to help you in terms of enabling the organizational alignment for your Azure subscription via the custom hierarchies and grouping. Also, it gives you a benefit of applying the policies at scale to all the subscriptions. And then you can also look at what is the current spend across a specific business unit or across a subscription, as well as the inheritance down the hierarchies. And then also it helps you with respect to compliance and cost reporting by organization. Now let us look at an example. So this basically helps you understand that workflow. So assume if your organization is having multiple departments like HR or IT or marketing. As an example, there could be more departments. There could be some another departments with some another name. Now across each of these departments, let's say HR is having a dev test subscription, marketing is having 2 different subscriptions. Then there are enterprise Azure subscriptions. Similarly, there is an IT department which has a production sub-management group, which is having 2 different geographies. Each of those geographies have got some EA subscriptions. So when there are multiple departments in your organization, you can actually lay down a hierarchy by creating management group for each department. And you should always start with a root management group. So let's say there will always be a tenant root group or a root management group. And then under the root management group, you can add different departments corresponding to your organization or different business unit. And then inside each business unit, you can have different subscriptions available. This concept is fairly new concept in Azure, helping you better manage the hierarchy and also helps you apply the governance and policy across all the subscriptions in one single operation. So the benefit of this is basically specifically from an Azure standpoint is with respect to the governance for your organization. Assume as a part of your organization, you have to achieve a compliance which says that all the users in your organization should only be allowed to create resources in Central India and South India. They should not be allowed to create resources in any other data center in the world. Okay, so if you want to only allow the creation of resources in Central India and West India data centers, then you can apply that policy at a scale to all of these subscriptions in one single operation by just creating a policy and applying a policy at the root management group, so that that policy will automatically be inherited down the line to all the subscriptions at each of the level. Assume specifically if marketing team wants that they want to apply some policy which should only be applicable on the subscriptions which are falling under marketing. So you can create a policy and apply it only at the marketing so that that policy be only applicable on these 2 subscriptions, while rest of the subscriptions will not have that policy applicable. So that's the benefit around the management group. Management groups can be created within the Azure portal by going to all services. And then under the general category, you will have an option of the management groups. Once you click on this, you will be able to create the management group. By default, you can see I am having a tenant root group. So this is basically a root management group that I have. And then inside this tenant root group, by default, all my subscriptions are falling under this. Okay. And once you use this functionality, it is going to benefit you in terms of managing the compliance across your entire organization. Now, if I want to create more management groups under this tenant root group, I can click on create, give a name. Let's say I give a name as IT department, and the group name also I want to give as IT. I click on submit, it creates an IT management group. Now assume if I want to move this subscription under that management group, which is currently getting created, you can always do that by going to the individual management group. So let this IT management group get created. And then I will show you how these subscriptions can be moved under that IT management group, which means you are allowed to create a hierarchy depending on what is making more sense for your business, your organization, right? That's how you will be able to basically go ahead and create the hierarchy. So you can see I've got an IT management group created, which is this IT. And now once I click on this, I will get an option to add the subscription. This add subscription does not mean you are creating a new subscription. This add subscription means that whatever are the current existing subscription, those can be moved under this management group. So it is just about creating a proper hierarchy. That add subscription does not really mean that you're creating a new subscription. So once a subscription is moved, then you can again apply policy by going to this policy option. I'm not touch basing on this policy right now because I'm going to cover that in some time as a part of a policy topic itself. And then we will look at how a policy can be created and how it can actually be applied to the resources. So that's about the management group. After management group comes a concept of Azure subscriptions. We talked about this diagram, right? I helped you understand how the subscription directory are linked together. So we already talked about this. You have Azure resources in the resource group. All the charges for these are tagged to the Azure subscription. And then comes the authentication and authorization aspect from the Azure Active Directory standpoint. So we know what is a subscription. We will definitely need a subscription to create resources and deploy resources. We also talked about different ways of getting a subscription. Most of you are going to use free trial or a pay-as-you-go subscription. If you're part of enterprise, it can be an enterprise agreement, which means your enterprise is going to get into an enterprise agreement with Microsoft. And as a result,
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Your enterprise is going to do a monthly upfront commitment. Let's say your enterprise says that no matter what, whether we use X number of resources or X utilization happens or not, still we are going to pay you minimum of $1,500 per month. So your enterprise has to do an upfront monetary commitment with Microsoft, and that is basically an enterprise agreement. Then there are resellers where you can buy Azure via the open licensing program. We talked about this last week. There are also Microsoft partners. These partners are nothing but a third-party company who becomes the Microsoft partner, and these people have the expertise to design and implement your solution. So it is more of like you want to get a product built. Your company doesn't have the expertise to build that product, so you hire another company to do that task for you. So those are actually the Microsoft partners who help you to build that expertise. And then we have got a personal subscription. You all created a pay-as-you-go subscription or a free trial subscription. It could be a student subscription as well. So we already talked about how these things actually work. Okay. So that's basically about how to get a subscription and how a subscription is basically created as a part of the overall Azure workflow. Can you show how to add the subscription? Add the subscription where, Benay? We talked about how to create a free trial subscription. If you want to go ahead and add or create more subscriptions like pay as you go, you can always go to this subscriptions option and then click on add. This add will give you different options available over here in terms of adding a free trial subscription or going ahead and then creating a student subscription. If that offer is eligible for you, it could be an dev test subscription. So those are the different types of subscription. Azure Pass is not actually a subscription type. It is more of like you get a voucher from Microsoft, Chandra, and that voucher can be redeemed using the Azure Pass website. So when you attend some of the Microsoft conferences, as courtesy, they give you these Azure passes to try out on the Azure. So in case you have any of those Azure passes, you can redeem those Azure Pass over here. So there is a website called as Azure Pass. So that pass is nothing but this is more of a code that you get. And then once you click on start, it is going to ask you to enter that promo code. So not really the promo code, but then you can see you will get an code something like this. So you can use this code and then basically you get some amount of credit like $100 or $200 to utilize or leverage. You simply go to a management group, you have an option of add a subscription. Once you click on this, it will give you a choice of moving the subscription. So like I have this pay as you go, I can simply click on save and it is going to move this subscription under this IT management group. Just a single click operation. I'm not doing that currently because I don't want to move my subscription to another management group. And to delete this management group, I'm simply going to click on delete. And this is going to delete the management group, which I created, which is the IT group. So that's how the subscription can be added under a hierarchy with respect to the management group. Okay, now coming on to checking the resource limit. So how many of you feel that when you are using cloud, you can create resources in unlimited quantity? Anil, if you add the subscription to one group, adding the subscription under a group, this is only to achieve the compliance. This has got nothing to do with the cost. Okay. So if you are adding a subscription called as, let's say, free trial under marketing. Okay. So this subscription which you're using free trial, any cost incurred corresponding to this subscription will go down till the marketing. Other specific groups or other subscriptions are not impacted. Okay, other groups will not be charged for this subscription. This is just how you are basically trying to create a hierarchy to achieve compliance and have the cost reporting in terms of your organization, right? Usually in organizations, you may have different business units. Each business unit wants to report how much cost they have incurred. So that is where you have created these hierarchies to have the cost at each of those levels. Okay, now coming on to checking the resource limit. How many of you feel that when you are using cloud, you can create resources in unlimited quantities? Okay, so that is not really true because we all are bounded by the shared technology vulnerability. So though it feels like I can create resources in unlimited quantities, but at a per subscription level, there is a limit defined. Okay, which means there is a hard set limit defined at each of those levels. And this talks about all the services in Azure. You can see any service for which you want to actually see the limits are available. How many management groups can be created? How many resource groups can be created inside a subscription? Every limit is available over here. Apart from it, within the Azure portal, once I go to all services, then you go to subscriptions, and then I select the subscription pay as you go. Now at the subscription level, you will be able to see settings under which there is a option of usage and quotas. So this option of usage and quotas is again going to basically give you the overall limits at each of the levels. Okay, so if you look at this basically talks about the overall limits. For example, how many virtual machines in Southeast Asia? 25,000. How many virtual machine skill set? It could be 2,500. So once you start creating resources, you will be able to actually see all of your limits. You can select a specific service or you can select all the service depending on how you want to actually see the limits over here. Also, you can select different regions, which is going to show you the limits. Now for certain services, you can reach out to Microsoft to increase the limit. I mean, as an individual, it is okay. But think about an enterprise scenario where you might need to get those numbers increased, right? So you see this icon, right? One is an icon of a person with a headphone. That is where you will have to reach out to Microsoft and raise a help and support ticket with them to increase those limits further. In case you don't want to kind of increase the limit, it is all fine. But if you at all need it, you will have to raise a support ticket. And then there are you see a pencil at some places. So wherever there is a pencil, you can edit the limit by yourself. Okay, wherever you see the pencil, the limit is adjustable and you yourself will be able to edit those limits. But wherever you see this person symbol, you will have to raise a support ticket with Microsoft person with a headphone. Okay, so that's on the resource limits and the quotas when you are basically using cloud. So never assume that when you're using cloud, you can create resources in unlimited quantities. You're always bounded by the shared technology vulnerability. And as a result, there are limits, hard set limits available for each of the services that you utilize or use. Now moving on to the concept of the resource tax. Okay, so at the end, it is all Microsoft responsible to get those limits increased. Again, as part of enterprise, also the process remains same. You raise a support ticket with Microsoft and then they are going to help you increase the limit. If at all, it is possible at their end to increase the limit further. Sometimes they may come back saying that it is not possible to increase the limit any further over there. Okay, so that's basically the limit part. So after this, moving on to resource tags. Now tags again are very, very useful for you. You may have seen that while you create a resource group or while we try to create a resource, we see an option of creating the tags. Like when I go to resource group and then I click on create, you would have seen the last second option is always tags. Before review and create, you always see something called as tags. So this tag is basically where you can apply the name value pairs to your resources, which will help you to logically organize them by categories. Something like you can apply a tag called as environment as production to ensure that everybody knows this resource is being used for production environment. You can apply something like name as Ayush, right? Or location as Central India. So you can apply tags to your resources. Tags are going to help you better manage your resources, and you can logically organize them by categories. At the same time, they are also going to help you in terms of grouping the billing data. So I will highly recommend you all that you should have a practice of applying the tags specifically in the enterprise environment. And some of the very, very popular tags that you should kind of apply to your resources is something like environment equal to dev or QA or production. Location tag can be applied. What is the name of the application so that you know which resource is being used for which application. Because in real-time environment, you may not just deal with probably 50 or 100 odd resources. There may be thousands to 10,000s of resources available here. So if you don't apply tags, it could practically be very, very difficult for you to understand that which resource is being used to perform what operation. So if you apply these tags, like what is the cost center ID, which department is basically this resource belonging to, description of the resource, who is the owner of the resource. If you apply all of these tags, these are going to make your life much, much easier. Also, another benefit of this is, let's say I have a project called as Ayush e-commerce application. Okay, assume I have a project which is Ayush e-commerce application, and corresponding to Ayush e-commerce application, I have got some 20 or 30 resources available, or maybe 50 resources available, right? So if you have those 50 or 100 resources belonging to Ayush e-com application, and you have to filter those resources out from the list of 10,000 resources, then this tax is going to make your life easier, because you can add a filter where you can select the filter as tag, and then you will start seeing a tag once applied. Right now, I'm just giving you an example, but you will see a tag like project name or application name equal to Ayush ecom application. The moment you apply the tag, it is going to only show you the resources corresponding to your e-commerce application. Hence, it makes your life very, very easy to get the resources corresponding to a product, to get the cost of that resource which belongs to a project. So it helps you with respect to billing data, grouping the billing data as well. So these are some of the important use cases around the tags in terms of how tags are going to help you better manage your resources. And how to apply the tag? It's very simple. Whenever you create a resource or a resource group, you will see the last second option of tags. So let's say I'm creating a resource group named Ayush Ecom App-RG in East US location. And then I apply a tag called as environment as production, right? You can add more tags also like this. And the tag name value could be anything. It could be as simple as name equal to Jyoti. Okay, so it could be any tag name value pair depending on what is important for you. And then once you click on review and create, it is going to apply this tag to your resource. So it's going to apply this tag called as environment as production to my resource. Okay, and again, as I said, this is just an example. So you can have a maintenance window, which means that's a patching window when you're going to ensure that the application is updated. So if you're applying that tag, anybody using that application will know that, okay, this is the maintenance window. And this is also internally for your users to ensure that they only perform the maintenance operation during that patching window period. So what tags you want to apply is exactly dependent on what is making more sense for your business, your organization. So that's basically about the tags. And also, while I'm talking about the tags right now, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to move to cost management. So these tags are also going to help you with respect to cost management and billing. Okay, when you're applying the tag, you can actually filter out the cost of the resources for a specific application name by using the tags. So that's going to be another advantage of leveraging the tags. So that's basically about the tags that can be applied to the resources. So at a resource group level or at an individual resource level, you can have up to 50 tag value pairs can be applied. It could be anything, name as XYZ, environment as XYZ, whatever tags you want to create basically. So that's on with the tags. So in your organization, whatever is the nomenclature, you can simply apply that. So it could be something like cost center equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever is the number or alphanumeric character in your organization, you can apply that. So that's basically on with the tags, guys. Next up, talking about billing in Azure. Now, most of you today are using free trial, so you are not going to get a bill generated. Now, when it comes to billing, I'm talking about two important things. One is the cost analysis. Another is the Azure pricing calculator. Now, cost analysis in Azure is going to give you a complete picture of what resources are currently deployed in your subscription, what is the utilization of the resources, what resources you have ran for what amount of time, what is the forecast based on the current utilization. You can create alerts as well. You can set up the budgets as well. So let us talk about the Azure cost analysis, where we can view the current consumption. We can talk about the billing alerts. We can talk about setting up the budgets. And then we will also talk about a tool called as Azure Pricing Calculator. Please pay attention. Filter is nothing but a tag, is it right? Yes, in the filter, you can basically filter out the resources based on multiple criteria. Like the criteria could be location, it could be edge zone, it could be status, it could be any kind of tags. So it gives you choices to filter your resources based on different specific values. Now talking about cost management and billing, very, very important. This is also going to help you understand what you have utilized, what you have incurred, where you have incurred. You can see it in terms of utilization on a monthly basis, on quarterly basis, on yearly basis, right? So we go on to cost management and billing. And then under cost management and billing, I have the second option, which is cost management. And then under the cost management, you will see an option of cost analysis. Under cost management, you will see an option of cost analysis. And as a part of this cost analysis, you are basically going to see the actual cost. Whatever actual cost you are seeing over here, this is based on the actual utilization, which means you have already consumed these many resources. So you see here a 672.97, which means I have already consumed 672.97 INR worth of resources. That's something which I have to pay anyways. And then based on what is currently running, it tells me that my forecast is 1071.06, which means by the end of the month, if I continue to use the resources in a very same manner, I am going to end up paying 1071.06 INR. Now, you can see it is showing it for my current invoice period. My invoice period is October 24 to November 23. Let's say I want to see what was my utilization last month. I can change it to last invoice, or I can change it to last month. When I change it to last month, it will tell me I incurred 3,757 last month. And it gives you a breakup of what was the service where you utilized the max amount, which was the location where you utilized the max amount, and then what were the resource groups which lead to this high utilization. This chart, you can change it, you can group it by whatever you want. You can change the granularity to daily. You can change the area to, let's say, column chart. When you change it to a column stacked, you can see a day-wise utilization. Like on October 7, my cost was 204. On October 8, it was the highest consumption throughout the month. Right, and eventually after October 14, my cost started decreasing. Right, so you can basically change this view depending on how you want to see it. Let's say I want to see the data for last 12 months. So it says in the last 12 months, I've incurred 31,228. That's the actual cost incurred. And right now it will not show the forecast because I'm seeing it for the last 12 months. If I see it for the current year, which is 2022, it is going to show you the forecast also, because the year is not yet completed. And based on my current utilization, it says that by the end of the year, I may end up incurring 23,705.50 INR. Now let me change this back to this month. Now, if you look at this view, it is still not giving you a complete picture of what is the utilization on a per resource basis. So you can change the view from here, and rather than accumulated cost, you can change it to cost by resource. So I'm changing it to cost by resource. And here you can see for, let's say, last month, you can see all of these resources. So highest utilization was done by my web application. Then I have got app services where I have, again, in terms of security, the pricing was this. Then I have got operating system disk. So you can see this complete utilization. Right. So this is basically the total utilization that you can see. And also the utilization of tags comes in over here as well. So here in the tags, if you look at, I can filter out the resources if the tag has been applied, and I can actually see the cost of the resources. So that is where comes the utilization of the tags, and you can see the complete billing data. By default, it's showing INR or dollar. So by default, it is showing INR for me because my current location is set to India. If you change your current location and currency, then it will actually show you the pricing in dollar. Okay, so that pricing thing that you see specifically, the currency, that can be changed based on the location that you have signed up from. Disk is nothing but a storage account. No, disk is separate. It is a virtual machine disk. We'll talk about it in our virtual machine session. The disk is the virtual machine disk. So that's basically about the complete billing data. So you will have to research on it and then get the PowerShell commands corresponding to what kind of data you're looking forward to. Might be not everything out of this might be possible using PowerShell. Okay, so best ways to grab this from the billing section. by downloading it. This is an option where you can just download this and export this complete data in the form of an Excel or a CSV. So once you click on download data, you can actually get the Excel or a CSV downloaded, and then you can use this to basically filter out the cost or use it to create reports or whatever you want to actually do. So that's the basically complete data, and these are the tags, right? So based on these tags, you can filter out your resources. Currently, it shows different tags because those were the tags that I applied to the resources earlier. Here it is also showing you cost in USD. It is also showing you cost in INR, and that's the currency. Forget the subscription. Okay, one is the subscription where you would want to see that at a subscription scope. Rather than the subscription scope, if let's say you are an owner of an individual resource group, assume there is this Ayush Ecom app, and people who are part of my team are the owner or contributor only on this resource group, which means they can only manage the aspects of this resource group. Then on this resource group, they will be able to see the cost analysis by going to the cost management and cost analysis. So at a resource group level also, there is this option of cost management and then cost analysis over here. Because when we talk about role-based access control, sometimes people get confused between two different role types. One is the IAM role, another is the Active Directory role. So that's where we'll talk about it in some time. So that's basically about the billing. Now we talk about the pricing calculator. So as an architect or as an delivery head or as a project manager or as a team lead, let's say if you are the one who basically deals with the budgeting of the project, okay, then this gonna be the pricing calculator, which is going to help you out. Okay, so if you are someone who deals with the budgeting of the project and you want to get an understanding of how the cost is going to look like before even the project has started, that is where you guys can actually leverage this tool, which is called as the Azure pricing calculator. So with this tool, it is going to give you an idea of how the cost is going to look like, and you can select the resources that you're going to use. So for example, let me just delete everything from here so that I can show you the better picture. Now, let's say I want to get the cost of a virtual machine. Before even I started building the resources, I started on the project. I want to get a rough estimate how the cost is going to look like. I click on virtual machine. It is going to add that to my estimate. Now, talking about this pricing calculator. So see, I have added virtual machine. It has got added to my estimate. And again, this estimate that you see is actually close to what the actual pricing is going to be. So you can select in which region are you deploying the resource, what will be the operating system, what will be the size of the virtual machine, for how much duration are you going to run this virtual machine, right? And then you can see there are different pricing models. So there is a pay-as-you-go pricing, there is 1 year savings plan, there is 1 year reserve, 3 year saving plans, 3 year reserved. The licensing cost of the operating system, whether you want to bring in your own license or you want Azure to provide the license, based on whatever selections you make over here, you will see an average cost coming in over here. So you can see it says that for this virtual machine, my monthly cost is going to look like $152.57 per month. Now you can export this estimate. You can save this estimate. If you save this, it will actually be saved into the saved estimate over here. Also, you can share it with your team members. Apart from it, in case, let's say you are working into an enterprise and that enterprise has a agreement with Microsoft, then under the licensing program, you will actually see an option of applying the enterprise agreement after you have logged into this page with your enterprise email ID. Okay. So if you're part of an enterprise, you can log into this page with your enterprise email ID, and post that you will start seeing your enterprise agreement over here. So in the licensing program, you can select your enterprise agreement, and probably you're gonna see somewhere around 40% to 50% of the discount on the overall on-demand pricing of the virtual machine. So this is a very good tool to actually get an insight into what the cost is going to look like. Also, sometimes it can be helpful for you to convey your leadership about what the cost in the cloud is going to actually look like. So that is where we have got these different tools. Hybrid means you're trying to bring in your own license to Azure. That's the hybrid thing. Again, right now, whatever selections or options you're seeing over here, that is all based on the virtual machine. If I select another resource, these options are going to change. Okay. So the options are completely dependent on the service in question. Also, there are example scenarios like, for example, if I select CI/CD with Azure Web Apps, right? And then I click on add to estimate. So you will see that it has added this complete CI/CD for Azure Web Apps to the estimate. 5 DevOps licenses with Azure Data Lake Storage with an app service and Azure Monitor. It says that this kind of solution is going to cost me $113 per month. So there are also some example use cases around that you can try to dig into and see how the overall budgeting stuff works. So very, very good tool for all of you to leverage to get an insight into what the cost is going to look like. Again, calling it out, this is not the exact cost. This is close to the actual cost that you are going to incur. Yes, it is possible. You can select it for the just the web application. So on the pricing calculator, whatever resource you want, right? Whatever resource you can think of, you can only select that very resource. You have a selection option over here. Let's say I delete my entire estimate that I was having. Let me close this. And let me also delete this. Now you want to go with database, you go to databases, you select a SQL DB or Cosmos DB, whatever you want, and you have it for the database. Again, based on whatever selections you make, the pricing is going to completely change. So that's basically on the Azure pricing calculator. Now talking about the Azure policy. So policy is something which is going to again help you achieve the compliance for your organization, right? So when we talk about the Azure policy, it is a service that you all can use to create, assign, and manage the policy in Azure. Policy is going to enforce different set of rules on your resources. And once these resources will have those rules enforced, the resources will stay compliant with your corporate standards and the service level agreements. So in general, if I talk about the advantages of the policy, it helps you with respect to enforcement and compliance, where you can turn on the built-in policies. If you want, you can also build some custom policies. Apart from it, you can apply policies at a scale, which means your policies can be applied at 3 different scopes. You can apply the policy at a management group level. You can apply a policy at a subscription level. And then also you can apply the policy at a resource group level.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
So these are 3 specific scopes at which the policy can be applied. And then lastly, there is a remediation, which means you can have a real-time remediation of the policy as well as remediation done on the existing resources. Now, Azure policy gonna be very important for all of you in case you are having teams which are running an environment where you need to govern multiple engineering teams, or you are dealing with multiple subscriptions, or you want to standardize or enforce on how the cloud resources are going to be configured, or if you want to manage the regulatory compliance, cost control, security, or let's say design consistency. These are the areas where you would want to apply the policies. Talking about implementing the Azure policies, it's a 4-step process. First is you browse the policy definition. So there are a lot of pre-built policy definitions available for you. So the definition will actually describe or express what resource needs to be evaluated and what actions should be taken. And the policy definition will also have condition under which it will be enforced. A very simple example is, I want to only allow the creation of resources in US data centers. So I can select only the US regions where the policy will be enforced. And that is where you come across the policy definition. Then you can create initiative definition. Initiative definition means you want to combine multiple policies to achieve a larger goal. That is called as creating the initiative definition. So assume you applying 1 policies. Rather than that, what you do is you create an initiative definition and you apply multiple policies together in one single shot. That's called as creating the initiative definition to achieve a larger goal. Something like ensuring a complete branch office is compliant. Then third is you scope the initiative definition, which means you define where you want to apply this policy. Do you want to apply it at a management group? You want to apply it at a subscription? You want to apply it at a resource group? You define the scope where the policy should be applied. And once the policy is applied, you can view the policy evaluation results. So that's about implementing the Azure policy. Let us look at how the policy can be created within the Azure portal. So I go to all services, and then in all services, I can search here for policy. This is where you can see I have an option of policy. I click on policy. This is where you can see there are definitions available. So there are a lot of pre-built policy definitions available. And if you want to club multiple policies together, you can also create an initiative definition. So initiative definition means I am trying to club multiple policies together. Okay. So that is where you can create an initiative definition. As a part of this, you can have up to 100 policies combined together. Now, once you have the policy definition and initiative definition available, you move on to the assignment. And as a part of the assignments, you can assign the policy or you can assign the initiative. Let's talk about assigning the policy in a very same fashion. You can also assign the initiative. So to assign a policy, the first thing that you do is you go ahead and select the scope. Scope is where you can select a subscription, you can select a management group, or you can select a resource group. Right now, I have the scope selected at a subscription level, which means this policy will be applicable at the subscription scope. When you apply a policy at a subscription level, by default, all the resource groups will also have this policy automatically applied. So that is where we will basically have the subscription selected. Now there may be few resource groups that you may want to exclude from the policy. Okay. So in case you have resource groups which you want to exclude from the policy, you can always define the exclusion scopes. Okay. You can always define the exclusion scope so that those specific resource groups will not have that policy applicable. Sometimes it is possible that you are doing a POC, right? So if you are doing a POC, you may want to ensure that the policies are not applicable so that you can try out on all the stuff that you in general want to do. Then comes policy definition. So there are a lot of policy definitions already available, 1656 definitions available. Let's say I want to create a policy for allowed location. I can search a policy which says allowed locations. And then by default, when you create a policy, it will be enabled, assigned by me. Next, you select the parameter. What are the locations you want to allow the resource creation to be available in? So let's say I want to allow the resource creation in central India, and another is, let's say, India region. So any of the India region, the resource creation will be allowed. This is a remediation. So by default, any existing resource that you have will not automatically be remediated. Okay. Only the new resources that you are creating, those will have this policy applicable. So for the existing resources, it is going to show you those resources under the non-compliant resources. You can also share a non-compliance message. So assume if a user tries to create a resource in any other data center or any other location apart from India, what message do you want to show to the user? That can be typed over here. So you can say that you are only allowed to create resources in India location. That message will be appearing to user within the notifications, or when the review and create thing happens, the validation will fail and user will be able to see the message. And then lastly, you can review and create. To create this policy, once you click on create, the policy will be created and it will be enforced. And thereafter, user will only be allowed to create the resources in central India or any of the India data centers. So that's how a policy can be created. Right now, I'm not clicking on create, but once you click on create, the policy will be applicable on the subscriptions as well as all the resource group which are part of this subscription. And once your policy has been applied, you can always go to compliance to check the current state of your subscription, where it will tell you how many resources are compliant with the policy, how many resources are not compliant with the policy, and then you can see the non-compliance initiatives as well as non-compliant policies. And then you can take the proactive action on those resources and remediate those resources in order to ensure that those resources be compliant. So that is where comes the concept of the policy. So if you are simply creating a policy definition, that is just one policy created. But when you say you are creating an initiative, you are trying to club multiple policies together. It could be, I want to select specific locations where I want to allow the creation of resources. Maybe I want to allow only the certain size of virtual machines to be created. So likewise, you can create multiple policies and club those policies together to create a larger initiative definition. So when you create this, it saves your time to ensure that you don't have to create policy one by one and then apply that policy again. With just one initiative, you can apply multiple policies to your management group or subscriptions or resource group. Assume your user is trying to create a resource in US location, which means that it is not adhering to the policy because your policy says that you can only create resources in India. So you can give user a non-compliance message that you are only allowed to create resources in the India location. So whatever non-compliance message you want to show to your user, that will depend on the kind of policy that you would have created to the location which is allowed, because there could be few resources which were created before the policy got created, right? So as a result, the existing resources will not be compliant. So in order to remediate that, you will have to do a manual remediation. Like you can move those resources to the compliant location, or you may have to redeploy those resources to ensure that they are compliant with the policy. So that's basically about the Azure policies. And always remember, policy can only be applied at 3 scopes. Scopes means one is the management group, another is the resource group, and then another is the subscription. You can only apply policies at these 3 different scopes only. Redeploy means just deploy the JSON file. No, you will have to redeploy the entire resource, Ganesh, not just the JSON file. Compliance means out of India. No, that is a non-compliant. Okay. So that is about the Azure policy, guys. where you can create policies, apply these policies at a scale, and ensure that your resources stay compliant with your organization standards or the governance standards. Next, talking about the users and groups. Okay, I said you all are user within the Azure Active Directory. You remember that line when I was talking about you all are users within the Azure Active Directory. So we today gonna talk about the users and the groups. So when we talk about the users and the groups, first thing is the user account. So all the users or people who want to have access to the resources within the Azure must have a user account. So you all are actually a user within the Azure Active Directory. As a result, you all have got a user account where you have a set of email ID and a set of password to log into the Azure portal, right? Now there are three different sources depending on the type of identity, where you can create three different types of users. One is a cloud identity user, which means a user which is only existing in the Azure Active Directory. Any user who is part of the Azure Active Directory, which means a user which is added with a domain, something like this. Like here you can see I have a user which says @ayushrathilive.onmicrosoft.com. Okay, you all also would be seeing something here. Once you hover over your mouse, you will be able to see a domain. If you hover your mouse on the top right corner, you will see a domain. So every time you create an Azure account and Azure subscription, you will actually see a domain. And this domain is basically something where you can add the users to this default domain. So like in my case, the default domain is ayushrathilive.onmicrosoft.com. So I can add any user at this domain. That's called a cloud identity user. Okay. So if I say I am adding a user called as Sudipta @ayushrathilive.onmicrosoft.com. That will be called as a cloud identity user. Okay. Then the second kind of user is a directory synchronized users. So before Azure Active Directory, I'm not sure how many of you have ever dealt with it or are aware of this. In the organization also, you were having Active Directory. You remember there were days when your password used to expire. You used to go to your IT help desk support team to get your password reset, right? And they used to do something and then they used to ask you to type in the new password, right? So that is where we were basically dealing with the days where we were using Active Directory rather than the Azure Active Directory, where we were not having functionalities of self-service password reset. Today, most of us are able to reset our passwords on our own, right? Before even your password expires, you start getting mails that 90 days to expire your password and things like that. Also, your manager will start sending you mail if you don't reset it, right? So talking about the Active Directory, which is basically your on-premises directory. So any user who is brought into the Azure Active Directory using the synchronization activity from the on-premises Active Directory, those are called as the directory synchronized identities or the directory synchronized users, which means a user who is also present in your on-premises directory plus a user who is also present in the Azure Active Directory. So if a user is brought into the Azure Active Directory using a directory synchronization activity, that will be called as a directory synchronized user. And in this column on premises, you will see an option here. I mean, you will see yes over here if it is a directory synchronized user. Then I have a last category of user, which is a guest user. So any user who is brought into the Azure from outside Azure, which means any user @gmail.com, @hotmail.com, @yahoo.com, right? @facebook.com. Those are all called as a guest user, which means a user which is not having this domain, having any other domain apart from it, right? Something like ayush@google.com. So that's basically a guest user who is added to your Active Directory. So these are three different types of the user identities that we have. Let us look at how to add a user to the Azure Active Directory. By default, when you go to your Active Directory, you all will see yourself available in the list of the users over here. But now I am going to add a new user, show you how to add a new user. So I click on new user and I click on create new user. So first is create new user. Second is invite external user. This invite external user option is actually a guest user account. Okay, the third category that we talked about. So I'm going with create new user. You can give a username. Let's say I give the username as Sudipta. So I'm adding a user called as Sudipta @ayushratilive.onmicrosoft.com. It could be also something like Sudipta@tcs.com, right? So for that, you will have to validate that you are the owner of the domain. But by default, you will get a domain which will be something like .onmicrosoft.com. So whatever be the email ID with which you have signed up on the Azure, you will see that email ID by where the @ will be removed and then followed by .onmicrosoft.com. I give the name of the user. I give the name as Sudipta. I can give the first name and the last name. Again, this is optional. I'm having an auto-generate password. And then in the groups and roles, if I want, I can add this user to some groups. Now you would have seen when you join an organization, you are part of some of the groups. It would be either your team DL, the team that you are joining. It could be the DL of that team, or it could be a employee communication group. It could be a payroll group. It could be HR communications group, right? You are part of a lot of groups within your organization. So this user can be added to groups, as well as by default, when a user is added, the user will be created with a user role. Okay. This user that I'm adding over here, then this user will be created with a user role. By default, block sign-in is set to no, which means there are no block sign-in for the user. But in case you want to block the sign-ins for the user, you can click on yes. Sometimes what happens is before even a user has joined an organization, the IT team might have created a user account. So they keep this block sign-in to yes. And on the very first day, you would have seen you usually have an induction session with your IT team, right? Where you are handed over the laptop and then they also tell you that this is your username and a password, and then they tell you that on the very first sign in, please change your password, right? So that is how this workflow actually works. And then you can enter the job title, department, company name, manager name. These are usually the information that you see within the Outlook, right? In your email applications, you're able to find these informations. So once I click on create, the user will be created. This is a cloud identity user that I have created. For Azure user, it has to be created in Azure AD or on-premises AD, also synced with Azure AD. On-premises Active Directory can also sync with the Azure Active Directory, which means any specific user who is a part of the on-premises Active Directory can also be brought to Azure by a synchronization activity. So you can see now I have got a user called as Sudipta added. This user is only available in Azure Active Directory. This user is not a part of the on-premises Active Directory. And this user has been added with the domain @ayushratilive.onmicrosoft.com. Once a user is added, you can play around with this user. You can grant this user an access to some resources. You can reset the user password. You can revoke the sessions. You would have seen on the very last day of your organization, right? Let's say you've left an organization. On the very last day or after the last day, all your sessions are revoked. You are no more able to access the email. You are no more able to access different set of applications, right? So that is where this revoke session thing will be useful, where you can revoke the user sessions. Apart from it, once you go to this blade, you also see an option of enabling the multi-factor authentication for the users. So there is an option of per user MFA. Once you click on this, it takes you to another page where you will be able to enable the multi-factor authentication. So here you can select the user for which you want to enable the multi-factor authentication, and you can click on enable to enable the MFA for that user. And MFA could be anything. It could be a soft token, it could be a hard token, depending on what is more prominent in your organization. That way, multi-factor authentication can be enabled for the user. So that's about adding the users to the Azure Active Directory. Apart from this, you can also add a guest user, which is called as invite external user. So when I click on invite external user, you can see I have an option of select template invite user. Now here I can add any user. Now this time if I type in abhay@gmail.com, I will be able to add this user as well. So any user with any specific email ID can be added to the Azure Active Directory. Now, what will happen if I just add in this email ID and sorry, not the this is the name field. So I can enter a name over here. First name, last name is optional. You send a personal message and then you click on invite. Now, when you click on invite, there will be an invitation sent to this email ID. And the invitation will look something like this. It looks something like this. You are invited to the default directory organization by date. Only when this user to whom you have sent the invite clicks on get started, then only this user will actually be able to sign up on the Azure portal with this email ID. Until then, the user will only be shown here as the invited user. Something like this, invitation, creation type, invitation. So those are called as the guest users within the Azure Active Directory. So that's how you can create the user. I already talked about the user types, member and guest. So the third option is the guest users. These are both the members. Cloud identity and the directory synchronized identities are the members. And the third option is the guest user. So that's where you see these in the form of the user types. Any user who is basically invited in the form of a guest will be available in the form of the guest user. How external user will access the portal? External user Anil will get a mail just like the one I showed you. And once the external user clicks on get started, user will be taken up to a new page where user can sign up on the Azure portal to get access. So that's how that's going to work. Okay, like I created this user Sudipta, there was a password created, which was a user generated password. So you can reset the password anytime if you want. Okay, if you don't know the password, you can click on reset password to have a temporary password and you can sign in with that. Okay, now you can see there are a few more options over here. So you can download the list of all the users which are available. There are bulk operations like bulk create, bulk invite, bulk delete. Now assume if I want to add 100 users over here, I'm not going to do this one by one again and again, right? Rather than that, once I click on bulk create, I get an option to download the CSV template. So you can download the CSV template from here. You can open up the template and then you can enter the mandatory fields. There are a few fields which are actually mandatory, like the name is a mandatory field. You can see required. Username is a mandatory field required. Initial password is a mandatory field. Blocked sign-in is not a mandatory, is also a mandatory field. Okay, so whatever is mandatory field, you will have to enter those details. And once done, you can upload this over here. It will bulk create the users for you. So that is something which is going to save your time and also bulk create the users for you. So that is basically on the workflow of bulk user creation and how the overall aspect of the user is added as a part of the Azure workflow.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
So that was about the user. Now after user comes the groups. Okay. So if you're using Office 365 or if you're using Outlook, you may have not realized, but you are actually using the Azure Active Directory. Okay. Your organization is actually leveraging the Azure Active Directory. So if you're using Office 365 or if you're using Outlook, your organization is already leveraging the Azure Active Directory. Now moving on to groups. So you would have seen the mail DLs, right? Within Outlook, you have got the distribution list. So as part of groups, there are two different types of groups. As the name says groups, which means it's collection of user, right? Collection of users forming a group. So group helps the organization to make it easier to manage the permissions. And there are two different groups that you have got in Azure. One is the security group. Another is the Microsoft 365 group. So if you want to create a group which should be used to grant the role-based access control, then you should always create a security group. Security group should be created in case you want to use groups to assign the permissions and grant the role-based access control. In case you want to use a group that will be used by your email application, which is more of a distribution group to send mails, then you should create a Microsoft 365 group. This is a group which is used mainly by the email applications. So to create a group within the Azure portal, we have an option of groups in the Active Directory, where I can go ahead and let's say I click on new group. There are two types, a security group and a Microsoft 365 group. So if I create a security group, I can enter the name of the group. Let's say I have a team called as Ayush Ecom application. As an example, let's say there is a team called as Ayush Ecom app. So I'm creating a group called as Ayush Ecom application, and I can, the membership type by default will be assigned. If you have the Active Directory license, which is a premium license, then you can change the membership type to dynamic as well. But by default, with the license that we get as part of this Active Directory, the license allows you to have an assigned membership type, which means you will have to add users to this group. I can add owners to the group. Let's say I add myself as the owner of the group. And it is not mandatory that an owner be necessarily a member of the group. You can have somebody who is just managing the group, but is not the member of the group. And in the list of the members, let's say I add Sudipta. Okay, I add Sudipta as the member of the group. So this is where I have got a member added to the group. We can click on create to create this group. Now guys, one thing which is very important is whenever you want to grant a role-based access control, right? Whenever you want to grant an access to multiple people, always use the concept of group. That is going to make your life easier. Assume you have multiple resources. Let's say resource 1, resource 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a group which has some 10 users today. All these 10 users needs to be granted an access on these 5 resources. So what you do is you basically grant this group an access on all these 5 resources. And when you grant this group an access on all the 5 resources, automatically all the people inside this group will have access to all 5 resources. So it makes your life easier. Otherwise, what you would have to do is for all the 10 people, right? You would have need to go ahead. For the first user, you go to all 5 resources and then grant the access. For second user, again, you go to all 5 resources and then grant the access. That's going to make your life difficult. So always use groups to grant the role-based access control. Another advantage is, let's say tomorrow 2 people leave your team. and another 2 people join your team. So for the people who are leaving, you want to revoke the access. So what do? You simply remove these 2 people from the group. The moment you remove them from the group, all their access will be revoked. And these 2 new people who have joined your team, you can simply get them added to this group. The moment they're added to the group, they will automatically have access to all the resources that in general your team has access to. So always use the concept of groups to grant the role-based access control that is going to make your life easier. Does that make sense? I already have a similar slide available, so just deleted the older slide. How is this different from IAM role? This is very different from IAM role. Right now, you haven't assigned a role. You have just created a group of people. Okay, so this is different from IAM role. We are yet going to define the role. We have not yet allocated the role. So the 5 resources that I was showing you, those access will be granted using IAM. Okay. Specifically, B2C is intended for commerce or interactions with your consumers, citizens, or members of another group, which doesn't really require access to the entire portfolio. While when you talk about the B2B, it is for the users who are part of your organization. So what in general you use is basically the B2B, which is for the authenticated user that will be on your Active Directory. While B2C is Baji for the customers or the users, which will be on the separate B2C Active Directory. So usually you would have seen sometimes whenever there is a new application launch, you are invited to try out that application. That is something which is taken care as a part of the B2C workflow. Okay. A client or customer being invited to access and try out on a product or an application. So that's the difference between B2C and B2B. So these users are allowed to access the portal as of now. Any user once added to the Azure Active Directory, okay, any user who is a part of the Azure Active Directory can actually go ahead and access the Azure portal. Because you have added that user in the Azure Active Directory, the user will be able to access the Azure portal. Got it? How to authenticate 2-factor PIN for each user? That is something that you control as a part of the user workflow, Ganesh, using the per user MFA. Okay, you will have to enable the per user MFA on a per user basis, and then only the multi-factor authentication will work. Another is you can also configure single sign-on for the applications. That's again something which needs to be done separately. So that's about the user and group in terms of how a user can be created, how a group can be created. And after this comes the role-based access control, via which you grant the user an access to either a resource group or an individual resource or a complete Azure subscription. So this is where we talk about role-based access control. A lot of you have been waiting for this stuff, which is the role-based access control. Ganesh, there is something called as Azure AD Connect if you want to do an Active Directory sync. Okay. Service similar to AD sync is the Azure AD Connect here. And also, you don't have all the similar functionalities of the on-prem AD on the Azure AD. So Azure AD doesn't bring in all the features and functionalities of the on-premises Active Directory. You seems to be much interested on the Active Directory, so just calling it out. Like in on-premises Active Directory, you have a concept of group policy object or organizational units, right? In Azure Active Directory, you don't have any such concept. We don't have any concepts of OU or GPOs. Okay, now moving on to role-based access control. So if you want to grant somebody an access to Azure AD users, groups, or services, that is where we have the role-based access control. Now, access is inherited down the line, which means that if somebody is having access at a subscription level, then that person will automatically have access on all the resource groups as well as all the resources inside this subscription. That is what it means by access is inherited down the line. Similarly, if you grant somebody an access only on this resource group, then automatically the user will have access to all the resources which are part of only this resource group. That is where we say access is inherited down the line. Now, specifically when we talk about Azure, there are three top level roles called as owner, contributor, and reader. There are a lot of other service specific roles also, but the three top level roles are owner, contributor, and reader. Owner means person can manage everything, including the access, which means anybody who is owner can grant some another person an access, can revoke the access of some another person, can delete resources, can create resources, can do everything in short. Then comes contributor. Contributor is someone who can manage everything except the access, which means this person will not be able to grant somebody an access on a resource, but can create resource, can delete resource, can do everything except the access. And then we have a reader access, which means person can only see the resources, cannot modify them, cannot manage them, cannot delete them, cannot create them. So it is only a view only access. These are the top level roles, but otherwise there are a lot of service specific roles also available in Azure. Okay, like corresponding to virtual machine service, there will be roles which are only corresponding to VMs. There are roles which are only corresponding to storage accounts. So there are a lot of service specific roles also. This is how the hierarchy follows. Somebody having access on a subscription will have access to all resource group, all resources. Somebody having access only on this resource group will only have access on the resources which are falling under this resource group. Somebody who has gotten access only on one individual resource can only access that resource. So if you look at inheritance, it goes down the line from top to bottom. Now, how do we grant this access? So I can grant accesses all the three scopes: a resource group, individual resource, or a subscription. So let's say I go to this resource group and I want to grant, this is my Ayush Ecom application resource group, and I want to grant Sudipta an access on this resource group. So I can go to access control. You will see the third option as access control at every place. Even if you go to any of these resources, the third option will be access control. If you go to a resource group also, third option will be access control. If you go to subscription also, you will see this option as access control. This access control IAM is used to grant the role-based access control. So you click on this and then you click on add to add a role assignment. You can click on add role assignment and then it will give you a option to select the role that you want to grant to the user. As I said, these are the three top level roles, very popular one: owner, contributor, reader. But there are also service specific roles, which means assume if I want to only allow Sudipta to access the virtual machine, I can give him a virtual machine contributor role or a virtual machine user login role. So Sudipta will only be able to log into the virtual machine. He or she cannot play with any other resources inside that resource group or subscription. So let's say I give Sudipta a contributor access. I click on next. I select the member. So in the select members, you can select both the things. You can select a group, which was Ayush Ecom application if you want to grant access to the group. If you want to just grant access to Sudipta as an individual user, you can just select the user. I click on select, go to next, you review the assignment. Sudipta is getting a contributor access on this resource group, which means Sudipta will also have access to all the resources inside this resource group, and we review and assign this role. And once you go to the role assignment, you will be able to see Sudipta has been granted a contributor access at this resource group level. While you can see myself as Ayush Rathi here, who is the owner at the subscription scope. So therefore, because I have an access on the subscription, my resource access is inherited. Because I have an access at the subscription scope, I by default also have an access on this resource to this group. And if I want to revoke back the access of Sudipta, I can select this user again. I can click on remove to revoke the access of this user. So that's how you can use the role-based access control, guys, to grant a user an access on the Azure resource group, Azure resources, or the subscription. This thing does not work at the management group level. This thing only starts working from the subscription and the below levels. So that's about the concept of the role-based access control. That said, please do not get confused by looking at the roles available within the Azure Active Directory. If you go to Azure Active Directory, you will see roles and administrators. Whatever roles you see in this Azure Active Directory, this has got nothing to do with the role-based access control. All these roles are very much specific to managing the aspects of the Azure Active Directory. Okay, so here there is a role called as global admin. Anybody who has this global admin role can perform all the operation in the Azure Active Directory. All the operation in Azure Active Directory means whatever options you are seeing over here, you will be able to use and leverage these options. Okay. But these roles and admins are not used at all for role-based access control. So please do not get confused. If you want to grant somebody an access to the resources, for that you should always use IAM option that I talked about as part of this resource group, where you can go to a resource group and use this option of access control. Let me talk about that workflow in terms of what does that really mean in context of a specific team of developers or stuff like that. Just give me a sec. So assume you have got 5 developers, developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, developer 4, developer 5. First 2 developers are part of app team 1. This developer is a part of app team 2. These developers are part of app team 3. Let's say I add 2 more developers. These 4 developers are part of app team 4. Now, corresponding to each application team, assume I have a resource group. So I have a resource group 1 for the team 1, resource group 2 for the team 2, resource group 3 for the team 3, resource group 4 for the team 4. So in general, what happens is on the resource group 1, your app team 1 will be granted a contributor access. You should avoid granting the owner access, because by giving an owner access, the people can also revoke someone else's access. So what you in general do is you grant this application team 1 a contributor access on the resource group, so that way your developers can go ahead and add resources, remove resources, but cannot play with someone else's access control. Okay. It also largely depends on your requirement. Assume that these developers needs to only see what resources are available in the resource group 2. In that case, these developers should not be granted contributor access. They should only be granted a reader access. So it also depends on what is your actual requirement. Based on that, you can select the role that should be granted. So owner is someone who has access to do everything. Basically, anybody who is having an owner can delete resources, modify resources, create resources, revoke someone's access, give somebody an access. Contributor cannot manage the access. They can do rest of the other things. Reader can only view, cannot modify, cannot make changes. So if anybody needs to be just granted an access to view the resources, but not allow for modification, not allow for deletion, not allow for creation, you can grant them a reader access. These are the top level roles, but as I said, there are a lot of service specific roles also available. You can also grant service specific roles. Like in case of AWS, you would have seen there is an S3 read access, right? S3 list access. So there are service specific roles also. If I want to only allow somebody to read the data from the database, I can just grant them a reader access on the database. So those are the kind of roles that you can grant at an individual level also. When I try to create free account, I see this message, you are not eligible for an Azure free account and already consumed your free credit. That could be a possibility. So I will recommend that you sign up with a new email ID, use a new mobile number. It could be any of your family members' mobile number or a friend's mobile number to sign up, and also use a different credit card than the one that you have used earlier. Okay, if any of these information have been used earlier, probably you are bound to get this message. So just try out with these three new things and let me know next week if you are able to create that. Sure, Mohammed, on your question on the cost analysis. So this is the cost management and billing where you can go to cost management and then the cost analysis. This basically gives you a complete view of how the cost actually looks like. So the current utilization, what is the actual cost so far? And then it shows you the forecast, which is basically the, let me just load it for the last month. So since I'm seeing it for the last month, it doesn't show you. Okay, wait, let me change the scope. The problem here is with the scope. Now you will actually see the data. So you can see the actual cost that I incurred for last month is 3757. If I see it for the current billing period, it will also show you the forecast, which means based on the current resources that are running, depending on that, it predicts that I'm going to incur this cost by the end of the month, which is 1071.06, 1071.06 INR. So that's about the cost analysis. You can download this data. You can add these filters to view the cost on a daily basis. You can change the chart over here. Like I change it to daily, I change it to column stacked. I can see which date my cost actually bumped up. And then apart from it, I have the option of
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
seeing the cost by service, cost by location, cost by resource group name. Also, you can change it to cost by resource to get a good view of cost on a per resource basis. So that's primarily in terms of how the cost analysis views can be used to look at the cost and figure out which resource is actually incurring the highest amount of cost. And then you can take some proactive actions to reduce your cost or drill down the cost further. That's a quick recap of what we talked about. I created this account long back, but never created any resource. Probably that could be the reason. So I'll recommend that you try or sign up with a new email ID, and that should solve the problem. For folks coming up from an AWS background, again, what we basically talk about in terms of the Azure virtual machines is exactly similar to AWS EC2 instance. So whatever you would have learned about as a part of the EC2 instance, again, everything very similar to that in Azure is the Azure virtual machines. So how many of you have worked on virtual machines or have ever used virtual machines? Pretty much everyone. Or there is someone who has never used a virtual machine or doesn't at all know what a virtual machine is. Okay. So if you don't know what a virtual machine is, guys, that's something which is a prerequisite. Basically, you should know basic concepts of networking. You should know in general what a virtual machine is, what virtual networks are. So these are a couple of things which are basically a primary ask whenever you are doing any cloud course. But just to give you a little more context over in terms of what a virtual machine is. So it's more of a virtual computer, a computer running inside a computer, right? So let's say you have a Windows laptop, right, with the Windows operating system. And then on top of that laptop, once you log into the Windows operating system, right, thereafter, let's say you create another virtual computer, which is more of a, let's say, Linux virtual machine or a Linux system that you run. So that's something which is basically a virtual machine where you have an underlying infrastructure and you use that infrastructure to provision a virtual machine or provision a virtual computer where you actually leverage virtualization technology to do those kind of virtualizations and then create a system to use. Probably in your enterprise environments, you would have been given what we call as a virtual desktop, right? So a virtual desktop or something where, let's say, somebody shares an IP address along with a username and a password combination with you, where you use that IP address and then you enter a username and a password to log in into another system, right? So you don't really get to physically see where that system is. You don't really get to physically see the CPU or that box kind of a structure. The physical system is not available, but virtually you are able to access that system. So that's what in general is the virtual machine. So if I talk about the virtual machine, guys, it is one of the several type of on-demand scalable computing resources where it typically gives you more control over the choice of the computing environment rather than the choice of platform as a service, something like an Azure app service or the cloud service. So Azure Virtual Machines gives you operating system, there is a storage, there is networking capabilities, and it helps you run wide range of applications. Now, this virtual machine that we're going to talk about is a part of the infrastructure as a service offering, IaaS. And in general, IaaS we talked about in the very first session, right? So it's an instant computing infrastructure, which is all provisioned and managed over the internet, gives you functionality, flexibility of quickly scaling up, scaling down with demand, and you end up paying only for what you use, right? So that is what is the IaaS in general. Talking about some of the business use cases around the infrastructure as a service. So there are lots of business scenarios for IaaS. Some of them you see on the screen, starting with the test and development. So today, most of you would be working into agile development model or methods, right? Where your teams today quickly iterate, right? Today, we no more have those large release cycles where you see a monthly, where you see an year-long release, right? We are out of the perpetual licensing model. So when that comes in, teams can actually quickly go ahead, set up and dismantle the test and development environments. They can bring new applications to the market faster. And when we say bringing new applications to the market faster, there is a term called as time to market. When we talk about this term time to market today, it is very important for you to have a reduced time to market, because it is like if you are not doing, there will be someone who will win the race, right? There is someone else doing it. So that is where IaaS makes it really quick and economical to scale up your dev test environments up and down. You can use it for website hosting where you can run websites, making use of the infrastructure as a service, which is going to be less expensive than the traditional web hosting system. Similarly, you've got a storage, you've got backup, you've got recovery. So organizations can avoid the capital outlay for the storage as well as the complexity of the storage management system. And anybody out of you all who is really working into this backup and recovery thing or disaster recovery thing in your on-premises environment probably would agree with me that taking the backup, configuring the disaster recovery things from an on-premises standpoint is really, really a pain. Now, when it comes to cloud, all of these things becomes very easy, and these are kind of a single click things to configure. Taking backup of your virtual machines, configuring in the disaster recovery thing. So all of these things becomes easier when you're leveraging the virtual machines. Then we have got web applications. So IaaS provides all the infrastructure to support the web apps. That does include your storage, web and application servers, networking resources. And organizations will be able to quickly deploy the web apps on the IaaS, as well as they will be able to easily scale the infrastructure up and down as and when the demand for the application is going to be unpredictable. Then we have got high performance computing, HPC on the supercomputers, computer grids, or the computer clusters. All of these today help you solve different complex problems. It could be weather prediction, it could be protein folding simulations, it could be climate and weather predictions, earthquake detections, financial modeling, evaluation of the product design, where you need very, very high compute, right? That is where we talk about the high performance infrastructure. Then you have got big data analysis. Big data today is one of the very, very popular terms when we talk in terms of the massive data sets. It contains potentially valuable patterns, trends, associations, then mining the data sets to kind of locate or tease out the hidden patterns, which again requires you to have a very, very huge amount of processing power, which all of these infrastructure as a service economically provides you. Lastly, anyway, you can extend your data center to the cloud, which means you want to add capacity to your data center by adding the virtual machines in Azure, instead of you incurring the cost of physically adding the hardware or space to the physical location. So these are some of the important use cases around the business scenarios around the IaaS. When we're launching virtual machines in real time, who will decide what type of VMs with a specific config with respect to project context? Will it be decided by architects or operation people? Usually, Venkat, it will be the architects who are going to help you understand what is needed, or it could be the developers. Operation people primarily, sometimes they do recommend, but then at the end of the day, probably it's going to be your architect who decide on the choice of the size of the or specific configuration of the underlying virtual machine. Now talking about the planning checklist, whenever you want to go ahead and then design the virtual machine or create a virtual machine in Azure, there are certain things that you are going to consider. And the first thing is the virtual network. So every time you want to create a virtual machine, and guys, some of these concepts that I'm talking about right now, these are common across all the clouds. So be it Azure, be it tomorrow you're using AWS or you're using GCP or Oracle Cloud, some of these concepts are going to be common across the cloud providers. Like every cloud provider, you will have to start with a virtual network, right? In AWS, they call this virtual network a VPC, which is virtual private cloud. In Azure, you will see the straightforward names for services, which means if it is a virtual machine, it is called virtual machine. If it is a storage, they call it a storage. If it is a virtual network, they call it a virtual network. So in Azure, you don't really see those fancy names, which makes it easy for you to kind of remember what each of these services does. In AWS and GCP, you would see some bit of fancy names like EC2, S3, Snowball. So like some fancy names over there. Now, when I say start with the network, the first thing that we do is we basically have a virtual network. And this virtual network will be used to provide the private connectivity between the Azure virtual machines as well as other Azure services. So virtual machines as well as services which are part of the same virtual network, they will be able to access each other. And by default, the services which are outside the virtual network, they will not be able to connect with each other. It is exactly like VPC in AWS. Your virtual private cloud in AWS is exactly similar to the virtual network in Azure. So we are going to have the virtual network available as well. Second thing that we talk about is the nomenclature of the virtual machine, where we talk about naming the VM. Now, this thing again that I'm talking about is context with virtual machine, but in general, you can follow this nomenclature for any Azure resource. So you should include some of the common elements when you are naming the virtual machine, because see, right now, we all are using our own subscription and we are hardly going to have 10-15 resources available. So right now, whatever you name, I mean, even if I go ahead and name the virtual machine as Ayush VM, it is easy for me to understand what I'm using this virtual machine for. But in an enterprise environment, there may be hundreds to thousands to 10,000s of resources. And that is where practically it will be impossible for you to understand what a system is doing if you don't really know what that system is being used for. So as a result, we talk about naming the VM. So you should include details like environment, like whether you're using it for development or prod or QA in the name. You can have location like US West, US East. Instance number. Now, sometimes what will happen, because you want to take a very huge amount of load, you may have 5 or 6 or tens or thousands of similar system running in parallel, right? Like 5 machines running in parallel where you can distribute the traffic. So I have 5 web servers running together. So you can name it as 01, 02, 03, 04, 05. So that is where you define the instance number. Then you have got product or service. So you can basically define your application name, or what product have you created, or what is the service that the resource supports. You can include that thing in the name. Like for example, assume if it is e-commerce application, you can have something like the name of the service is e-com, right? And then the role, what that VM is being used for, whether you're using it for SQL Server, whether you're using it for web server, you are using it for messaging server, you can include those names as part of the virtual machine, right? So those are a couple of things that you should include as a part of the virtual machine name. You can see here an example, dev USC web VM01. Now, when I say dev USC web VM01, it represents first because 01. So first development web server because we have web over here, which is hosted in the US South Central location. That is where we say USC, US South Central location. So that is where we basically name the virtual machine. In a very similar fashion, you can name any Azure resource of your choice. Any questions, any queries? Okay, I take that up as no questions then. Then the next thing that comes in is deciding on the right location of your resource. So when you create virtual machines, first thing that we talk about is deciding the location, and then we will also talk about the pricing part. Now, Azure has got data centers all over the world, which are filled with servers and disk. And these data centers are grouped into geographic regions like West US, North Europe, Southeast Asia, and so on and so forth, where these are going to provide you the redundancy and the availability. So whenever you create and deploy a virtual machine, you should select a region where you want the resources to be actually allocated. This is going to allow you to place your virtual machines as close as possible to your users, where you can actually improve the performance, meet any kind of legal compliance or tax requirement. So first is you basically create VM, select a region where you want the resources to be actually deployed, which means if I say I want to deploy a virtual machine in central India, so the actual allocation of the infrastructure for that virtual machine will be done from the central India data center. Okay. Now there are two specific things that you should think about regarding the location choice. One is location can limit your available options. So each region has different hardware availability, and there are some configurations which are not available in all regions. It is as simple as, guys, for example, when Apple releases any new device, for example, let's say when an iPhone is launched, when it is launched, it is not readily available across all the regions in the world, right? Maybe it is first available in US and then later on it's available in Dubai and India and rest of the world. So in a very same fashion, there are certain specific sizes of virtual machines which are not always available in all regions. So it is quite possible that a size of virtual machine which is available in US data center might not be available in India, or vice versa. Something which is available in India might not be available in US. So based on the location, you can basically decide on the size of the virtual machine, location of the virtual machine. Second, there are price differences between the locations. Now, when I say price differences between the locations, so if your workload is not bounded to a specific location, it can be very cost effective to check your required configuration in multiple regions and you can find the lowest price. So let's say same configuration of virtual machine when I create an India data center versus the same virtual machine when I create in the US data center, there are going to be price differences. Now there are price differences because the operating cost in both the locations is different, the maintenance cost would be different, the resource cost would be different. As a result, you see this difference in terms of the price. So last week we talked about an Azure pricing calculator, right? So if you go to Azure pricing calculator and you basically select a virtual machine and you try to change the size of the, change the region of the virtual machine, you will see there will be price differences between the locations. I see question from, is replication of virtual machines in another region chargeable for high availability? Yes. When you replicate, your pricing becomes double because at the end of the day, you are running two virtual machines, right? One in the primary region and another replicated VM in the secondary region. So ideally, you are consuming double the resources. As a result, your price doubles. Based on what resources are restricted in the regions. So Tamil, it is not based on what resources are restricted in the region. It is primarily based on multiple factors: the availability of a resource in a particular region, the availability of that kind of underlying hardware in a particular region. As a result, last week I shared one link with all of you, which was the Azure products by region. If you remember, Azure products by region, you can actually look at this page. It will tell you which products are available in which specific region. So you can search for a product. Let's say I go ahead and basically look at the virtual machine over here. And then let's say as a part of the virtual machine, you can see like A8 to A11 virtual machine is not available in any of these regions. Probably it's available in only North Europe and West Europe. So it basically talks about what is available where. So you can use this link. You can keep this link actually handy. I see a couple of questions. Is there any reason I got just US and Canada list in network? So here in the list of the products, you should be able to see everything, like when you browse and then when you go to, let's say, virtual network. So you can see it's pretty much available everywhere, right? This is where it's available everywhere. So you should not really just see that. It should be everything, not just the. What is the purpose of classifying the VMs and series? We'll talk about that alchemy in terms of why that is classified in terms of different VM sizes. Okay, let's move on, talking about the pricing part. So now when it comes to pricing, there are again two different things that you are charged for. So whenever you create virtual machines, there will be two different things that your subscription will be charged for. One is the compute cost and another is the storage cost. Now, when we talk about the compute cost, compute expenses are priced on a per hour basis, but billed on the per minute basis. So what comes under compute is the CPU, the underlying RAM, or the vCPUs that you get, right? All of those things comes under the category of the compute. While storage includes the disk that your virtual machine has. So just like how you use a physical laptop or a physical desktop where you have a hard disk, right? So that hard disk is something which is coming under the category of the storage. Same thing happens in the cloud also. So the cost of that storage is charged separately. And whatever is the compute, like the number of vCPUs, the RAM that your virtual machine offers you, that comes under the compute cost. So compute expenses are priced on a per hour basis, which means, but billed on a per minute basis, which means that assume you are using virtual machine for 55 minutes. So if you use a virtual machine for 55 minutes, you will only be charged for 55 minutes of utilization for the virtual machine. Okay. So that's the compute cost. Now, when I say storage, also one more thing on the compute cost. So if you stop your virtual machine, then you will not be charged for the compute cost. So compute cost is based on the utilization, and in case you stop or deallocate the resources, you will not be charged for the compute cost of the virtual machine. Also, this compute cost includes the licensing cost of the operating system. So assume if you create a Windows virtual machine. Now for Windows virtual machine, there will be a licensing cost. So that licensing cost is also included as part of this compute. Now moving on to storage cost, I will also talk about what this consumption based and reserved instance is. Now on the storage cost front, the status of the virtual machine has no relation to the storage charges, which means whether you are using the virtual machine, whether your virtual machine is in the stopped state, whether you are not using the virtual machine, you will be charged for the storage, because at any point in time, the storage is being used to retain your data, to store your data. So as a result, you will be separately charged for the storage that your virtual machine will be using. Got it? So storage, you will be charged separately, no matter whether my VM is running, whether my VM is stopped, whether I am using VM, whether I'm not using VM. I am going to at any point in time be charged for the storage cost. But compute cost, I will only be charged when I really use the virtual machine. Once we start creating the virtual machine, probably you will have a better understanding of this compute and storage. Second thing, storage does include the operating system disk also, Mohammed. Now you see consumption based on a reserved instance. Consumption based means what you use is what you pay for. So pay as you go is another name for consumption based. Okay, what we say utility based pricing, consumption based pricing, that is what is a pay as you go pricing. Reserved instance means it is more of like a prepay model. You reserve the virtual machine by prepaying the cost for 1 year or for 3 years. Okay, so you get up to 72% of discount on the overall on-demand pricing of the virtual machine when you go with the reserved instance pricing. So that is also referred to as RI pricing model. Could you explain the pricing again? So with the pricing, there are two costs. One is compute, another is storage. Compute includes the pricing for your virtual machine vCPUs or the number of the amount of RAM that you get. All of those things comes under compute, while the data disk or the operating system disk where your data will be stored, that comes under the storage category. Compute is nothing but the RAM and CPU. Exactly correct, Ganesh. Is it same with AWS? Yes, it is also the same with AWS. So in AWS also you have reserved instance. There is also one more option called as a spot instance. We will also talk about that. But yeah, pretty much pricing works similar in AWS also. In AWS, sometimes you're charged on a per hour basis rather than a per minute basis, which means if you use it for 50 minutes also, you will be charged for 1 hour of utilization. So that also depends on kind of AWS agreement you are into. But in general, now AWS also follows a per minute, and at some places it is even the per second pricing model internally. Does pricing has any effect on Microsoft hybrid benefit? Yes, pricing is definitely going to have an effect on the Microsoft hybrid benefit. Pricing has effect on the Microsoft hybrid benefit. So your operating system licensing cost can be reduced as part of the Microsoft Azure hybrid benefit. So hybrid benefit in general is nothing but it allows you to bring in your own license to Azure. So assume if it is a Windows Server license that you were already having in your on-premises or enterprise environment, and you decide to move to Azure, in that case, you can continue to basically use the same license for your Azure virtual machine, which is going to help you save the cost. Thanks, Chandra, for sharing the link. But again, I mean, just in case anybody doesn't have, you can use that. Else I'm anyway going to share it at the end of the session. Talking about the virtual machine sizing. Now, this is where we talk about the size of the virtual machine. Now, once you have the name and location set, you need to decide on the size of the virtual machine. Now, this is very similar to when you go to a shopping mall to purchase a t-shirt, right? You don't really have options. It is all fixed sizes available. Extra small, medium, large, XL, double XL, triple XL, 4XL, 5XL, right? You have a prefixed sizes defined and you pick in the t-shirt size that fits best for you. Correct? That's what you do. It is exactly the same case over here. So when it comes to cloud, you have got prefixed sizes available and you have to basically go ahead and choose a size which is going to best fit in your requirement. So we have got different virtual machine types available, segregated into categories like general purpose virtual machine, compute optimized virtual machine, memory optimized virtual machines, storage optimized virtual machines, GPU, and then high performance compute. So
just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
When we talk about this virtual machine sizes, then you can select one of the sizes of the virtual machine based on your requirement. Like in general purpose family, we have got B series virtual machine, a DS series virtual machine, or DV series virtual machine. So the general purpose virtual machines are designed to have a balanced CPU to memory ratio. They are good for testing and development, small to medium databases, low to medium traffic web servers. This is very similar to your AWS, where in AWS you've got sizes like T2 micro, T3 micro, and so on and so forth. Right? Exactly in a very same fashion, here we have got different virtual machine sizes available. Then you have got compute optimized. And this is something which also happens when you purchase mobile phone, right? A mobile phone may be available with different options, different processors, different memory, different storage, right? So you have got bunch of different choices and you pick the one which best fits in for you. Same thing applies here. So we have got general purpose, then we have got compute optimized. Compute optimized include your FS series, F series virtual machines. They are designed to have a high CPU to memory ratio, good for your medium traffic web servers, network appliances, batch processes, and application servers. Similarly, we have memory optimized, which includes your E series, EV series virtual machines, M series virtual machines, DS series virtual machines, DV series virtual machines. So memory optimized virtual machines are designed to have a high memory to CPU ratio. They are again great for relational database servers, medium to large caches, as well as in-memory analytics kind of scenario. Then you have got a storage optimized, where you have got LS series and L series VMs. So storage optimized virtual machines are designed to have high disk throughput as well as IO, and they are again ideal for VMs running databases. GPU virtual machines are NV series, N series VMs, ND series, NDV2 series virtual machines. So these are specialized virtual machines which comes with graphical processing, where you can use it for, let's say, heavy graphical rendering as well as video editing, right? If you have watched animated movies, so for those kind of animated movies, rendering a scene requires a lot of compute, right? So that is where it needs a lot of GPU as well, apart from compute. That is where we have got the graphical processing units. Then you have got high performance compute, which are H series virtual machines. So they basically are used for your earthquake predictions, protein folding simulations, then weather predictions. That is where high performance compute machines are used. Vikram, I have talked about each of the different cases where these virtual machines are used. Like some used for databases, some used for high performance compute, some used for your inferencing with deep learning, model training. So those are all the different use cases in terms of where you can use these virtual machines. Now, from an individual or organization standpoint, assume you are having an e-commerce application. So for e-commerce application, you can go with the general purpose VMs. If you have some data analytics related operation where you actually need high memory, high storage, you can either go with memory optimized or a storage optimized virtual machines. Largely depends on what we really want to go ahead and do. If I directly jump onto Azure Portal, probably half of the things will go out of the actual understanding. Purpose will actually go off. So it is equally important for you to understand these terminologies. Again, you say many of us, but not all of us. So the agenda here is all of us, not many of us. Want to ensure everybody of you know, probably half of you come from an AWS background. So you are more familiar with this, but the rest of the half are not familiar. So I have to basically respect everybody's perspective and take into consideration everybody who is there in the session. So if you already know, it's going to be more of a revision thing for you, but I have to cover this up from an Azure perspective. We are doing this for the first time as part of the Azure session. Can we resize without restarting the VM? That's not possible. So that is where you see the last line, right, which talks about be cautious when you are resizing production virtual machines. So whenever you want to change the size of the virtual machine, that is possible. From a lower size virtual machine, I can move to a higher size virtual machine. From a higher size virtual machine, I can scale down and move to a lower size virtual machine. But whenever I do this operation, it needs a restart of the virtual machine. So that is where you should be cautious. Assume if it is a production environment, a production application, and you are only having one single virtual machine, probably this can be troublesome for you. So please be cautious, because whenever you resize the virtual machine, it's gonna stop and then deallocate the VM and reallocate it. So be cautious. How backend configurations are done to differentiate CPU optimized or storage optimized. So when it is storage optimized, it is more on the high disk throughput in IO. When it is storage optimized, when it is memory optimized, then it's going to be more of high memory to CPU ratio. And all of those behind the scene, when you say how the backend configurations are done, that's something on which you don't really have a control. It is all controlled behind the scene by Microsoft. So that is where the backend configuration things are all controlled by the Microsoft. You don't have a control on it. So as I said, it's a fixed t-shirt size that you have to go with. Resizing can be done outside of VM scale sets. That is, if the VM is part of auto scale set, still can it be resized manually? Yes, it can be resized manually. We are going to look at those workflows as well. Then we talk about the virtual machine disk, guys. So whenever you will be creating the virtual machine, along with the virtual machine, you will get an operating system disk. This operating system disk is something on which you will have the operating system pre-installed. So if you go with the Windows virtual machines, this operating system is going to have the Windows operating system. If it is a Linux virtual machine, this OS disk is actually going to have the Linux operating system. By default, the size of the operating system disk is 127 GB. This is expandable up to 2 terabyte. Over and above the operating system disk, guys, there is also a temporary disk, which is actually a short-term storage, or you can call it a non-persistent storage. Non-persistent means that any data that you store on this disk, it is more of an ephemeral storage. So any data that you are storing on this disk is subject to loss, and there is no way to recover that data back again. So that is where we have got the temporary disk, which is a short-term storage, and the size of the temporary disk will be dependent on the size of the virtual machine. So when we will right now go ahead and create a virtual machine, you will be able to see, depending on what size of the virtual machine you choose, you will get to know what will be the size of this temporary disk. So you really don't have any control on the temporary disk. And the moment you stop and start your virtual machine again, any data that's stored on this is going to automatically get wiped off. So you should only use it for your page and swap file operations, or to store data which is something not mission critical or important for your application. Can operating system disk be dynamically resized? So it can only be resized when your virtual machine is turned off. While your virtual machine is running, you cannot dynamically resize it. While a scale up, scale down VM to be powered off state, no, your virtual machine will actually reboot. So it will anyway ask you to stop that virtual machine. Non-persistent is nothing but temporary. Yes, non-persistent is nothing, but it's actually the temporary disk that we talk about here. And non-persistent means that data will not persist. Okay, when we say non-persistent storage, it means that your data is not going to persist. What happened if I select the wrong virtual machine type? You can always change the virtual machine type and select the correct one, Swapna. What is the size of the OS disk? By default, Yogesh, it will be 127 GB, expandable up to 2 terabyte. Okay. And the size of temporary disk will be dependent on the size of the virtual machine. Now, after this, we also have data disk. So just like on your physical laptop or desktop, right? When you want to have additional storage, what do you guys do? You attach an external hard disk, or you attach a pen drive to add an additional data storage, right? In a very same fashion, over and above the operating system disk, you can go ahead and add additional data disk to your virtual machine. Okay. You can go ahead, add a additional data disk to your virtual machines, which means that if I need any additional storage, I can add number of data disk. Now, how many additional data disk can be attached? That is something which is again dependent on the size of the virtual machine. So when you go ahead, create a virtual machine, it is going to actually tell you how many additional data disks can be added. Additional data disk cannot be mapped to multiple VMs at the same time. It is only going to be attached to one virtual machine at a time. That applies also for the operating system disk. Shared FS can be mounted across multiple virtual machines. Very correct, Sapna, on that part. The shared file share. So that's again something which will be covered as a part of the Azure storage. So in if you have talked about EFS and AWS, that EFS thing is very similar to file share in Azure, which can be mapped to multiple virtual machines. No, adding a data disk to virtual machine is not vertical scaling. Yes, we will talk about that, Swapna, when we move towards the file share thing. Adding a disk to the virtual machine is not vertical scaling, guys. Changing the size of the virtual machine is the vertical scaling. Okay, vertical scaling in general is, let's say, taking a real life example. Today you have a Core i3 machine with, let's say, 8 GB of RAM and maybe 512 GB of SSD. You upgrade from Core i3 to Core i5 to Core i5 system, and you also upgrade your RAM from 8 GB to 16 GB, where you are actually modifying this underlying infrastructure, right? You're changing your entire infrastructure. That's where we call it a vertical scaling. How many TB I can add additionally? So that will depend on the size of the data disk. Your data disk in general is up to 4 TB in size, but in certain cases, it can also go up to 32 terabyte in size. Okay, size of one data disk can also be available up to 32 TB. Can you give some more info on dynamically storage and upgrade? See, there is nothing called as dynamic storage. Okay, the storage is not dynamic. Storage is fixed, but you get a chance to add or reduce it. Okay, so let's say today you have 128 GB of disk. Now, nothing is going to be changed dynamically. It has to be done manually, which means if you say I want to, instead of 128 GB, I want to have 1 TB of storage, you will have to go ahead and do that thing manually. So storage is never changed dynamically. Okay. Second, dynamic scaling is possible. Okay, which means I can change the size of the virtual machine. I can basically add more systems in parallel, or I can completely change the size of the virtual machine. That is something which can be done. Okay. But in general, also the changing of size isn't done dynamically. So it's dynamic. Something that you do is only the horizontal scaling. Okay. That's what can be done dynamically. We will talk about that when we move to the virtual machine scale set. Is there any limitation on the storage being allocated for a VM? I talked about the limitations. 127 GB default size of OS disk can be upgraded to 2 terabyte. Temporary disk, you should use only for your swap or page file operations or to store data which is not really important, or when you download application installers, right? You install the application and then no more those application installers are useful for you. You can use temporary disk to store those kind of data. Any limitation on the storage being allocated for VM? Okay, already answered. On the data disk, again, there is limitation on the number of data disks which can be attached. More to come on that once we start with the hands-on on the Azure portal. Now, supported operating system. So Azure allows you to deal with Windows and Linux. Windows is one of the supporting operating system, be it Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows servers, Windows SQL machines. So kind of bunch of Windows machines available. And Azure provides a variety of operating system images which you can install as part of the virtual machine. That does include flavors of Windows, flavors of Linux. And as mentioned earlier also, the choice of operating system will influence your hourly compute pricing, because Azure bundles the cost of the operating system license into the pricing of the virtual machine. So your compute cost that I talked about has the operating system licensing cost included. Now, apart from it, guys, if you're looking forward to more than just the base operating system image, you can always go ahead and search the Azure marketplace for images. Like, let's say if you want to have a WordPress stack of technology, where you would either want to go with a WAMP stack or a LAMP stack, Windows, Apache, MySQL, PHP, or Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP kind of thing. You also have those marketplace offerings available where when you create a virtual machine, it comes with a default installation of all of these technology stack for you. Okay, so we have choices of both Windows as well as Linux. Can we install ESXi in a VM? Yes, you can install that. Moreover, you're talking about the underlying server, right? Now, again, when you say ESXi, probably you may want to again virtualize this virtual machine even further. But apart from it, behind the scene, let's say if you want to actually look at what is the underlying size of the virtual machine and the underlying processor that each of the virtual machine uses, then you can probably have a look on this link. So anybody who want to dig deep into let's say if I say DS2V2 size, okay, so this is where in general purpose you will have large amount of sizes. Now, if you want to further understand, like when you say DSV3, what is the processor, whether it is an Intel Xeon processor or what it is, then you can actually leverage this link. It will tell you each and everything about each of the specific series. Like if you go to DC V2 series, it tells you that it is all baked by the latest generation of Intel Xeon E2288G processor with SGX technology. So these are again something which, if you're really interested to get into, you can go deep and talk about all these things and explore these things. But nobody is going to ask you about what each of these sizes do, because there are like bunch of sizes available out there. Okay, so this is for your information. You will have to look at that, Sudipta. If the ESXi marketplace image offering is directly available, then you can actually go ahead with a direct marketplace choice of ESXi. So you can see there is a VMware ESXi thing available. You will have to actually check on whether it's a virtual machine offering or it's something else, but you will be able to see those. Largely, you would not want to do something like you create a virtual machine and then further you go ahead and virtualize that. So here you have those Hyper-V things available. Directly VMware ESXi is something which is not available as a native offering in Azure. For that, I will recommend probably the VMware private cloud would be a much better offering, if at all you want to actually leverage the ESXi thing. Any other questions, any other queries? Now, a few things for you all to remember when you create a Windows virtual machine. To connect to the Windows virtual machine, what you do is RDP, right? Most of you would have done RDP, which is remote desktop protocol, where you run MSTSC, right? Or RDP. And for this, port 3389 needs to be enabled on your virtual machine. Okay. So when you want to connect to a Windows virtual machine in Azure, you should ensure that the virtual machine port 3389 is enabled. That's where it will allow you to do RDP into the system. Similarly, guys, when it is a Linux system, right, where you do SSH. So for Linux virtual machine, you should always enable port 22. So Linux SSH happens on port 22. Windows machine, you connect using RDP on port 3389. Now let's go ahead and create the virtual machine in the Azure portal. So that's where I'm on the Azure portal, guys. To create virtual machine, I can simply go to virtual machines, or I can go to all services. I can go to compute, and then I can go to virtual machines. Just give me a minute. I want to quickly refresh this. Probably, if you all remember, this all services thing has again changed back. Last week when we were talking about this, the UI was a bit different, right? It was a newer UI. Seems like they've again rolled back the UI, and I am seeing all services and general category over here directly at the top. Not sure how many of you noticed this change, but then seems like they have reverted that change probably. So I am seeing this older UI. So you can go to compute, search here for virtual machines, or I'm going to go to create a resource, search here for Windows 10. And I have got different marketplace offerings like Microsoft Windows 10, Windows 10 Preview, Windows 10 Enterprise, Win Integral, and a lot more options. I'm going to select this Microsoft Windows 10. Now, if you go to the plan, you will actually see different flavors of Windows 10 available, like Windows 10 Pro version 2.1 and the earlier older versions. Also, you see something called as ZHCN and N. So this ZHCN and N are the language local specific versions, which are in another language. And then also there are enterprise virtual machine. Enterprise virtual machines are only allowed to be created with an enterprise subscription. So if you're having an Azure enterprise subscription, then you will be allowed to create the enterprise VMs. So I'm simply going with Windows 10 Pro version 2.1. Let's click on create. You've got a basic blade which says subscription. So first thing is we select a subscription. Second, I'm going to create a resource group. So let's create a new resource group. Call this as Ayush VM-RG. Then we give virtual machine a name. So I'm going to give the name as Ayush VM. Right now, I am not following the nomenclature, but in general, guys, if it is an enterprise environment, please do follow the proper nomenclature. Region, we go with Central India, but there are different regions out there. So you can also try out the region that's allowed in your subscription. Availability options. Right now, I am going with no infrastructure redundancy required. We will talk about the availability options later on. So right now, simply selecting no infrastructure redundancy required. We will talk about each of these options later on. Security type, by default, you get a standard level of security, which is a basic level of security for your virtual machine. In case you want to go with an higher level of security, you can always go with a trusted launch virtual machine, which protects you against different kinds of attacks, but that also comes in with an additional cost. This is the image. So by default, it has selected Windows 10 Pro version 21H2 because we kind of started with the selection of Windows 10. But here you can see there are different other options like an Ubuntu virtual machine, Windows Server virtual machines, Debian, CentOS, SUSE Enterprise Linux, Reddit Enterprise Linux. Right, so these are all the different versions and flavors of the virtual machine. I'm sticking on to Windows 10 Pro version 2.1.2. VM architecture, this is again something which is new that they have added. So this is the underlying virtual machine architecture. We will have to stick on to x64 because with Windows, ARM64 is not allowed. So we have x64 as the underlying architecture available.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
These are all the VM architecture types. Usually when you go to purchase a physical system also, and if you're aware of these concepts, they basically talk about the underlying choice of the applications that you may want to run. So x64 based virtual machines provide the most compatibility with the software, right? Today that we have in an industry, while ARM64 based VMs are 50% support for most of the applications. And in terms of price performance, ARM64 are cheaper, gives you better performance. But today, most of the applications doesn't support ARM64. Still, there's a lot of work in progress there. Run with the Azure Spot instance discount. This is similar to an AWS offering of a Spot instance. So a Spot instance is a cost saving option, guys, where you can get a virtual machine up to 90% discount. But the virtual machines are available for a very limited duration. So you can see it says eviction type, capacity only, or price or capacity. So it says your virtual machines will be evicted when Azure's excess capacity disappears. So what they do is, if there is any unused capacity in Azure, they give you at a discounted price. But then they can at any point stop or delete your virtual machine whenever they need that capacity back again. Apart from it, you can also do a bidding over here. So you see second option, which is price or capacity. So here you can bid for virtual machine and you get virtual machine at up to 90% discount as compared to the overall on-demand cost of the virtual machine. But again, as I said, your virtual machines can be taken away anytime. So you should not really use this for your development and staging or production environment. You should only use it for your test environments. Okay. You should use the Spot instance discount only for your test environment virtual machines. For now, I am not going to go with a Spot instance. And this Spot instance option is also available in the AWS. x64 and ARM64 are the virtual machine underlying architecture, Pragyan. So usually when you basically even go in market to purchase the virtual machines, you have the AMD processor, right? So AMD is actually nothing but more of an ARM64 based processor. And then similarly, we have an x64 based processor. So it is actually the underlying processor and the virtual machine architecture type. Also, when you download applications, you would have seen it says x64 support, or x86 support, right? So those are all the support for the applications that you can run on these systems. Most of your Windows laptops today that you use are all x64 based laptop, which are 64-bit, right? If you have ever tried to go to my computer and just try to right click and see what the underlying system looks like. It basically talks about that architecture. So in my case, it says x64 based processor. Okay, so it's basically the bitness as well as the underlying architecture of the CPU that you're actually using. Well, currently I am running Windows on my MacBook, so that is where you probably don't get to see the entire set of underlying information. Okay, now moving on to the size. What is the purpose? No, only two architectures are available, Tamil, that you see, x64 and ARM64. And that too, this is something which is a new feature that they've added. Earlier, even this choice was not available. Okay, I see a question around what purpose can we use spot virtual machines? You can use it for your testing environment. Okay, I don't recommend it for development or production environment because the virtual machines can be taken away anytime. And guys, also one more thing, you can always go with this option. So in the spot instance, there is something called as stop and deallocated versus delete. So assume if you want to continue to use those virtual machines later on at the current pricing. So let's say in general, the pricing of virtual machine is, let's say $1 per hour, just an example, right? So you can continue to use that later on the standard pricing, but again, your virtual machine will be stopped once this pricing is over. You can again restart that virtual machine and continue with the normal pricing option. That is always available. Now, coming on to the t-shirt size of the virtual machine. So there are lot of different sizes available, DS1 V2, DS2 V2, and lot more. So whatever t-shirt size you like, you select that t-shirt size. You can see the number of vCPUs that these virtual machines offer you. So for example, I have selected DS2 V2 virtual machine, which gives me 2 virtual CPUs, 7 GB of RAM, support for additional 8 data disk, which means over and above the one operating system disk, I can also add 8 more additional disk to this virtual machine. 6400 of max input output operations per second. The size of the temporary storage, you remember I told you that is dependent on the size of the virtual machine that you choose. So DS2 V2 virtual machine that I'm creating gives me 14 GB of temporary storage, which means the size of the temporary storage will be 14 GB. It does support premium disk, and the overall pricing of this virtual machine is 8,888.22 INR per month. Whatever pricing here you are seeing is actually a per month pricing. So 8,888.22 INR per month. I select this DS2V2 virtual machine. Then we give the username and password with which you will log into the virtual machine. So I give in a username. I give in a password. And then, as I said, we will allow the certain ports because it's a Windows virtual machines. I am enabling RDP port 3389, and I'm also enabling HTTP port 80 because I will show you how to install the IIS web server on this virtual machine so that you can host your web applications as well. So I'm enabling 2 ports. One is the HTTP port 80 and another is the RDP port 3389. So when we confirm the licensing here, move on to next. Now guys, whenever you create a virtual machine, a disk will automatically be created. So you can see it is creating an operating system disk, which is a premium SSD. Now by default, the size of this disk will be 127 GB. If you want to add additional data disk from here, you can always attach an additional data disk from this point, this place where while you're creating the VM. But I am not doing this right now. We will add a disk after creating the virtual machine. But always remember, if you want to attach an additional disk, you can also do it at this point in time. This can also be done after the virtual machine is created. So we will do it after the VM has been created. Moving on to networking. So the disk option I have left to default settings, which means it's creating an operating system disk. Similarly, networking also we will right now leave to default. But just understand this, that it's going to create a virtual network. It is going to create a subnet. It is going to give you a public IP address via which you will be able to log into the virtual machine. Then it is going to create a network interface card as well as a network security group. Network security group will actually have the rules. The RDP and HTTP rule that you have created to enable these ports is a part of the network security group. Okay. So these are all the components which will be also created separately for your virtual machine. So when we'll actually go to the resource group, it is not just going to be the virtual machine, but it is also going to show you all of these resources which will be created. Now we are going to talk about all the networking related resources once we move next week to the networking session, where I will cover each of these resources in detail. But right now I'm leaving it to default and just ensuring that you all know that these resources are required for virtual machine. Public IP is something which will need to log into the virtual machine, connect to the virtual machine. On the management, I am just going to disable the auto shutdown. But in case you want to enable auto shutdown, you can also enable this functionality. Then there are some options like login with Azure AD. So if you want to log into the virtual machine with the credentials on which you log into the Azure portal, you can enable this option, which allows you to log into the virtual machine with your Azure AD credentials. And then you can enable disaster recovery and other things. We are just going to keep everything to default and disabled. Okay, I'm not enabling any of these functionalities as of now, keeping everything to default. On the monitoring, again, I'm disabling monitoring right now. Again, monitoring we will learn in a dedicated session. So boot diagnostic, just keeping it to disabled because it creates an additional storage account, which further incurs the cost. Lastly, on the advanced, in case you want to install some extensions on these virtual machines, like a Puppet extension, a Chef extension, or a PowerShell desired state configuration, custom script extensions to run some custom scripts, you can select those extensions over here. So we are just keeping everything to default over here. I'm not touching on any of these things. Let's go ahead and go to tags, and we are going to review and create this virtual machine. RDP is remote desktop protocol, Adarsh. It is required for you to connect to the virtual machine. Okay. RDP is remote desktop protocol. Diagnostic here is similar to CloudWatch, and this diagnostic is actually a part of this Azure monitor. So actually, if you ask me, CloudWatch is similar to Azure monitor over here, Venkat. If you reboot the VM, public IP will be changed or it will remain the same. So if you would have asked me this question 3 months earlier, the answer would have been yes. Now Microsoft behavior is changed, and now the public IP that you create is actually a static IP, which does not change. So it is always going to be same. When you reboot the virtual machine and when you go with the default configuration of networking, the public IP address will not change. But in case you want to go ahead and change that to dynamic, you can create your own public IP and also attach it to the virtual machine. Gonna look on those things going forward. Must tags be used? So if it is an enterprise environment, I will highly recommend you use tags. Right now, since we are learning this, I am not adding any tags, but you can add tags in your enterprise environment, like environment as whatever it is, name of the application, who is the person to be contacted for this virtual machine, what is the cost center, what is the department, what is the application name. All of those things actually should be added as part of the tags. Port 22 is allowed by default or to be selected? It has to be selected. Right now, because we are creating Windows machine, we don't need port 22. We need 3389. Port 22 is for SSH, that is used for Linux virtual machines. Yes, Azure gonna support you in case of disk boot failure things. So because you're using cloud, guys, there are certain things which are beyond your control. Okay. So because of those things, you will actually sometime need to get help with Microsoft or AWS depending, or GCP, whichever cloud provider you're using, because there are certain things, underlying infrastructure, which is not under your control. Static IP is not free, it is charged, Devendra. Azure also it is chargeable, AWS also it is chargeable. Yes, so you can always reach out to Microsoft for support, Tamil. Even if you don't have a support subscription, you get a basic level of support for free. So I'm just going ahead and clicking on create to create this virtual machine. Yes, chargeable in sense if it is created and not assigned to any resource, it's chargeable. Yes, correct. Otherwise, it's added as a part of the compute cost over here. Can you please revisit the boot diagnostic storage? So on the boot diagnostic page, I just disabled it, Mohammed, because behind the scene, what happens, it creates an additional storage account, which is going to further kind of add on the cost. That is used for additional diagnostic information, Mohammed. So let's say if you want to get the insights on the virtual machine diagnostics, monitoring, all of that information will be available as part of that boot diagnostic. Okay, so it captures the diagnostic data. Okay, so let me also talk about the virtual machine architecture. So this is a virtual machine architecture diagram, guys. If you look at, so we first created a resource group, right? Inside the resource group, so we created a resource group. As a part of the resource group, the first thing that will get created is a virtual network. Then inside a virtual network, a subnet will be created. Then you will have a public IP address assigned to this virtual machine, and you will basically be connected to this virtual machine using this public IP address. And your virtual machine has a NIC, which is a network interface card. This NIC acts as a central man to establish communication between your virtual network subnet, the public IP address, and the network security group. Okay, all the things are connected to the virtual machine via this NIC, which is the network interface card. This network security group actually has all the rules. Whatever you have enabled, port 3389 or port 80, whatever you do, everything is part of the network security group. Apart from it, you have got an operating system disk. You have got a data disk to be created. So the operating system disk that we actually talk about will have your operating system. Additional data disk can be created. By default, these will not be available. You will have to create these. And then you will also have a temporary storage available. So that's in general the architecture diagram of the virtual machine, guys. In case of any errors, your notifications will come up with the deployment failed option over here. Okay, in case there is problem with the VM creation, the deployment will not succeed. You can click on this to actually see the complete logs over here. Okay, so you will see the error. You can debug the log. Like failure can happen due to n number of reasons. It could be that there is an Azure policy which blocks the creation of virtual machine in the region where you are creating, or it blocks the creation of the certain size of virtual machines. All of those things will be available. So that's how you create a virtual machine. I have just pinned it to dashboard, so it creates a shortcut of the virtual machine over here. Just quickly added this. So guys, a virtual machine is created, and we talked about the architecture diagram of the virtual machine. Now, once the VM is created, you can see the status here is running. Location is Central India. This is the subscription. We've got the operating system. Windows 10 Pro, standard DS2V2 virtual machine with 2 vCPU, 7 GB of RAM, and you can also see the public IP address. There is a virtual network which got created. There is a default subnet that also got created. Now, if I actually take you to the resource group, we have a virtual machine, we have a public IP address, we have a network security group, we've got a virtual network, we've got a network interface, and we have also got the disk, right? So virtual machine, public IP address, network security group, virtual network, network interface, disk, all the components that we pretty much talked about here, right? So these are basically the components that we have got created as part of this VM. Let's go back to the virtual machine. To connect to the virtual machine, guys, we have got something over here. which is basically connect option. You click on connect, you click on RDP, and then you download the RDP file. You click on download RDP file and it actually downloads it for you. I click on the RDP file, connect, and here is where you have to use the username and password to connect to this virtual machine. Click on OK and I click on yes. That is where we have got connected to the virtual machine. Now, for the very first time, guys, when you connect to this virtual machine, it is gonna take a couple of minutes because it does the user setting, user profile configuration. So it does take some amount of time really when you do it for the very first time. So let this, okay, this is done. Let's click on accept. And that's where I'm connected to the virtual machine. Right, and you can use this virtual machine pretty much just like your physical laptop or desktop. You can do everything that you want. This virtual machine by default comes with an internet access as well. So internet is by default enabled on the virtual machine. So quick recap, we go to virtual machine, we click on connect, we click on RDP, you download the RDP file and enter the username and password to launch virtual machine. And guys, you can also do this MSTSC thing, right? I mean, people familiar with RDP, you usually type in MSTSC, it opens up this remote desktop for you. You can enter the pretty much copy this public IP address and click on connect. It is one and the same thing. Or you go to this place, select RDP, type in RDP, it will help you with remote desktop connection and you can pretty much connect. Now, people who are using Mac, in Mac, there is a tool called as remote desktop protocol. Remote desktop tool, Windows remote desktop tool is available for Mac. You can download it from App Store. And from the Mac machines also, you can do an RDP to the Windows. Same is available for Linux also. So that's how you can basically go ahead and connect to the virtual machine. So that's where I'm connected. Now, once you're connected to the virtual machine, let me open up my computer for you. So you can see I've got a C drive, which is by default 127 GB in size. The actual usable is 126 GB. Similarly, temporary storage is 14 GB in size. The actual usable is 13.9 GB. So this is your operating system disk. This is your temporary storage. Temporary storage by default has this data loss warning readme, which says any data stored on this drive is subject to loss. Warning, this is a temporary disk and there is no way to recover it. Please do not use this disk for storing any personal or application data, right? So you shouldn't use this disk to store any personal or application data, guys. That is where we are connected to the VM. How to control the user access with Windows credentials. Of that is something that can be done as part of the role-based access control. So which user can connect to this VM, who can log in, all of those things are pretty much controlled using role-based access control. How can we name the virtual machine instead of using IP? So Pinakin, you have already named the virtual machine, okay? The name of your virtual machine is Ayush VM. So if you want to connect to this virtual machine, you will have to basically connect it using the domain Ayush VM followed by, so it's simply gonna be Ayush VM, the name of the virtual machine, via which you can actually connect to this Windows VM, okay? So that is where you have got the name of the virtual machine available, and instead of IP address, if at all you want to use the name, then you will have to go to the public IP address, and here you can actually give it a DNS name label as well. So that's going to be the DNS name label of this virtual machine. Also, when you click on connect and RDP, it basically gives you this, sorry, it gives you this name or the public IP address details over here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Then how many days temporary drive will be available? So as I mentioned, it is not the number of days. It is basically a non-persistent storage, which means if you stop the virtual machine right here, right now, and then start the VM back again, the data will be lost. That's where we call it a temporary storage. So it's a non-persistent storage and data only stays there until and unless your VM is not stopped and started again. How can we map the on-premises storage element to Azure VMs? So that cannot be done. You cannot add your on-premises storage element to the Azure VMs. You will have to create a new data disk in order to attach it to the VM. Your on-premises storage cannot be used with this. The same stuff where you have enabled the ports. So just in case you go to networking, right, you will be able to see inbound rules and outbound rules. So that internet enablement is actually part of the outbound rules. So by default, the internet is enabled. I'll talk about this in detail, but just to kind of give you a little more context over there, you can change that. How can I restrict the RDP access for specific public IPs? Again, a part of networking. So all of these things that you're pretty much talking about can be restricted using the NSG. You have the source IP address, the destination address. So you can basically select the source as the specific IP address from which you want to allow, and you can always modify these rules. So again, everything pretty much can be controlled from this NSG in terms of who can access and who cannot. Now guys, to attach an additional disk to this virtual machine, you can actually go to disk option over here in the disk, and then you see an option of create and attach a new disk. Using this option, you can actually go ahead and attach a disk. So I click on create and attach a new disk. By default, it will automatically take an LUN. Data disk name, let's say I give the name as disk. So LUN is logical unit number. I give the name as disk 2, and I want to go with, let's say, standard HDD, and I give the max size as 1000 GB. Standard HDD size is 1000 GB, and we change the host caching to read and write so we can perform both operations. And I click on save. So this option that I've done, I just came to disk, I created and attached a new disk, gave an disk name, storage type, and size. And then I changed the host caching to read and write. We clicked on save. Now attaching a new disk can be done while your VM is still running. So right now you can see my virtual machine is still in the running state, and I was pretty much able to add the disk. Now tell me one thing, if I go to the virtual machine right now, and if I open my PC, will I able to see this new disk? If I open the virtual machine right now, and then I go to my PC, will I be able to see this disk? I need to mount this disk. Very correct. So now what I do right now is the normal Windows 10 process of mounting the disk. So we go to create and format hard disk partitions. In this, it will automatically detect the new disk. Okay. So it hasn't detected the disk yet. Oh, it has actually opened it from my local drive. Wait, hold on. We go to create and format hard disk partitions. And you can see it has detected the disk too. Okay, we click on OK. Now by default, guys, this disk will be added in the form of an unallocated disk. You can see this is unallocated. I can right click over here and I can simply click on new simple volume. So it's a normal Windows 10 process. Right now, whatever we are doing, this has got nothing to do with Azure, be it AWS, be it Azure, be it GCP, the process remains pretty much same. Click on next, select a drive letter of your own choice. Go to next and finish. And this disk will be formatted and added to the virtual machine. So You can see we have got a new disk added to the virtual machine. This is a 1000 GB disk which has been added. So that's how you can attach and add additional disk to the virtual machine. Any questions, any queries? Can many users log into the same VM? No, others, only one user at a time can log into the virtual machine. What is the functionality of attaching existing disk? So Ganesh, if you already have a disk which is already existing, you can also attach an existing disk over here. Okay. So if there is already disk which you have created, let's say I delete the virtual machine and I don't delete this disk, I can still use this disk with some another virtual machine, right? So that's called as attach existing disk. So each of these resources or components that you see, right, in the resource group that I showed you, be it VM, public IP, NSG, VNet, network interface disk, these are all standalone components, which means even if I delete virtual machine, I still have the IP address available with me. I still have the NSG available with me. I still have the virtual network available. I can still reuse these components with some another virtual machine. Any questions, any queries? Okay. So once you go to create a resource, you can here search for Windows 10. And then once you hit enter, you will actually see different marketplace options. So the one that I was talking about was Microsoft Windows 10. You click on this and then you can just proceed with the creation. So that's how it works. Sure, I'll just repeat the last part. We remove the disk from VM1 to VM2. I'll talk about that. So you go to create a resource, guys. Let's say I search for Windows 11 rather than Windows 10. You just have to click on the one of the option which matches your thing. So I want to really create Windows 11. I click on this and you can simply click on create to get started with the creation of the Windows 10 11 virtual machine. Post this, you can fill in the details and then just proceed as is like how we actually did. Okay. How to remove disk from VM1 and move to VM2. So again, for that, the first thing is you will have to detach the disk from the virtual machine. So this disk 2 that you see, which is currently attached, this needs to be detached first. So you can basically click on this disk and click on close to detach this disk. Once you click on this cross, you will have an option to save this. And only when this is detached from the existing disk, then only from the existing VM, then only you can go ahead and attach it to some another virtual machine. Okay. Now guys, currently you can say I'm connected to the virtual machine. Now tell me different ways to stop this VM. Different ways to stop this virtual machine. Different ways to stop this virtual machine. What all things can be done to stop this virtual machine? Power off the VM. So I can basically power it off from here and I can shut down, I can disconnect, shut down the VM, stop from the Azure portal. Okay, delete the instance. So deleting instance is anyway kind of not the correct answer, Aziz. You're completely deleting the virtual machine, which means you cannot really reuse that or rebuild. You'll have to rebuild that. So that's really not the correct choice. So one option could be closing this RDP, right? So I click on close and I do this. Now guys, when you say stop, so couple of things like stopping, logging off, shutdown, disconnecting, closing the RDP session. These are actually the cases where your virtual machine is not really stopped. If you go to the Azure portal, you will still see status as running. Okay. And until and unless the status is running over here, you are being charged both the cost, the compute cost as well as the storage cost. So if you have to really stop the virtual machine, you will have to click on this stop button. Once you click on stop, and I again click on yes, you will see that the virtual machine status will change from running to, first of all, stopped and then deallocated state. It will say stopping. deallocating, it will soon move to deallocated state. So you can see now the virtual machine has stopped and deallocated. Now this basically means that you are no more being charged the compute cost for the virtual machine, but you will still be charged for the storage cost of the VM. Okay. So that would be deletion, Aziz, right? I mean, deleting it permanently. Can you please recap the deallocation? The recap of deallocation is simple. You have to click on this stop button. So you go to the virtual machine and you have to simply click on the stop button to stop the virtual machine. Can we get the logs of VM on and off history with duration? That's available as part of the activity log, Tamil. So if you go to activity log, you can actually see who performed what operations, which user did what, created or updated the virtual machine. And this is where you will be able to actually, once you click on this, you will be able to get more insights into who performed. So you can see event initiated by this email ID, this person, and basically started the virtual machine, stopped the virtual machine, whatever operation basically were performed are all shown over here. So logs of everything is available, activity logs of everything is available, and you can pretty much see all the information over there. So that's on with the stopping of the virtual machine in terms of how do you stop the VM. How do you also now with the changed behavior of Microsoft, this public IP address does not change. So now this is by default when you create a VM is static in nature, which means no changes to the public IP address. You can see when I click on this, it's permanently static, which means I can't really change it to dynamic. Okay. After stopping, it needs to remove storage too. So again, there are two things, Aziz. Are you talking about stop or are you talking about delete? Okay, because I think you're getting confused between stop and delete. So there is nothing called as permanently stop. Okay, see, if you are stopping it, it is not going to remove the storage. Storage is still there because tomorrow when you start the virtual machine again, that's the operating system disk which is going to come into picture. So storage is never deleted. Okay. I try to log into your VM. Can you check the log? Nothing will happen, Sarath. Even if you try to log into my VM, there will be no logs available because you don't have an access. You don't have an access right on my VM. Okay. So nothing will be shown over here. Even if you try to log into my VM, that's just an IP address hit. That will not be shown here. It only shows you the logs which are basically initiated by the users who have the role-based access control on the VM. Okay. Yes, if you stop the instance, public IP will be chargeable. It will not be free. And on one thing that you mentioned, Pinakin, right now, deleting the virtual machine will delete storage. So again, that's something which is not always true. So let's say if I click on the delete button right now, you see it gives you a choice. It will ask you what all things you want to delete. So it says OS disk, selection is delete with VM. I can deselect it, which means it will not delete. So it is not always true that when you delete a virtual machine, these things will automatically be deleted. It's all based on the selection because these components are reusable. Tomorrow, if I create a new VM, I can again reuse the virtual machine. Okay, I can again reuse these components with another virtual machine. Yes, no matter whether you use a virtual machine or not, you will still be charged for OS disk and data disk. And guys, disk is costly. Okay, disk is costly. So when you create a next Azure virtual machine, you can basically select the same operating system disk or the same data disk which you have already created. Or you can select the same network interface public IP address. It will give you choices of selection of all those resources in the networking section and in the disk section. Default operating system disk size is 127 GB. Can you show the linkage of the role-based authentication if possible with new user? Sure. So that user, I'm assuming, will anyway be part of your Active Directory. Okay. So you go to virtual machines, you go to access control, and this is something which is valid for all resources. On any resource, if I want to grant somebody an access, I have to go to access control. I click on add. I click on add role assignment. And there are different roles available. So you can give owner, contributor, reader, or virtual machine specific roles like virtual machine admin login, virtual machine contributor, virtual machine user login. I'm just selecting contributor. And then you go to next. You go to members, select the member. Let's say I select a user called as ayushcourse@outlook.com. I go to select next, and you can review and assign this role. So that's how you can assign a role-based access control and kind of integrate it with any other user on this virtual machine. Yes, Venkat, it is chargeable here also in Azure. Just like in AWS, how you're charged, it is charged here also in Azure. I lost the password or credential of VM. How can I reset or recover? You can go to virtual machine, scroll down. In the help section, there is something called as reset password. So you can basically reset the password from this option. Currently, my virtual machine is in the stopped state. As a result, it gives me this message. But if it's in the running state, it will actually allow you to reset the password from there. So you can reset the username as well as the password. No, it's not really the MFA here, Pinakin. It is just the simple username and password authentication, not a multi-factor authentication. Any other questions, guys? No, in virtual machines, you will not have MFA enabled. MFA is at an Active Directory level on a per user login. That's basically for logging in onto the Azure portal or things like that, not for the virtual machine. You have stopped the instance, but still it is in running state. No, I just relaunched the virtual machine. I just started it. Probably it needs a refresh. That's it. You can see the status is running. Any other questions on the VM, guys? That's all with the Windows virtual machine. Okay, so a couple of things now. One is the resizing of the virtual machine. So you can see the size option. Let's say currently I'm on a DS2 V2 size. If I go to a lower size like DS1 V2, it's called a scale down. If you move to a lower size, that's called a scale down. If you move to a higher size from DS2 V2 to a DS3 V2 machine, that's called as a scale up. Okay, scale up, scale down. This is something which is vertical scaling. This is something which you usually don't automate. Okay, this has to be manual. It hasn't to be. It need not be dynamic. So let's say from DS2V to go to D2S V3 or D2AS. Any specific size. Let's say I increase the size. I click on resize. So you see resizing virtual machine. It's something which takes place immediately, but gonna have an impact on your virtual machine. It's gonna restart. You can see if the virtual machine is currently running, changing its size will cause it to be restarted. Stopping the virtual machine may reveal additional sizes. So that's on the resizing of the virtual machine. So we talked about this, we talked about resizing. This connect option is very similar to this. And next, resizing storage is only possible after you stop the VM. So once you stop the VM, you go to disk, and then in the disk, you will have the option of going to operating system disk. You go to size and performance, and you can change the size over here. Okay. So it says changing the disk size can be made only when the disk is unattached or the managing virtual machines are deallocated. Right now, because it's currently running, I don't have this option of changing the size. But once that is deallocated, you will always have the size of resizing it, and the options will be enabled over here. So that is on the disk resizing thing. Yes, you can do that, Venkat. The disk thing is script thing is possible. Also, that is possible as part of extensions and applications. So you can actually have an extension and add an extension like a custom script extension. There is an extension called as You can actually search for that custom script extension. This extension can be used to run and perform all of those automated related or automation related operations. Automatic scale up and downgrade VMs. So that is where you basically talk about the scalability factor, right? In the size. Again, right now you don't auto scale them, but once you create a virtual machine scale set, you can automatically perform those operations. Okay. So that is something that you usually do when you have multiple VMs running together, all of them placed behind a load balancer, and you want to add more VMs. A very simple example of that thing, Pinakin, is your e-commerce applications, right? During the sale event, you see tremendous traffic on those applications, right? And specifically when there is a flash sale, a lot of people kind of go into those applications, try to hit those applications, and you see huge traffic over there. So during those times, it will automatically scale out. And primarily what you've mentioned is automatically scale up and downgrade VM. Rather than that, it is primarily more on automatic scale in and out of the VM. Okay. So when you want to do it automatically or dynamically, that's called as horizontal scaling, which is a scale in as well as a scale out. So that's how it's gonna work. We're gonna talk about that going forward. Again, Mohammed, please don't use this word dynamically. It is going to confuse you. Okay. Disk is not dynamically resized. Guys, always remember. So couple of things for all of you here in terms of this scalability thing. Okay. When you are using this word dynamic, or when you use this word automatic scaling, okay, this is where you actually talk about horizontal scaling. Very important, because this is also very popular interview questions where people get confused. And when I say horizontal scaling, I talk about scale in or scale out. Okay, so when you say this, you usually do it for virtual machine. Like, let's say this is my virtual machine. Now, when I run let's say five virtual machines in parallel, all similar to each other, right? This is where you have scaled out. Traffic increased, you add more VMs. Traffic reduced, you reduce the virtual machines. Scale in. Okay, so this is where you actually talk about the dynamic things. Now, when you say dynamic scaling of storage, nothing like that. Okay, so when this thing only applies to your virtual machine compute. Okay, here what I'm talking about is actually the virtual machine compute only. When you talk about VM storage, it has to be all done manually. Okay, so additional storage, all of these things have to be done manually. Okay, so please remember these things. This is very, very important. CPU up and down, this is again something which you do as part of vertical scaling. Vertical is up and down. Okay, vertical is up and down. Vertical is up and down. And a very simple example to understand this, guys. Today you use iPhone 7 or let's say iPhone 11. Now iPhone 14 has launched. You upgrade to iPhone 11. This is called as scale up, because you have changed the complete underlying infrastructure. From iPhone 11, you downgrade to iPhone 7 or iPhone 5s. What is that? That is actually scale down. Okay, so that's called a scale up and scale down. And when I say I'm running 5 iPhone 11 all in parallel to balance some application load, that is where we call it a horizontal scaling. Okay. Hope that helps you understand the concept of vertical and horizontal scaling, guys. Each virtual machine will have its own storage, Vikram. Okay, so storage is actually not shared. Each virtual machine has got its own storage. So Sarath, for that you usually do the replication of the VM. You can also do the snapshot thing, but the snapshot here is primarily the generation of the VHD. Okay. Can an existing disk be expanded online? No. it cannot be expanded online. And by online, I mean that your virtual machine is currently using that disk. In that case, you will have to stop the VM, then only this operation is possible. So Mohammed, this operation can only be done after stopping the VM. And that operation can be done by going to the virtual machine. In the virtual machine, you go to disk. In the disk, you select the disk, you go to the size and performance, and you can select a higher size. But right now, if you look at, if I go to 2048 or any other operation, this is actually my data disk, specifically the OS disk. Size and performance. Now here, if you look at, if I try to go to 256 GB, if I want to, it says changes to the disk size can be made only when the disk is unattached. So it really doesn't allow you to do this at the time when it is being used by the VM. You can detach it and do the operations. How to create a load balancer, we will talk about that going forward. In real time, what kind of process or procedures will be used generally to launch multiple VMs? So you use virtual machine scale set service, Venkat. To launch multiple virtual machines together, you can scale up to 1,000 virtual machines in one shot. For that, you can use virtual machine skill set. And always good to know one of the scripting language, guys. It could be Python, PowerShell, CLI. At least know one thing that's going to help you, specifically even from a DevOps standpoint, it is going to help you. Can we customize the disk as we need instead of provided range by Azure? Yes, you can do that, Tamil. You can define a custom size. Yes, to upgrade storage, you need to detach disk and upgrade Pinakin. Olukami, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correct. And to do that operation, you go to virtual machine, you go to disk. You will have to create and attach a new disk from here. So you click on create and attach a new disk. LUN will automatically be selected. Give a disk name, select the storage type, give the size, and change this host caching to read and write over here. And then just save this. Once you save this, you go back to the virtual machine, you will see this available as part of your detected disk, which will be by default unmounted, and you can then mount that disk again. So to mount, it's like you go to create and format hard disk partition. The disk will be detected over here, so you can right click on here the partition, and you will have an option of create a volume. Okay, right now because all of these are in use, you don't see that option. That's how you will be able to mount it. Swapping OS disk is you can swap it with another operating system disk if it is available. So let's say you deleted an existing virtual machine and then you want to kind of delete that VM, but you still have the OS disk. You can swap that with that operating system disk of another virtual machine. Can we do partition from additional disk assigned or better go with separate disk? I'll recommend go with an additional data disk because data disk can anytime be detached and attached to another VM. Okay, guys. So to install the IaaS web server on the Windows virtual machines, you need to go to control panel. Everybody, please watch here. I will not repeat this. So if you're doing anything right now, please all eyes on the screen. To install the IaaS web server, you can go to control panel. In the control panel, we go to uninstall a program. And then we go to turn Windows features on and off. Turn Windows features on and off. And then you have this option of Internet Information Services, IIS. Internet Information Services. We click on OK. You can see it is installing the IIS web server on this machine. And once this is installed, you can actually try hitting the localhost. So you can see it was installed. And when I go to localhost, you will actually see Microsoft default web page of IIS. You can see it says Internet Information Services, which means the IIS web server is up and running. So that's how you can install the IIS web server. And once you install it, guys, if you go to C drive, in the C drive, it actually creates an inetpub folder. Okay. In the inetpub folder, there is www root folder. This is actually where you put all your web application files. Like it could be web application files like index.html or whatever you want to put up here. Whatever is available in this folder, that's basically up and running on the local host. Okay. And because, do you all remember we also enabled one more port, which was port 80? Do you all remember we enabled port 80? Do you all remember we enabled port 80? That was because of this IIS. So if I now try to hit this public IP address, when you hit a public IP address, you're actually by default hitting it on port 80 or port 443. 80 is HTTP, 443 is HTTPS. So right now, if you all try to actually hit this IP address, you will actually see this IIS web page. Also, by default to enable port 443, that can be done as part of network security group. Again, I'm going to cover that as part of the networking workflow. Question from Aziz, only asking to get an idea. What will be an estimated cost if anyone wants to host any Android app in Azure in a particular region in India? So cost will largely depend, Aziz, on what you are actually using. Like, do you use an Azure app service to host that application? This is going to be a cheaper affair as well as a very good service to do that. Or if, let's say, you want to go with a virtual machine and inside a virtual machine, you want to host it. Again, that's going to be dependent on the pricing and size of the virtual machine and the region in which you are deploying. So multiple factors to actually get a cost comparison. Again, I'm not giving you a kind of fixed answer like $100 or $200 like that. Again, it largely depends on size of virtual machine that you're using or the type of app service plan that you use as part of app service. How to make the private IP static so every reboot, it won't get changed. Private IP is by default dynamic in nature, Mohammed, but if you look at private IP has never changed. Private IP was always the same. It was 10.0.0.4. It has never changed. Okay. So private IP doesn't change with the reboots.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Meanwhile, we will actually talk about the Linux virtual machine. So on the Linux virtual machine, guys, there is only one thing that primarily changes. So let's say I go with Ubuntu machine. Now on the Ubuntu also, you will see few things like there is an Ubuntu minimal 20.0 for LTS. Then you see there is Ubuntu server. There is Ubuntu Pro. So specifically the Pro machines, they will need you to have a separate licensing cost. Okay, so probably don't go with the Pro machines. You can go with the Ubuntu server. And here you see the name as Canonical. So Canonical is actually the provider for these virtual machines. So Ubuntu operating system, which is a Linux operating system flavor, it is actually owned by Canonical. Okay, Canonical is the name of the organization which basically takes care of it, who has designed it. So we go to Ubuntu server 20.0 for LTS. LTS is nothing but it's primarily the latest stable release. So Ubuntu, I go with Ubuntu server 18.0 for LTS. You can select any flavor, but ensure it is server so that you don't have to get into the additional licensing part, because with Pro machines, it will ask you for a separate licensing and few more details. So again, the process primarily remains same in terms of how we have created the Windows virtual machine. In a very same fashion, you can create your Linux systems. Pay as you go subscription. I'll go ahead and create a new resource group. Let's call this as Ayush Linux VM-RG. I give the name as Ayush Linux VM. Central India is the location. Again, availability options. Right now, we are just setting it up to no infrastructure redundancy required. Security type, we have a standard level of security, Ubuntu Server 18.0 for LTS image. VM architecture is x64. I'm going with DS2 V2 size, which gives me 2 vCPU, 7 GB of RAM, support for 8 additional data disk, 14 GB of temporary storage. Now, this is the thing where you actually see the major difference. Okay. So in case of Windows virtual machine, you were not really having an option of any public and private key based method, unlike AWS. In case of AWS, you don't really have a password based method. It is more on you have to generate a public and a private key pair, and then later on using those public private key pair, you decrypt the password and then you connect to the virtual machine. But in case of Azure, for Windows virtual machine, we only have a password based mechanism. But for Linux virtual machines, it gives you a password mechanism similar to Windows. And over and above the password mechanism, it also gives you another method, which is called as SSH public and private key. Now, when we talk about the SSH public and private key, again, this SSH concept is again something which is not a part of Azure. It is something which is a in generalized concept. So SSH is the encrypted connection protocol, guys, which allows the secure sign-in over the unsecured connections. And it is the default connection protocol for your Linux VMs. So just like how on Windows virtual machine, you all were able to do an RDP on port 3389. For Linux virtual machines, you do an SSH, and that is where comes the port 22. Now, obviously, when you go with the password-based mechanism, password-based mechanisms are still safe, but password still kind of leaves you vulnerable in terms of the brute force attack. Brute force attack means somebody may still try to guess the passwords. And that is where a more secure mechanism, a more secure and preferred method of connecting to the virtual machine is making use of the SSH public and private key pair, which is also referred to as the SSH keys. So the first method that I'm showing you is in general, the very similar to one what we talked about as part of our Windows VM. I'm creating a Linux virtual machine with a password based method. So this is straightforward, a username and a password combination to connect to this Linux virtual machine. Enabling port 22 and port 80. And then we move on to disk. Keeping the things to default on the disk front. On the networking, again, similar to what we did in Windows virtual machine. So no changes at all at rest of the other places. It is pretty much very similar to how we did it for our Windows virtual machines. So this is one way of creating the Linux virtual machine, which is the password based mechanism. Now, since I'm using a Windows machine, guys, to connect to the Linux virtual machine, I will actually need a tool called as Putty. So Putty is just an SSH and Telnet client. You can actually use this, or if you know any other Telnet or SSH client that you are comfortable with, you can also use those. Okay. And people who are using Mac or Linux systems, they anyway don't need this tool. They can directly connect to the Linux virtual machines from their terminals, right? But since I'm using a Windows virtual machine, I prefer to use Putty. It makes the complete experience much easier in terms of accessing and then connecting to the machine. So you can see my Linux virtual machine is created and I have a public IP address to connect to this. I already have Putty installed on my machine. So I'm just going to launch Putty to connect to this virtual machine. Now you need a host name over here, right? You see it requires an host name. Host name is actually nothing but the IP address that we are going to use. So this is my public IP address. I can copy this public IP address, paste it in the host name. By default, it connects on port 22. I click on open. It launches a console where it is going to ask you to enter the username and the password. And you can see I'm connected to the Linux virtual machine. Now again, I can run all the Linux or Linux based commands over here and just use this Linux virtual machine, just like any other Linux system. By default, when you connect to the Linux virtual machine, it is going to connect you on the command line, basically the terminal. It does not launch the UI. Okay. So in case you want to have a UI based machine, then you will have to try out the UI enablement using the XFC tool, which is again a Linux based thing. Okay. So that's again has got nothing to do On the Azure side, that's a generalized Linux based thing. So, I mean, even if you Google on how to enable the UI on the Linux virtual machines, again, that depends largely on which operating system are you using. Like this is Ubuntu, so XFC works for Ubuntu. If it is, let's say, Debian or SUSE or any other Linux systems, then you will have to basically try out on those things. Right now, I did not went ahead, Devinder, with the SSH key based method. Therefore, I can directly connect it over the password. We are going to look at the SSH key based method right now. That is where I will actually need a PM file. Okay. So right now I did not got any kind of those files. And then click on SSH. It will actually give you the command that can be run to connect to this virtual machine. Now this virtual machine, you can connect directly like SSH dash, simply SSH and then this ayush@ this one, because right now we haven't gone ahead with a password based mechanism. SSH key based mechanism. So it doesn't need you to give the path of the private key. You can directly connect to it. We are going to talk about that also, Tamil. The first method that we talked about is the password based method. Now, the second method that I'm going to talk about is a key pair based method. So we go to create a resource and I'm creating another Linux virtual machine, which is again an Ubuntu machine. Everybody please have a look here. I'm again creating an Ubuntu server 18.04 LTS. Click on create. Subscription, I'm going with the resource group. Ayush Linux VM2. Central India, no availability options. And this time I actually go with a public and private key pair based method, which is SSH public key. I'll change the username to Ayush. Now there are three things. One is you clicking on generate new key pair. When you select this option, generate new key pair, it is going to ask you to enter the key pair name. And rest all the things behind the scene will be done by Azure, which means it will automatically create a key pair for you. Okay. So here you are not really getting your own key pairs to Azure, but Azure is actually creating the key pairs for you. Second option is if you have already generated a key pair earlier, like let's say you generate it now and you use it with another virtual machine, that would be called as use existing key stored in Azure, which means you have generated a key pair earlier with some another virtual machine and you want to use that same existing key stored in Azure, you can also do that. So I'm not talking about the first two options. Those are pretty straightforward where you don't really create keys. You don't really bring your own keys. The last option is where I get an opportunity to bring in my own keys to Azure. So we are going to look at a generation of SSH public and private key pair. These are also called as SSH keys. The public key is something which you are going to put up here in the Azure portal. So public key is placed on a Linux virtual machine. And the private key is something that will remain with you on your local system. You should protect your private key. You should not share it. So do not share it. Also, depending on your organization security policy, you can reuse a single public and private key pair to access multiple Azure virtual machines and services. You will not need a separate pair of keys for each VM or service you wish to access. But again, as a security measure, public key can be shared with anyone, but the private key is something that should only be possessed with you. Now, coming on how to generate SSH public and private key. So guys, if you already know a method, feel free to use that. If you don't know, I am talking about a very simple method of generating the SSH public and private key. Again, this part of SSH public and private key pair generation is not specific to Azure. This is again a generalized concept of generating SSH public and private key. So let's say, I mean, even if you go on Google, you try to search on how to generate SSH public and private key, there will be n number of different options available. You can generate it by running some commands. There are different tools available to generate this. So I am going to use a tool called as PuttyGen. When you install Putty on your Windows machine, along with that tool Putty, there is also one more tool which gets installed, which is called as PuttyGen. There is a tool called as PuttyGen which gets installed. We click on generate to generate a public and private key pair. I'm going to just keep moving my mouse here to generate the randomness. You can see the moment I've stopped moving my mouse, this bar has stopped working. So I'll continue to move my mouse here to generate some randomness, and it will generate a public and private key for you. So you can see it has generated the public key. The public key is what goes onto the virtual machine. So you have to put up the public key over here in the Azure portal. Also, you can save this both public and private key pair. So in the downloads, let's say I share this public key as well as I'm going to share the private key. So I now have public as well as private key. Okay, I haven't used MobiXterm, but if it supports connection to VMs using over SSH, you can always use any of those tools. So now I have generated the SSH public and private key pair. We have already put up the public key over here. Private key I have saved on my local machine. We have enabled SSH. I'm also enabling HTTP. We go to next, just keeping it to default on the networking, management, disabling the auto shutdown, onto monitoring, disabling the boot diagnostic, onto advanced. Let's review and create this. You can just use this as a simple Linux VM, just like how you use your physical machine. You can use it to host applications. You can have your different web servers, SQL servers, or whatever database servers, messaging servers run on these VMs. And you can host your applications on these virtual machines. So, n number of use cases out there in terms of where these virtual machines can actually be leveraged. Now, once the VM is created, I'm just going to pin this to dashboard. Now comes the main part. Earlier, it was connection to the virtual machine over a password-based method. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to this virtual machine, guys, over a public and now once the VM is created, you again have the public IP address. Now you have to connect to this virtual machine, but you don't have the password. You have the private key. Again, showing you how to connect to it using putty. So I'm on the putty. We copy the public IP address. And again, the public IP address goes on to the host. Now have a look over here. You don't have a password. You have a private key. We are on session right now in putty. From session, we go down to connection. In connection, you go down to SSH. Under SSH, you have an option of authentication. Again, have a look. We were on session. From the session, we went down to connections. In connections, you have SSH. In SSH, you have authentication. In this auth, you can go to this browse and you can give the path to your private key. In the authentication, you can browse and select the path to the private key. I click on open. It is again going to ask me to enter my username. So I say login as Ayush and it authenticates it with the public key. And once this authentication is done, it again connects you to the Linux virtual machine. So that's how easy it is to actually create and connect to the Linux virtual machines within the Azure. So guys, first we talked about a password-based machine. Password-based machine in putty is straightforward. You go to putty, copy the public IP address, paste it in the putty, and just click on open to connect to the virtual machine. It is going to prompt you to enter the username and the password. So that's the first way. Second way that we talked about was a key pair based method. So in a key pair based method, you have to actually enter again the public IP address over here. And then you have to provide the private key. Private key is actually provided by going to connections, SSH, authentication, and then you upload the private key file. Connections, SSH, go to authentication, upload the private key file. That's how you can connect to it. Public IP's address is always automatically generated. You don't have a control on it. So for the Linux virtual machines using the reset password, you can also reset the keys. You have an option of resetting the SSH public key. So you can change the public key for this system and you can again log into it in case you have lost the private key. That will help you. Okay, so jumping on to high availability concepts. Now, before we get into the high availability thing, talking about the maintenance and downtime. So there is something called as unplanned hardware maintenance, unexpected downtime, and the planned maintenance. So as an Azure administrator, as an Azure architect, you should always be prepared for any kind of planned or unplanned failures. And there are three specific cases that you see here on the screen, which can really lead to your virtual machines in Azure getting impacted. Unplanned hardware maintenance. So as the name says, it is an unplanned hardware maintenance. So this event occurs when Azure platform predicts that the hardware or any platform component which is associated to the physical machine is about to fail. Okay, so here it is automatically detected by Azure. As a result, when the platform is predicting a failure, it will issue an unplanned hardware maintenance event. And in this case, Azure uses the live migration technology to migrate the virtual machine from the failing hardware to a healthy physical machine. So actually, when this kind of incidents occurs, there is nothing that you guys have to do. It is all taken care by Microsoft. So first case, unplanned hardware maintenance. This is something which is automatically taken care by Microsoft. Second is unexpected downtime. Now this is where the word, by looking at the name, you see it is an unexpected downtime, which is something which you did not really expected. So when the hardware or physical infrastructure for the virtual machine fails unexpectedly, it could be due to multiple reasons. It could be a network failure, it could be a local disk failure, it could be a rack level failure. So when it could be because of catastrophic failure, could be earthquake, natural disasters, anything, right? Whenever these kind of incidents are detected, Azure platform will automatically migrate your virtual machine to a healthy physical machine in the same data center, which is actually called as a healing process. So in case of the unexpected downtime, Microsoft will automatically migrate your VMs to a healthy physical machine in the same data center. But during this healing procedure, your virtual machine experiences downtime, which means there is going to be a reboot of the virtual machine. And in some cases, it may also lead to loss of the temporary drive. So because of this unexpected downtime, you would want to ensure that there is high availability available for your virtual machines. And that is where, to prevent this unexpected downtime thing, because in this case, what happens, it only does it for the same region, right? Your virtual machine was running in a data center, it will move it to some another underlying infrastructure in the same data center. What if a complete data center is collapsed, right? So we're going to talk about some of those high availability options where you may want to prevent yourself from getting into such a situation where, let's say, there is an unexpected downtime and your VMs are impacted. So how to ensure that there are another set of systems, another set of virtual machines running in parallel to handle the traffic, and at the same time ensuring that there is no downtime for your application or system. Third is the planned maintenance. So planned maintenance events are in general the periodic updates which any cloud provider would make to their underlying system. So here also it is basically the periodic updates made by the Microsoft to the underlying Azure platform to improve the overall reliability, performance, and security of the platform infrastructure on which your virtual machine runs. And most of these updates, guys, are performed without any impact on your virtual machines or any of the cloud services. So these are generally the periodic updates. So out of all these three cases, the second case is where you actually want to prevent yourself from getting into a situation of a downtime, or you would want to basically avoid the point of failures. So Anil, in case there is, let's say, some issue at an operating system level, or something is corrupted in the virtual machine, and let's say you are not able to log into the virtual machine. In certain cases, you may will have to reach out to Microsoft, because at the end of the day, you're using cloud and not everything is under your control. There are a lot of things which are basically directly in the control of the cloud provider. So if there is such a case, you can reach out to the cloud provider. And as a best practice, Anil, also you should configure in the backups for your systems. Okay, so if you have configured backup for your virtual machine, there will at least be backups available, so you can at least go back to an earlier state. So that's how. So now when we know the unexpected downtime thing, how do we prepare ourselves from an case where we don't need to get into this unexpected downtime stuff and ensure there is always a traffic on the application without any downtime? Your users should not be impacted. And that is where in Azure we have three different options: availability sets, availability zones, and virtual machine skill set. Folks coming in from the AWS background, availability zone concept remains same. Virtual machine skill set is another name of your AWS autoscaler. So VMSS here is very similar to AWS autoscaler for the EC2. Availability set is a concept which is pretty much available in Azure. It is not there in any other cloud. Okay. So we're going to start with the availability set. Now, availability set is actually a logical feature which is used to ensure that a group of related virtual machines will be deployed such that they are not all subjected to a single point of failure. So at any point in time, guys, always there should be two systems running in parallel in case you want to get the advantage of the high availability. So whenever we talk about availability sets, or I talk about availability zones, or I talk about VMSs, we are going to ensure that at least there are two systems always running. Now, availability zone prevents you from what? Now, obviously it prevents you from disaster. But what level of disaster? In case of availability zones, it is preventing from which level of failure? Which component actually fails? Which component becomes unavailable? Availability zone prevents you from data center level failure, right? If a complete data center is unavailable, in that case, availability zone ensures that there is a virtual machine running in another data center within the same region. Correct? So availability zone is actually preventing you from a data center level failure, a DC level failure. Now, when we talk about availability sets, it actually prevents you from a rack level failure. And again, this is a concept which is only available in Azure. No other cloud providers currently offers you the concept of the availability sets. So availability sets actually prevent you from rack level failure. And availability zones are preventing you from DC level failure. And this is actually an autoscaler. Okay, where you can actually run multiple systems in parallel based on demand. Now, when you're using these concepts, your SLA is increasing. In general, when I create a single virtual machine and I have a premium disk, it gives me an SLA of 99.90%. When I'm using the concept of availability sets, it is giving me 99.95% of the uptime guarantee. And going further, if I go with availability zones, my SLA further increases to 99.99%. So it is all about the service level agreements, guys, when we talk about the high availability, how your SLA is going to increase. And based on these SLAs, you are actually going to get more availability of your systems. So availability sets preventing you from rack level failure, availability zones preventing you from DC level failure, virtual machine skill sets providing you the auto scaling. Now let's talk about availability sets. So availability set, guys, is a concept where it is a logical feature which is used to ensure that a group of related virtual machines will be deployed such that they are all not subjected to a single point of failure, which means they will not all be upgraded at the same time during an host operating system upgrade in the data center. So first thing that you need to understand here is availability set concepts means all your virtual machines are running in the same data center. Okay. When you're using the functionality of availability set, it means all your systems are running in the same data center. And now when all my systems are running in the same data center, I still want to ensure that I am preventing myself from a single point of failure. So how do I ensure that thing? That is something which availability sets are going to guarantee you. No, they are not similar to affinity rule. So now see what happens over here is I'm going to kind of create a diagram for you. So in a data center, usually we all know that inside a data center, you are going to have a rack, right? Let's say this is a rack.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Data center consists of racks of system, right? Do you all agree? Data center has racks, correct? Data center is composed of racks of servers, right? These physical racks in the data center are called as fault domain. In context of this concept of availability set, these physical racks in the data center are called as fault domain. And then there are logical divisions within each of the rack where your systems actually run, right? All of these racks are divided into logical partitions where your systems are provided the underlying infrastructure from those individual rack of servers, correct? So all these logical partitions that I'm talking about, these are actually the update domain. Okay, so these logical host, logical partitions are called as update domain. So this is, let's say, UD0, UD1, UD2, UD3, UD4, and so on and so forth. So what does this concept of availability set say is how many minimum virtual machines we are going to deploy to get the benefit of high availability? 2, right? You have to at minimum run 2 virtual machines. Now, when you use this availability set, what Azure does for you is it ensures that within the data center, these 2 virtual machines do not go into the same rack. So it will ensure that this virtual machine goes here and the another virtual machine goes here. Okay. So what will happen? Assume if this rack is down completely due to a power failure or a network failure. So even if this rack is impacted in a data center, still this rack will continue to function. So there is no impact on the another rack. So as a result, your one system will still be up and running. If I don't ask Azure to put the systems in availability set, it is quite a possible case that Azure may end up putting both these systems in the same rack. And if that rack is down, your entire infrastructure goes down. Correct? Do you all get this? So when you're using availability set, Microsoft ensures that whatever be the number of VMs that you are creating, and if you have asked them to be put up in availability set, it will ensure that they are placed in different racks and different update domains. And again, whatever this diagram that I'm showing you, right, FDs and UDs, you don't really have to do this numbering stuff. Your task will get over telling Azure that you want to distribute the VMs between how many FDs and how many UDs, right? So so the maximum number of FDs that you can go up to is 3. And similarly, maximum number of UDs that you can go up to is 20. So you cannot go beyond these numbers, which means maximum that you can ask Azure is to distribute your virtual machines between 3 racks. Now, no matter whether you create 100 virtual machines, you create 200 virtual machines, you can at the most ask Azure to distribute those between these 3 racks and the 20 update domains. FD0 is nothing but it's a rack within the data center. Okay. A physical rack is called as FD. The numbering starts from 0. So like if I say 3 racks means FD0, FD1, FD2. So that 0, 1, 2 is just the numbering, and the numbering starts here from 0. Now, as I said, your guys, your job will be done just telling Azure that I want to define the number of FDs and number of UDs. Rest all Azure is going to do for you. So while I create a virtual machine, I define an availability set with 2 FDs and 5 UDs. Okay. Which means I am asking Microsoft to distribute my virtual machines that I will be creating between the 2 FDs, FD0 and FD1, and these 5 UDs. I can create 2 virtual machines, I can create 4, I can create 6, but all of these VMs will actually be distributed between these, which means the actual underlying infrastructure allocation will be based on these numbers. Okay, so if you have got this concept, Tamil, UD is just a logical partitioning. Okay. So what happens? We talked about this concept of rolling upgrades, right? That Azure performs rolling upgrades to update its underlying infrastructure. So whenever Azure wants to perform the rolling upgrades, Azure does not update the complete rack at the same time. It updates the rack also logically one by one. So first this UD will be updated. Once this UD update is complete, then only it will move on to next UD. That way it can ensure that any VMs which are running in this UD will only be impacted. Any virtual machines in another UDs are not impacted at the same time. And also don't get confused by this number of FD and number of UD. The number of FD and number of UD has got nothing to do with the number of virtual machines that you guys are going to create. Number of FDs and number of UDs does not define the number of VMs that you all are going to create. So it is quite possible case that I go with 2 FD and 5 UD and I only end up deploying 2 VMs. Okay. And every time you create a virtual machine, you will have to tell Azure that you want to put this up in the availability set. Now have a look over here. I go to create a resource and I say Windows 10. As you go, I'll create a new resource group, Ayush, or let's say I just go with the same resource group, Ayush VM, Ayush ASVM, just in demo. East US, I go with availability set. Also, guys, at any point in time, you can only use one of the two concepts. Either you can use availability set concept or you can use availability zone concept. You cannot use both the concepts at the same time. Talking about the 2 FDs and 5 UDs, at this point in time, only one virtual machine is getting created. Okay. At this point in time, if I click on OK, I have created an availability set where virtual machines can be put up in 2 different FDs and 5 different UDs. But at this point in time, this virtual machine is going to be allocated an FD and a UD. Every virtual machine gets an FD and a UD allocated. So the virtual machine that I'm creating right now, I'm just creating one VM, but this virtual machine will get the underlying infrastructure allocated in terms of FD and UD within that availability set. So at this point in time, there is no replication happening. Also, Azure is not going to automatically create the second VM for you. After this, you will have to again go ahead and recreate another virtual machine and you put it up in the same availability set to get the benefit of the high availability. Okay. So there is no replication happening. Replication means copying of your virtual machine. Okay. Duplication of your virtual machine. There is no duplication, no replication, no copying of your virtual machine happening over here. Got it? Second, though I have put up this virtual machine in the availability set as of now, and I'm going with the creation of this virtual machine. After the creation of this virtual machine, do I really get the benefit of the availability set? So I go ahead and create this virtual machine right now. As of now, after the creation of this virtual machine, do I really get the benefit of the high availability? At least 2 systems should be needed. So we are again going to create one more virtual machine after this. And when I put that up in the same availability set, then we actually see that there are 2 systems running in parallel. Then only we get the benefit of the high availability. And this only prevents you from a rack level failure, guys. So if you're using the concept of availability set, this is primarily used in situations where you are bounded by some governance, compliance, and regulations, where you cannot move your systems out of a data center or out of a specific area, right? And let's say that area doesn't have concept of availability sets available, then you can go with the concept of the, if that area doesn't have a concept of availability zone, you can go with the availability set. GDPR is one of the very good examples here, where you are being compliant because of the EU GDPR, Europe GDPR, which is General Data Protection Regulation. Also, another thing, guys, if you want to put any virtual machine in the availability set, that is only possible at the time of the VM creation. Once a virtual machine is created, you cannot do it. Once a VM is created, that is not possible. So this can only be done at the time of the VM creation, guys. Specific verticals, like it could be finance sectors, it could be automotive, it could be regional compliance. So the one that we talked about right now as an example is EU GDPR, where Europe has specifically brought this GDPR, and slowly actually this is expanding to across the globe. Different countries are trying to bring in their own GDPR kind of thing to ensure the protection of the data and data not being able to move outside that specific region. So these are all the different governance compliance which are required for the data protection, data privacy. So you can see this virtual machine is created, and this is just like any other virtual machine, guys. Only the difference is that behind the scene, on an underlying layer, Microsoft has put up this virtual machine. So if I go to this availability and scaling, you can see this virtual machine has been allocated an FD0 and a UD0. Here if you know array, right? In the array, the concept, in the array concept, numbering starts from 0, right? So here also in concept of FD and UD, the numbering starts from 0. So if I say 2 FDs, that means FD0 and FD1. Now if I go ahead and create one more virtual machine, and I put that same virtual machine in this availability set, AS1, then that virtual machine will be allocated FD1 and UD1. So the numbering goes on in a round robin method, and you don't have to really worry about this numbering. Your task is all done by going to Azure and just telling that how many FDs and how many UDs do you want to create. G here is General Sankra. I've already shared a link. Probably you can read more about it. Those are just in general the compliances. Probably you can double check the maximum number of VMs that can go into availability set on this Azure subscription limit page. Again, don't get confused by this number 2 and 5. Therefore, I actually talked about those things. I know a lot of people here do this calculation of 5 into 2, 10, or because of these 2, I can only deploy 2. UD is 5, so I can only deploy 5. So don't apply any maths. This 2 and this 5 is just a number. If I have to relate it with a real life example, just think about a case where you go to a hotel and you have booked 2 rooms. Okay, you have booked 2 rooms. Now in these 2 rooms, it is not that only 2 people can come here, right? Probably if you're a bunch of 10 friends, you go and you stay, all 10 friends can stay in that one room also, right? So here there is no max cap. There is a max upper cap set by Microsoft in terms of how many virtual machines can go inside an availability set. So this is more on, again, not of like 5 into 2. It is more on how much capacity can a specific rack take up to. Okay, so as a result, they have given you this option of having 200, somewhere around that number. I'm not really sure exactly on that number. We can check that number over here. Yeah, it is 200. virtual machines per availability set 200. Okay. So you can have up to 200 virtual machines going into each availability set. And it is like, if I have to deploy 200 virtual machines between this, so let's say this is FD0. And guys, this diagram is just for your understanding. You will not find this anywhere else, because all of these operations behind the scene are done by Azure, right? So this numbering is all taken care by them. Now this is UD0, this is UD1, this is UD2, this is UD3, and let's say this is UD4. Now when you say, let's say I want to deploy 20 VMs as an example. So it is all going to be on a round robin method. 1, second VM, third VM, fourth VM, fifth VM, sixth VM, seventh VM, or it could be sixth VM here, seventh here, then again 8th, 9th, 10th, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Likewise, this is going to go on. Okay, so this is just a logical division of your rack into different logical partitions and servers. Also, one more thing, guys, over here. When you put virtual machines in an availability set, you usually put same kind of workloads. So let's say if I create an availability set called as AS1. So in this AS1, let's say I am creating an application which has 2 web servers. And then I create an application has 2 database servers. So you should create one availability set per kind of data tier or per kind of application tier. Like if it is a web tier and if it is a database tier, for all my web tier machines, I should create a separate availability set. For my database tier, I should create a separate availability set. I should not mix and merge. So I should not do this. This is wrong. Where you create one availability set. Let's say this is your FD and UD, and then you try to put this. Why this is wrong, you will get the answer here. When you do this, see, Azure does not understand that you are using a virtual machine as a web server or as a database server. Azure just understand that it is a virtual machine. So if you use only one availability set to put all these 4 machines, it is quite possible that Azure may put both your web server in the same rack and both your database servers in the same rack. And again, in this case, if any one of the rack goes down, your one specific tier is down. As a result, your entire application is down. So always you should create separate availability sets for separate kind of workloads. You use this when you want to prevent yourself from a rack level failure. That's a real-time example of this use case. And the diagram that you're seeing here, 2 web servers, 2 database servers, how the distribution is done between availability set and why separate availability set. This is something that you really need to understand, right? I can't really put the 2 web servers, 2 database servers into the same availability set, because this may create a problem in a way that Azure may end up putting both web servers in the same rack, both database servers in the same rack. So here you can see in this diagram, one availability set named web availability set has been created for the 2 web server VMs. Another database availability set has been created for 2 different database server VMs. And it is AS's availability set, Sankara, short. We have just, availability set. Okay. Simple shorthand for availability set. Okay, so that's on with the availability set, guys. Availability set prevents you from rack level failure. Availability zones prevents you from data center level failure. Both are separate concept. They cannot be used in conjunction. Okay, you can't use both the things together. You can either go with availability set or you can either go with availability zone. More SLA when you go with zones, because it prevents you from a complete data center level failure. Now, next, talking about the availability zones. So availability zones is where you are getting prevented from a data center level failure. A very simple example of this is this specific diagram that you see. Just give me a moment. Let me actually remove the notations. Now in this diagram, if you look at, I have an Azure region. So I'm just going to relate it with your real life example. So assume you are working into a city. Okay, you work in a city, example Bangalore. So you work in a company which is in Bangalore, and that city is an equivalent of an Azure region. Now let's say your company has multiple offices in Bangalore. So you have one office in Koramangala, another office in Hebbal, maybe another office in, let's say, Belandur or Outer Ring Road. You can think of a city in which you work and think about 3 different areas where your office is present. Okay, if at all your company has offices in multiple locations. Now, these offices are located at a distance from each other. All these offices are located, different offices of your organization are located at a distance from each other. Second, each office has got its own building, which means each office has its own infrastructure. Each office has got its own power supply, its own networking, which means each office is independent of each other. Which means, God forbid, if there is a fire in office 1, does not mean that your office 2 and office 3 locations are also impacted. Right? In a very same fashion, when we talk about availability zones, it means presence of more than one data center in a region. So within an Azure region, you have presence of more than one data center. That is what is called as availability zone. As a result, it prevents you from a data center level failure, which means I can deploy my first virtual machine over here. I can deploy my second virtual machine over here. If needed, I can go ahead and deploy my third virtual machine over here. Even if my first availability on my first data center is not working or is down due to one or another reason, still my VM2 and VM3 will continue to work and take up the traffic. That is where we call it a data center level failure. Even when there is a complete data center gone, still availability zone ensures that your systems can run properly. While if at all it was availability set, that concept is within one single data center. So if a complete data center is gone and if you're using concept of availability set, that is not going to give you high availability. So again, what you have to do here is, I'm not going to create the virtual machine again now, but just telling you where you can do this. So when you create a virtual machine, again, this thing can only be done at the time of the VM creation. When you create a virtual machine, you can put up a virtual machine inside the availability set or availability zone. I select this Ayush VM2. East US, you select availability zone. Now, when you select availability zone, it gives you an option of selecting the zones. Okay. And here what happens is, more the number of zones that you select, more the VMs will be created. So here you can see I have gone with availability zone. When I select zone 1, it is as of now creating one virtual machine. If you say I also want to create VM in zone 2 and zone 3, you can select zone 2 and zone 3. It will create 3 virtual machines at this point in time. It is creating Ayush VM2.1, Ayush VM2.2, Ayush VM2.3. Probably let me rename this something else. Otherwise, some of you will get confused. Ayush AZ104. So you can see it's creating VM1, VM2, VM3. Because I have selected all the zones. If I only select one zone, only one VM is getting created. Okay. And again, this selection can only be done at this point in time. Another thing over here is, let's say I select zone 1. Now, when I select zone 1, at the same time, when Venkat selects zone 1, and at the same time, let's say Devendra also selects zone 1, need not mean that zone 1 is the same region for all of us. it is quite possible that behind the scenes, zone 1 would be Electronic City for me. Zone 1 would be Belandur for Devendra. Zone 1 could be maybe South Bangalore for Venkat. Okay. So Azure does not tell you the actual locations of these zones. Zone 1 could mean something for you, which could be zone 2 for me, which could be zone 3 for someone else. Because usually everybody will have a tendency of coming here and selecting zone 1. And if that zone 1 means the same data center for everyone, probably zone 1 would go soon out of capacity, right? So as a result, zone 1 is actually different for all of us. I have only selected one zone. If I select two zones, it is creating two VMs. Do you see a change in the virtual machine names? Two virtual machines will be created with the names shown above. If I select one more zone, three virtual machines will be created with the name. Okay, so that is how it will automatically create more than one virtual machine for you in case of the availability zone based on the selection. Cost for the VM also will be multiplied as the number of zone count. More the VMs, more the cost. Yes, so in this case, even if the VM1 is failed due to one or another reason, VM2, VM3 will still continue to take up the load. So that is all that you need to do. And once you proceed with the creation, your VMs will be put up behind the scene in these data centers. So I'm not creating this. The rest of the other process remains same, just that you have to select the zone while creating the VM. The SLA, it is all baked by the SLA, and you're going to have a seamless connectivity because everything behind the scene is all on the Microsoft backbone network. And another thing is all of these are part of the same region. So anyway, from a latency standpoint, it's all going to be good. If it was a multi-region deployment, then probably you would have seen a kind of difference in terms of latency, probably a few seconds difference in terms of the latency. But here, there will not be any difference in terms of latency as such. Okay, so that's on with the availability set and availability zone. Next, talking about the service called as virtual machine skill sets. This is very similar to AWS Autoscaler, where you can perform the horizontal scaling for your systems. You want to add more virtual machines, or you want to reduce the number of virtual machines automatically, dynamically, manually. It's possible all the ways. So that's where comes this virtual machine skill set. So virtual machine skill sets are an Azure compute resource where you can use it to deploy and manage a set of identical virtual machines. And when we say deploy and manage set of identical virtual machines, so with all these virtual machines being configured the same, the virtual machine skill sets are designed to support true auto scale functionality, which means that there is no pre-provisioning of virtual machines required. And as such, it makes it much more easier for you to build the large scale services. As an example, it could be towards targeting big compute, big data, and the containerized workloads. So as my demand goes up, I can add more virtual machines. As my demand goes down, I can reduce the number of virtual machines. A very simple example of this is your e-commerce applications. And probably I'm taking these examples of e-commerce app because you all are pretty much familiar with the workflow around the e-commerce application, right? So assume a sale event gets launched. Probably you would have all done shopping in Flipkart Big Billion Days or Amazon Great Indian Festival Sale, or your all of these Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and the November savings events that's going on in the US and rest of the parts of the world. So if anybody of you have done the online shopping and specifically tried to purchase a product the moment the sale starts, you would have probably seen that there is a huge amount of traffic, and sometimes even the page load takes a long amount of time, right? Sometimes even the page load takes a long amount of time. So how do I ensure that when there are multiple people hitting my application, everybody should get their requests served. That is where I can add more systems to my existing portfolio of machines. And after the sale event, let's say once your sale events are gone, you see there is decrease in the traffic is low, you can always go back and reduce this to lesser number of virtual machines based on the requirement. So this process can be manual, this process can be automated, this process could be a combination of both, where you add more virtual machines, you reduce more virtual machines, your demand goes up, you add VMs, your demand goes down, you reduce VMs. Now, skill sets works in a way which provides you many benefits. And what are those benefits? So all the virtual machines are created from the same base operating system image and configuration. And this approach allows you to easily manage hundreds of virtual machines without any additional configuration task, or it could be any additional network management. So you can create up to hundreds to thousands of virtual machines in one single operation.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Max number of VMs, which skill set allows you to create is up to 1000 virtual machine. And a skill set supports making use of both Azure Load Balancer, which is basically a layer 4 traffic distribution, specifically the UDP and the TCP. TCP is transport control protocol, and UDP is your user datagram protocol. These are all layer 4 services. And then it also supports layer 7, which is your HTTP and HTTPS layer, the application layer, where you can also use it with application gateway. Okay, so distribute the number of requests. So exactly, these are part of the OSI model. Probably most of you would have talked about these or learned these OSI models in your engineering days, right, in your graduation days. Also, it allows you to run multiple instances of your application, which means a same application being replicated, multiple instances of that application running, so that easily load can be distributed, right? So just giving you an example over here. Let's say on all these you have Amazon.com running. Now, when a user has to basically hit an application, user actually hits your application on the load balancer. So user will actually hit the load balancer, and load balancer in turn is actually going to divert the request to all of these virtual machines and balance the traffic. So no matter if this traffic is increasing, more virtual machines can automatically be added and the traffic distribution can be done over here. When there is less load, these virtual machines can automatically be removed based on the traffic. So that's what is basically the concept around the virtual machine skill set. It helps you meet the demand, and customer demands for your applications always changes throughout the day or week. And that is where, to match the customer demand, the skill sets will automatically increase the number of VM instances as and when the application demand increases, and it will then reduce the number of VM instances as the demand is going to decrease. And that is where it is actually called as the auto scale. As I said, it supports up to 1000 virtual machine instances altogether. So you can create up to 1000 VMs in one single operation. Now, talking about the auto scaling. So as I said, this is more on the horizontal scaling side. So you can automatically increase or decrease the number of VM instances based on your requirement. You can scale in. Scale in means you are reducing the number of instances. Scale out, where scale out means you are adding more instances. And this is where we are talking about horizontal scaling, guys, not the vertical scaling. Also, you can schedule events. You would have seen these days, this payday sales are very, very popular. Like by the end of the month or by the start of every month, you receive your salary. As a result, what these e-commerce platforms have started doing is they have started a payday sale. You would have seen usually on the first 3 days of every month, they run specific sale events where you would explicitly see discounts on groceries and household items and XYZ things. So you can actually schedule the events. when you know when the sale events are going to start, right? You can always schedule events, and based on you scheduling the events, it will automatically scale out during those specific times. So there is going to be less overhead, and again, it's very, very easy for you to manage. Let's have a look on how to create this scale set. We go to create a resource, and I'm going to search here for VMSS. VMSS is virtual machine scale set. Just type in, and then I click on create. Subscription, we select a resource group. So I'm going to create a new resource group, call this as Ayush VMSS, and then virtual machine scale set name as Ayush VMSS. Origin is Central India, availability zone. If you want to go with zones, you can select zones. Now here you have orchestration option, guys. This is one new option that you see with the scale set orchestration. There are two orchestration mode. One is uniform, another is flexible. In case you want that all the virtual machines that you create be identical, which means of same size, then you can go with the uniform orchestration. But in case you want to have a flexible orchestration where you want that I want to have multiple virtual machine types, that is where you can go with a flexible orchestration mode, which will allow you to have different types of virtual machine sizes available. Security type is the same option that we have in our VM. Select a size, enter a username and a password. We confirm the licensing, move on to disk. Orchestration, there are two modes, Mohammed, here in orchestration. One is the uniform. Uniform means all the virtual machines that you create. Let's say you create 10 VMs, all the 10 virtual machines will be of same size. Flexible means you will have a say on defining the size of the virtual machine. So you can have different sizes of the virtual machines available. That's called as flexible orchestration. Onto the disk, onto the networking. Now guys, when you are on networking here, you get an option to put these virtual machines behind a load balancer. Obviously, you will need a load balancer because there will be so many virtual machines. So you want to ensure how the load can be distributed to each of the virtual machine. And that load distribution, when we talk about the infrastructure as a service offerings, is all controlled by the load balancer. But just to give you a very high level context of why load balancer. So load balancer is a service which actually load balances the traffic. Okay, so when I have 10 virtual machines, how do I ensure the distribution of traffic on those 10 VMs? That's something which is automatically taken care by the load balancer. Then we go on to scaling. Here you define how many virtual machines you want to create. Like I have two defined over here. If I want, I can define 100, right? If I want, I can define 1000. So you can always go and add the number of virtual machines based on your requirement. I am right now going to go with 2 virtual machines only, because see guys, the more the VMs you create, more is also the cost that you have to pay. Okay. And then you have an option of scale with virtual machines and discounted spot VMs. So you can define your scale setting over here. So on the scaling front, I have two options: manual scaling and auto scaling. Manual scaling is more of like a volume bar kind of button. Okay, so if you go with manual scaling, once the scale set is created, under the scale settings, you will have a drop down of, you will have an option of volume bar kind of thing. So you can just define the number of VMs you want to create. Auto scaling is where you get to define the rule. Now, at the time of VM creation, I only get to define one metric, which is CPU threshold. Okay, CPU percentage threshold is something that I can define. But once the VMSS is created, you will have an option of defining these scale settings on many other matrices. Like it could be data in, data out, network in, network out, HTTP QLN. There are a lot of other metrics which will be available for you to be defined over here. So that is where we have got the CPU threshold option. So this is where we have the CPU threshold, guys. So like you can see here, it says auto scaling, and I have defined how many minimum and maximum number of instances do I want to have. So when I define the minimum and max numbers, it will not go beyond this number. So though we know that skill sets can be used to create up to 1000 virtual machines, but when you have defined these max and minimum numbers, which means it is not going to enable the scaling beyond the 10 instances. Okay. So you can always define your minimum and maximum numbers between which the scaling will be happening. And you can see the rules: CPU threshold 75 over last 10 minutes. If my CPU threshold is greater than 75 over last 10 minutes, it will automatically add one more virtual machine. Similarly, if the CPU threshold is less than 25, it will automatically decrease the virtual machine by the count 1. So that is where we have got the scaling policy available. Right now, I'm just going to set it to manual scale, and once it is created, we will again talk about the auto scale things. So let me go next to management. On the management, I'm going to just keep the things to default. Same on the health side and advanced also, I'll keep it to default. And let's review and create this. So I click on create. To create this virtual machine skill set, can we add some command to create auto spike in CPU percentage? You can do that, Venkat. So you can add different set of commands. You can use different tools to create auto spikes in CPU percentage to try out on the auto scale. You can try downloading a script and try to run those scripts to increase the number of CPU percentage. Okay, meanwhile, this is getting created. I'll repeat the orchestration thing. So in the orchestration, there were two modes. One was flexible and one was the uniform orchestration. Uniform means all the virtual machines will be having the same size. They all will be identical. Flexible orchestration means you can have sizes of virtual machines which will be different. So different types of virtual machines are possible. That is called as flexible orchestration. So whatever name you give to the virtual machine skill set, that followed by the _0 and _1 becomes the name of each of those virtual machines. You can also go to individually to these virtual machines to see the instance ID, the private IP address of each virtual machine, and they have automatically been placed inside a fault domain. So here again, you don't have to define those availability settings separately. It is automatically taken into consideration as part of the VMSS workflows. On the networking, by default, you would have seen the port 3389 for the VMSS is not enabled. So just in case you want to connect to these virtual machines, you can always enable that port. So in the networking, you can click on add inbound port rule. And right now I'm allowing it from all the sources and destinations. And the service gonna be RDP. And I'm just clicking on add to add this rule. So if you remember, while we created a virtual machine, it gave an option of enabling port 3389. And this rule was automatically created for you. But in case of virtual machine skill set in the networking, the port 3389 was not enabled. So I have just added an inbound port rule. Again, this is part of the network security group. We will be covering this separately as part of our virtual machine, virtual networking module. But just to kind of ensure that we are able to connect to the virtual machine, we have enabled this port 3389. Now coming on to the scaling part, guys. In the scaling, as I said, you will have two options: manual scaling as well as custom auto scale. Manual scale is straightforward, where you have this volume bar kind of button. You can just kind of move the mouse pointer to add more virtual machines, reduce the virtual machines, and save this. Ensure that those many number of virtual machines are running. Second is the custom auto scale. Now, the custom auto scaling is where you can see that I have an option of defining two things: scale based on a metric, scale to a specific instance count. So scale based on a metric is where you will get to see few more metrics over and above the CPU percentage. Like while we created the virtual machine skill set, we were only able to see one option, right, which was the percentage CPU. But here you get a lot of other metrics that can be defined, like CPU credits consumed, CPU credits remaining, data disk read out, read operations per second, data disk write out, write bytes per second. So a lot of other metrics available over here to define as. Now, yes, in manual scaling, Tamil, you will have to monitor the resource usage because, I mean, as the word says manual, it is not going to perform those things automatically. Now in the auto skill guys, do focus over here in this rule. It has automatically selected my virtual machine resource. Percentage CPU is the metric name. It has a 1 minute time grain. Greater than is the operators. Metrics threshold is 70%. Duration is 10 minutes. Time grain statistics is average and time aggregation is average. How do you actually read this rule? So have a look. If the percentage CPU is greater than 70% over last 10 minutes. Okay. If the average percentage CPU, average because we have the time grain statistics as average. So if my average percentage CPU is greater than 70 over the last 10 minutes, it takes an average of the last 10 minutes of the average percentage CPU. And if that is found to be greater than 70, this rule is going to be checked after every 1 minute. So here the time grain in minutes is 1, which means after every 1 minute, it is going to trigger this rule to check for the last 10 minutes of average CPU utilization. And based on that, if the rule is found to be true, then what action needs to be performed is defined over here. So in the action, you can see it says increase the count by 1. You have decrease the count by increase percentage by increase count 2. So if you say increase the count by 1, which means it will add one more virtual machine to the existing portfolio of the virtual machines. And there is one more thing called as cooldown time in minutes, which says 5, which means after this scale operation of adding one more virtual machine has been performed, it is going to wait for next 5 minutes before it triggers any other scale operation. So cooldown time that you're providing here is basically to give it a time leeway to settle down the resources between the newly added virtual machine and the existing virtual machine. Got it? Also, always remember whenever you are creating a rule to actually increase the number of virtual machines, at the same time, you should always create a counter rule to reduce the number of virtual machines. Okay. You should always create rules to also reduce the virtual machine. Otherwise, what will happen? It will always continue to add more virtual machine, but it will really never reduce the number of VMs. As a result, you will end up paying the cost, high cost. So what you could do is you could create a counter rule which says if the percentage CPU rather than greater than, you can say less than 25 over last 10 minutes, then decrease the count by 1. As a result, it will reduce the number of virtual machine.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
We have to create a virtual machine. I have created a new resource group. I have to give the name, virtual machine name. That is, we need a unique name. Let's say VM 26 November. We have to choose the reason according to that. Let's say I'm going to choose the West US region. Fine. We do not have to do anything in that availability set and security type. We have to leave it as it is. Okay. Then image is fine. We are going to create the Linux VM. Okay. Size according to you. Whatever the size you want, you can choose accordingly. Okay. So by default, I'm taking this one. Okay. That is 1 CPU and 0.5 GB memory. This is SSH public key and this is password method. See here, password method, what we have to do, like we have to click on password and then it will ask for the username and then password, then confirm password. You have to go with that method. When you launch your VM, it will ask for your username and password. That's it. Now, the next thing, I'm going with the SSH public key. See here, in Linux virtual machine, we can go with the SSH public key. We have to click on that. It asks for the username. So I've given the name Azure user. Now, what it says, SSH public key source. I need a source. So let's say use existing public key and we have to generate a public key. Okay, in that section, we have to generate a public key and we have to paste the public key here. Fine. Now, see here, putty.org, putty download, we have to click on that. this one, and this one. We have to click on that download putty. And according to your configuration of your PC or system, you have to choose that one, and you have to just simply click on that. It's a 4 or 5 MB file. You can download it easily. Fine. Now, I'm going with the SSH public key, means I need a public key right now. For that, we have, when you install your putty, you have two things. One is putty and one is putty gen. That is, we need to generate something for that. Okay. We need to generate here that public key. So that is putty gen. You have to install a single app, that is putty. Okay. Two things are there when you search for putty. Putty gen, we have to go. See here, there is no any key present here. We have to generate that key. Then we have to click on generate. Now what it says, please generate some randomness by moving the mouse over the blank area. We have to move the mouse here on the blank area. Then the key will be getting generated fastly. So this is the key we have. Fine. We have to copy that key. Copied. First of all, after that, we have to save that key also. We have to save as a private key. Fine. Let's say I'm saving it on desktop. Let's say Sumit. My name is Sumit Putty. .ppk file. Okay. I'm saving. Done. Now we have to paste that key here. Okay. So it is validated now. Okay. It is validated. The key is correct. Whenever you like do any mistake regarding that, you will not get that tick mark, that one, that green tick mark. Okay. So you can see here that green tick mark is here only. Now, so this is the key I have generated with putty gen, that is putty generator. We have to generate that thing, and we have to save it as a private key. Up to here it is clear. We have to choose subscription resource group, that name, reason, particular reason, that image. Okay. Size accordingly. Then there is two authentication type we have. One is SSH public key and one is password method. So password is easier. It will ask username and password when you launch your VM. That's it. When you go with the SSH public key, it will ask for the username, and we have to generate a public key for that. So you have to go with the use existing public key, and then you have to search putty. That is putty gen is the option here. You have to click on that. Now you have to click on generate here. A key will be generated. Okay, what it says, please generate some randomness by moving the mouse over the blank area. Then a key will be generated. Now when the key will be get generated, you have to save that key as a private key. By default, I'm choosing this one, Ubuntu Server 20.04 LTS. If you want, you can choose 18 also, 18.04. See here, let me show you. See here, Ubuntu Server 18.04. It's up to you, Mr. Devendra. Fine. Okay, so I have generated the key, I have copied that key, and I have saved that key as a private key. Now select inbound ports if you want to host that thing. So we need to go with the HTTP and HTTPS, and we are done with that thing. Okay. Yes, for Linux you have to go with SSH. See here, I have choose a subscription resource group, virtual machine name, reason, image, like I have taken by default. That is Linux virtual machine I'm going to create. Okay. And then we have to go with, I'm going with the SSH public key. Next time, whenever I create the virtual machine, I'll go with the password. Fine. No, but whenever you are going with that authentication type with public key, then it is mandatory. If you're asking that thing, that authentication type, whenever you are going with the SSH public key, then this is mandatory. You need some key for that. Okay. Now, inbound ports, you have to choose HTTP and HTTPS, and then simply click on review plus create. That's it. Now we are going to create a Linux virtual machine. We can use password also. Next time, whenever I use, whenever I have to create that thing, virtual machine, I'll go with the password method. Okay. Fastains asks that is SSH more secure than password? These are authentication method. Both are same thing. First of all, like when you are using the SSH key, when you launch your VM, it will not ask any password or something. But when you go with the password method, it will definitely ask for the password. In SSH, why it will not ask for the password? Because you already saved that private key in your PC. Okay. Without that private key, we cannot access that. Okay. So anyhow, we need that private key. Okay. So these are the methods. I cannot say that one is secure and one is not. Okay. Both are secure. Fine. So our virtual machine is done. We can go to resource. Now see, there is a public IP address here. Okay. You have to copy that public IP address. Now this time you people have to open putty. Putty you have to open. You have to simply click on open. not this one, sorry. We have to go to putty. This one we have to go. We have to paste the IP address here. Okay. Now, when we go with the password method, we directly click on open. But this time we are not going with the password method. We are going with the SSH key. So for that, we have to click on SSH plus SSH, sorry. Then you have to go to authentication. This one, see here. In category section, we have to go to SSH plus SSH, you have to click. Then authentication, you have to click. Now what it says, private key file for authentication. We need that private key. Now we have to browse that particular file. This is Sumit Putty I have saved .ppk file extension. We have to open it. And then we have to open our virtual machine. We have to accept the security alert. And what it says, it asks for the login name, that is Azure user. And it will not ask for the password. That's the thing only. Okay. It will not ask for the password because we are going with the private authentication method with the SSH key. Okay. That's it. When we hit enter, it will not ask for the password. We are done with that. Whatever the key I have generated, I have saved that key as a private key on my PC with .ppk extension. Okay. So whenever I have to launch any VM, okay, let me close it. See here, whenever we have to launch our VM, we have to copy the public IP address. We have to go to putty, open the putty app. We have to paste that particular public IP address. We have to click on plus SSH. See here, plus SSH, we have to click. We have to go with authentication. We have to bring that file, whatever we have saved. That is Sumit Putty, and we have to open it and then done. Just ask for the name Azure user. Sorry, Azure user. Hit enter, and we are done. Okay. Now this is the command to update the machine, our virtual machine, sudo apt-get update. This is the command to update our virtual machine. Let's say we have to install any server. Let's say I'm going to install the Apache server. So for that we have command. Let me use the clear command first. So for installing any server, let's say I'm going to install the Apache server. For that we have command sudo apt-get install Apache 2. Hit enter. Why? Now we successfully installed the Apache server tool here. Okay. Okay. So first command I have used to update the virtual machine, that is sudo apt-get update. And second is clear command. If you want to clear the things, we can use only directly clear. Okay. We can write clear and it will be clear all the things. And the third command which I have used, that is sudo apt-get install Apache 2. Okay. So when it will get installed, we can fetch the Apache 2 server page with the help of that public IP address. So this is the public IP address. I have launched the VM and I have installed the Apache server. Now we have to fetch it. So this is Ubuntu default page. Okay. So whatever I have installed, I can fetch the data with the help of public IP address. Okay. If you are going to install the Nginx server or Apache, whatever you want, you can fetch the data with the public IP address. Okay. This is a server. This is a server. This is the name. When you are going with the Ubuntu, this is a server. See here. I request you to people, do not go with Central India or Central region. Okay. There is some issue regarding that region. So go with West US, East US, Japan East, Japan West, whatever the region you want, you can go with, but do not choose the central one.
What we're going to do is we're going to talk about the Azure Storage. So Azure Storage is basically an offering where you get all the things related to storage under one umbrella of the storage account. So talking about the Azure Storage explicitly, it's a Microsoft's cloud storage solution, helping you with all the modern data storage scenarios. and it offers you a massively scalable object store for data objects, which is actually the Blob Storage, which is similar to the S3 in AWS. Then we have a file system service for the cloud. So in your enterprise environment, you would have used a network file share where a lot of people can commonly share the file with each other. So this service in Azure is called as file share, which is similar to your EFS and AWS. Then we have got a messaging store for reliable messaging, which is queue service, which is very similar to your SQS. And then a NoSQL store, which is a table storage, now a part of Cosmos DB, very similar to your DynamoDB in the case of the AWS. So that is where we have got these 4 offerings available under the umbrella of the Azure Storage. And as part of this course, our primary focus is going to be on the Blob Storage and the file share. So the first 2 services is where we're going to focus upon. Now, if you look at Azure Storage, your Azure Storage is durable and highly available. When I say durable and highly available, the redundancy ensures that whatever data you upload within the Azure Storage account, it is going to remain safe in case of transient hardware failure. Now, when we say transient hardware failure, it could be due to n number of reasons. Maybe there is a natural calamity, there is an earthquake, there is a catastrophic failure, or any failure could be natural disaster, which is disrupting your data centers or geographical regions. So you can opt to replicate your data within the same data center. It could be across 2 different geographical regions, which means different data centers across different regions, where you get additional protection from local catastrophic or the natural disaster. And all your data replicated in this way remains highly available in case there is an event of an unexpected outage. Also, guys, this is one such service where data replication is automatically taken care by Microsoft, which means while you create this or provision this resource, you will have an option to select the replication choice. I'm going to talk more about it in some time. So based on that selection, it is going to automatically replicate your data. Second thing that we say here is it's secure. Now, obviously, when we talk about security and when we talk about data, right, both of things go hand in hand. So all the data which is written to the Azure Storage is by default encrypted by the service. And Azure Storage actually provides you with the fine-grained access control in terms of who will have access to what level of data, which means, again, I can safeguard my data by bringing in the role-based access control within organization as part of my organization security. Another thing is it is scalable. Now, when we talk about scalability, Azure Storage is designed to be massively scalable, helping you meet all of your data storage as well as performance needs of all of today's application. But at the same time, when we say scalable, you are always going to be bounded by the max upper limits, right? It doesn't really mean that I can have unlimited amount of data. There is always going to be a max upper limit. So per storage account, we are going to create a service called as Azure Storage Account. Per storage account, you have a max limit of 5 petabyte. This is the max limit. And again, guys, this is not a hard set limit. So as there is always a competition between different cloud providers, these max numbers that I'm talking about sometimes the number game things, right? These can keep on changing. So here, if we scroll down to the Azure Storage, so you can see right now it says default maximum storage account capacity set to 5 petabyte. Obviously, it says this one, which kind of has a disclaimer that the standard account support higher capacity limits, higher limits for ingress and egress, which means you can, let's say you are into an enterprise agreement with Microsoft and you need more capacity beyond this 5 petabyte default limit, you can always reach out to Microsoft and they can basically help you get this limit increased. But again, as I said, do not consider this as something which says no limit or unlimited. This is always baked by the max upper limits whenever we talk in terms of the Azure storage. Another thing that we say is managed. Again, very important. This is one service in Azure which is managed, which means Microsoft is going to handle everything for you. right from hardware maintenance to updates to any critical issues that happen. Microsoft is going to manage that for you. Also, this is accessible, which means when I say Azure Storage, we are primarily talking in context of data. So data is going to be accessible from anywhere in the world. You can access the data over HTTP or HTTPS. You can access data using SDKs. So let's say if you're a application developer and you want to access this data using a code like .NET, Java, Node.js, Python, PHP, Ruby, Golang, and a lot of other languages, there are always matured REST APIs available, right? So that is where you can always go ahead and leverage this. So petabyte is like how we talk in context of data, right? You understand MB, right? So we have this megabyte, right? Gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte. So this is again basically in context of data that we are talking about, right? 1024 MB makes 1 GB. Similarly, 1024 GB makes 1 TB. 1024 TB makes 1 petabyte, right? So that's how it's basically a data calculation unit. Is this a stage free from virus? So again, when you're talking about the data, one thing is the security. So Sanmugam, when you say virus, obviously all your data is free from the virus, but let's say you're trying to upload something into the Azure storage, which let's say could be in any kind of file that you're uploading into the Blob storage. Then in that case, again, it does not check whether that file is virus free or not. It is just giving you a data store, right? So let's say you use any kind of data store to store the data. Again, that data store is just giving you a place to upload your files. Now that file scanning is not happening, which means your file may contain virus, but then again, it is not really going to be checked in terms of the virus scanning. So it's like when you go and use Google Drive, specifically in case of the Google Drive, there is a virus scanning that happens, right? It does a scanning before you upload the file or you download a file, but here that kind of scanning does not happen. And even in when you upload a file to Google Drive, at the time of upload, it doesn't do a scanning, but while it tries to download your file, that is where the scanning comes into picture. Got it? Yes. So after petabyte, you would see something called as exabyte, which is your EB. Again, that is equal to 1024 exabytes equals your 1 zettabyte, and that goes on. I'm not sure what, yeah, exactly. Yottabyte then comes in. So you have that series basically going on. But in trend, what we see is maximum of petabyte of storage. You will not in general see exabyte, zettabyte kind of things. Even when you go to purchase Google Drive storage or OneDrive storage, as of now, with the amount of data that we are consuming on a day-to-day basis, kind of petabyte is something that you're gonna see. Obviously, at an enterprise level, there may be bunch of data storage that they want to store. That is where comes the exabyte and rest of the other things. Microsoft Cloud Storage solution for modern data storage scenarios. So this is again something about the Azure Storage. It is basically a service to store the data, as simple as that. Another thing is durable and highly available. So durable means and highly available means that it gives you an inbuilt redundancy option, which is a data replication option, which ensures that your data will always be safe in case of a transient hardware failure. So it is quite possible that a data center may be disrupted, right? Or an entire region may be disrupted. So in that case also, it is going to ensure that based on the selection, you will always be able to replicate your data. That is what it means by durable and highly available. And in relation to this durable and highly available, we have an offering called as replication option. When we create this service, we will have a choice of selection of replication option. That is where you will be able to better relate this durable and highly available thing. So moving further, there are three categories of the data storage that we deal with primarily in context of Azure. And out of this, we already talked about a couple of things which are not directly a part of the Azure storage, but then in a way they are part of the Azure storage. So like in case of the virtual machine, there are two specific things that we can use. One is the virtual machine disk, and then another is the file share that can be attached to the Azure virtual machine. So we have a disk, we have a file share. Data for unstructured data, unstructured storage, you have got blob storage, very similar to S3. Also, there is something called as data lake store. Now, this data lake store that we are talking about, this is again something which is very similar to your Hadoop distributed file system as a service. This is indeed an Hadoop distributed file system as a service in Azure. And then you have got the structured data, where you have got table storage, which is again now a part of the Cosmos DB. And you've got the SQL DB. So last things that you see, the Cosmos DB and SQL DB, they are not part of the Azure storage. But when you look at storing data in Azure, these are the different offerings that we have got available. Now, out of all these offerings, we have got file shares, blobs, queues, and tables, which are part of the Azure Storage Account service. So file share, blobs, tables, again, these three services are part of our Azure Storage Account umbrella. Yes, you can modify the previously stored data. You can delete it, you can edit it, you can rewrite that data. HTTPS requires you to have an SSL certificate. As a result, it gives you a better level of security. It prevents you from man in the middle attack kind of thing. So they use both. You have SCSI as well as SSD, as well as there is HDD used behind the scene. So you have all sorts of offerings available. Primarily, it gives you two different offerings. One is HDD baked offering, another is SSD baked offering. NetApp is basically a third-party company, and their offering in terms of the file share is available on Azure as well. So we do have NetApp offering, but that's not a part of the Azure storage account. Unstructured data means it could be any data. It could be your audio file, video file, text file, PPTs, XLS, PowerPoint. All of these comes under the category of the unstructured data. We are going to talk about unstructured data, structured data going forward, as and when we deal with these services. You will get a better understanding of what these data types are.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Now, when we talk about the Azure storage, it primarily offers you different types of data store offerings. Like I said, blob storage, file shares, queues, tables. So when I talk about the blobs, this is one of the data store for your unstructured data. So it has a massively scalable object store for your textual as well as binary data. Now, when we say textual or binary data, right, it is optimized for your unstructured data. And it could be your images, it could be documents, it could be audio files, video files, anything that you want to use for backup, restore, disaster recovery purpose, archival. That's where comes the blob storage. So blob storage is basically any kind of data which is unstructured. Got it? Any data that you basically use in the form of, let's say, textual or binary data or video files, audio files, something that you cannot put up on a table format. That's basically an unstructured data. Now, second thing that we talk about is the file share. File share helps you set up the highly networked file share in the cloud. So most of you in your enterprise environment would have used a common network drive, a common shared network drive between your different team members to store the data, where you can share some common files between your teams. It could be configuration files, it could be application installers, it could be your diagnostic data, right? That you share within your team or within your enterprise. That's called as the Azure file share here. So in context of Azure, that service is the Azure file share, which is a highly available network file share, which you can access using the SMB protocol, which is a standard server message block protocol. Also, this means that there will be multiple virtual machines that can share the same files with both read and write access. Now, when you're using a virtual machine disk, can that disk be attached to multiple VMs at the same time? Yes, Deepak, it is same as NAS and file server. Can a virtual machine disk at any point in time be attached to all the virtual machines? Can be attached to multiple virtual machines? So it is basically one virtual machine at a time, right? You can't attach it to multiple VMs together, correct? You cannot attach it to multiple virtual machines together. At any point in time, it can only be attached to one VM, right? So that is where it is basically the disk that can only be attached to one VM at the time. But when you compare this Azure file share with the disk, this Azure file share can be attached to multiple VMs at the same time. So that's a primary difference between an Azure file share and a disk. Also, from a cost standpoint, Azure file share is cheaper as compared to the disk. Again, we are going to talk about blobs and file shares in depth. Okay, but this is right now from a very high level trying to understand what is blobs, what is file share. File share is very similar to network drive. Just that it can be shared between multiple VMs at the same time, multiple machines at the same time. File share is not a part of disk. It is a separate service. Disk is separate, file share is separate. So just to give you a little more context, this is something which you usually, whenever you say, I want to define an RDP 3389, right? You select those ports to be enabled. So for those ports, the rules are defined within this NSG. HTTPs are protocols to basically access the data. So there's nothing called as HTTPS data. You can store any kind of data within the blob storage that has to be unstructured, but. So we can use file share along with the VM without a disk. Your virtual machine should have at least one disk, which will be the operating system disk. So at least there has to be one disk, which is going to have the operating system. It is very similar to how you are using Google Drive to store your data, right? You use Google Drive or Dropbox or OneDrive to store any kind of data, right? It is unstructured. Exactly in a very same fashion, you can use the blob storage also in Azure to store the data. For folks from AWS background, this is very similar to your S3 in AWS. But just to let anybody know what is the structured data, anything that I can put in a tabular structure. So let's say I create a table and this table goes into a database where you have an serial number, let's say employee name, and then employee designation, right? You put this inside a database. This is actually a table structure. So this is a tabular form. And that's basically called as the structured data. Like, let's say if it is infected by malware, obviously Azure protects your systems from these kind of attacks. So there is by default a level of security that Azure offers you. Apart from it, obviously you can always go ahead and install the additional extensions to prevent your systems from these kind of malwares and things. But yes, this is quite possible that, let's say if you have a malware which is bound to run at any point in time, just like your physical machine, that is quite possible that it can have an impact on an Azure virtual machine. Now, standard and premium account. So guys, you have to create this storage account service in Azure, just like how we created a virtual machine. You are actually going to go ahead to the Azure portal. And then here you see this option of storage account. So this is the service that we are going to provision. Now, when you are going to create this service, let's say I go to create a resource and I search for a storage account. This is another way of creation. So when you create this, it is going to ask you the subscription. That's the first thing. Let's say I create a new resource group, Ayush Storage -RG. And then I give a storage account a name. So we'll talk about these things. Right now I'm talking about performance. Now this performance is standard or premium. If you select a standard, the standard is baked by the magnetic disk drive. So behind the scene, it is going to use the HDD. And if you go with the premium, behind the scene, it is going to use the SSD, which is the solid state drive. So either you go with HDD or you go with SSD, depending on your requirement. Obviously, if you go with SSD, the pricing is going to be on the higher front. Okay. So That is where I am going to go with the standard option. This is the region. So in region, we have an option of selecting different regions. Let's say I go with East US. Before this, there is one more thing called as a storage account name. See this field? Now this storage account name can be anything, but whatever it is, it has to be unique, which means, let's say if I try to enter as Ayush, and if somebody else has created a storage account named Ayush, then Azure is not going to allow me to create this storage account named Ayush, because this name will be used to generate the URL of your files that you're going to store. And this name has to be unique. It is as simple as, guys, if somebody has already taken google.com, you cannot get that, right? So that's the same case here. And because of that, we have to go ahead and have the storage account name unique. As a result, I'm giving the name as Ayush 27 November. That's going to be the name of the storage account. East US. Performance, I am going with standard. Okay, so until now we have talked about these things. Ultra SSD is only an option for the disk Pinakin, not for the storage account. So storage account, only two options that you see as of now. One is the SSD, another is the HDD. Now, after the standard and premium accounts comes the storage account type. So we selected a subscription, we created a resource group. The storage account name is Ayush 27 November. And I'm going with the region as East US, performance as a standard. Now, when you create a storage account, there are three different types of storage account types. And Microsoft recommends you to create a general purpose V2 account. So general purpose V2 account is something which gives you all the latest and greatest features along with all the functionalities. It gives you a lowest cost per GB, and you can use all four services: blobs, files, tables, queues, disk. So that's where Microsoft recommends you to create a general purpose V2 account. Also, by default, when you create this account, it is actually a general purpose V2 account, as you can see here. Recommended for most scenarios, general purpose V2 account. Also, we have an option of general purpose V1 and blob storage. Now, this general purpose V1 and blob storage accounts are primarily, so the V1 specifically is legacy storage account type. So as I told you earlier, Microsoft has started their journey back in 2008, right, where they launched the Azure. Now, after 2014, they introduced the new Azure Portal. So as a result, to support all the other people or the folks who are actually using Azure since the old portal days, who have their services migrated from the old portal to the new portal, which needs support for the legacy account, that is where they have given the general purpose V1 account. So as such, for all of us, this general purpose V1 account is of no use. Only the major difference between V2 and V1 is V1 doesn't come with the latest and greatest features. It does not give you a lowest cost per GB. Apart from it, you can use all four services, but again, it doesn't come up with any of the new features and functionalities. And then lastly, we have blob storage account type. So when you create a blob storage account, this is very similar to general purpose V2, just that in blob storage account type, you only get to utilize the blob service. You cannot use file shares, you cannot use queues, you cannot use tables. So let me go ahead and create a V2 account. In case you want to create that V1 account or blob storage account, you can see it says if you need to create a legacy storage account type, please click here. Let me just open this in a new tab to show you what does this really mean. So you can see once I click on that legacy storage account thing, it takes you to an older UI. This is actually an older UI where you can see it gives you an option of selection of three different account types: storage account V2, storage account V1, and a blob storage account type. So from this old UI, you can select the other two storage account types as well. This is a newer UI where they have now removed those options of the drop downs and they have a default selection on general purpose V2 account. After this comes one of the very important things, which is this. So this is the redundancy option or the geo replication option or the replication of these data within the storage account. We have got these different data application options like LRS, ZRS, GRS, RAGRS, GZRS, and RAGZRS. If you look at from a pricing standpoint, the pricing is low here when you go with LRS. Pricing is high as you move down to RAGZRS. Now, please understand all of these very carefully. So I'm taking you to a page which talks about the storage redundancy. And we're going to look at each of these diagrams. Just give me a minute. First thing is LRS. LRS is locally redundant storage, which means when you upload any file, there are 3 copies of that data created. So it stores 3 copies of your data. All the 3 copies are within the same region, within the same data center. Okay. That is where we say LRS is the cheapest of all options. Okay. And if you don't select anything, by default, at minimum that you will have to select is LRS, right? You don't have a choice of not selecting anything. So at a minimum, if you want to go, you go with LRS, which by default creates 3 copies of your data. You don't have to replicate it. Azure will take care of replicating the data for you. So LRS is cheapest of all the options, and it creates overall 3 copies of your data within the same region, which means that you should use LRS for your development or testing or staging environments. Second, in case you're bounded by a compliance where you cannot move your data out of one region to another region, that is where again you can go with LRS. Third, in case you have a data which is easy to reconstruct, which means let's say even if my data get lost, if my data is not accessible due to one or another reason or due to an complete data center level failure, if I know that I can easily reconstruct that data, I can again go with the choice of the LRS. After LRS comes ZRS. ZRS is zone redundant storage, as the name says, zone. Also, one more thing. So in LRS, you get a redundancy of durability of 99.11 nines over a given year, which is way too good in itself. When you further go to ZRS, your redundancy or your durability increases to 99.12 nines over a given year. So this is zone redundant storage. In this, again, there are 3 copies of your data, but these 3 copies are distributed between one availability zone. And this option will only be available in case you select a region which gives you the choice of the availability zone. So for example, I've selected East US. East US has availability zone, so you see ZRS. Let's say I select another region, which is, for example, let's say Central India or South India, whatever we can go with. Now, Central India does have availability zones. So let me go with South India. South India does not have availability zone. So you can see the option of ZRS is removed. So this option of ZRS will only come in case you select a region which has the availability zones available. So instead of keeping all 3 copies in the same data center, it keeps one copy in each of the availability zones. That is where we have the ZRS. After this comes GRS. GRS is one of the highly used option for your production environment. In your enterprises, you're ideally going to see this GRS being used a lot. So GRS stores overall 6 copies of your data, 3 copies in the primary region, 3 copies in the secondary region. It gives you a durability of 99.169 over a given year. Okay. So this is going to help you with the data even if an entire region has failed, right? Even if this, let's say, primary region goes down, still I have my copies available in some another secondary region. So that is where overall 6 copies of your data. Yes, it is going to create these all copies on its own. So the moment you upload a file, and let's say if you have GRS selected, it will automatically do this replication part for you. So replication here is Azure managed, be it anything, Ganesh, GRS, ZRS, any replication option that you choose out of this. Okay, Azure is going to take care of replicating the data. the number of copies that you see here, whether it is 3, whether it is 6, everything Azure is going to do for you. Your task gets over the moment you just select one of the options. Your task is done here. After this, based on your selection, Azure is going to perform the operation. Also, second thing to understand here is you will never know that which copy are you accessing the data from. Okay, so Azure does not really tell you that when you are accessing the data, you are being served from which copy. That is something which you don't know. So that's GR. Yes, GRS is more of like LRS in both region. I mean, when you have LRS in one single region, you replicate that into another region, that's basically becomes GRS. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.
Another way to kind of look at it. Now, one more thing over here. There is also something called as RAGRS. This comes after GRS. So in GRS, it replicates the data in primary and secondary, but you can always perform read and write in the primary. You cannot perform read from the secondary. But when you go with RAGRS, it also gives you an additional read access on the secondary region, which means write anyway Azure is doing for you, but it also gives you an option of reading the data from the secondary region. Okay, so that's where we have primary region, secondary region, and GRS. And then last option is GZRS. Okay, GZRS is, as the name says, it's a combination of geo and zone. So geo, zone redundant storage, which means 3 copies in primary, 3 copies in secondary. But in the primary region, it distributes your copy within 3 different data center or 3 different availability zones. And in the secondary region, all the copies of your data remains in one single data center. So it's a combination of GZRS, geo and zone redundant storage. Secondary will be read replica only when you go with the RA option. So when you create the storage account, let's say I have LRS, I don't have any option of read access for secondary because there is no secondary. Similarly, in case of ZRS, there is no secondary. But when you go with GRS, you get this option of make read access to data available in the event of regional unavailability. So this option that you see is actually to enable RAGRS. If you don't select this, it creates GRS. If you select this, it creates RAGRS. Similarly, you can go with GZRS also. If you don't select this, it is GZRS. If you select this, it is RAGZRS. So I'm going to go with LRS. And in the older UI, you can see they have given you all the options. So here, there is no option of doing that tick mark thing. You directly have this options of LRS, ZRS, GRS, RAGRS, GZRS, and RAGZRS selections. So that's basically on the replication choices and options. Please remember this. This is going to help you a lot. This is one of the very, very important aspects. Your pricing is going to increase, and there's going to be a tremendous difference in the pricing. Okay, so when you're replicating it across 2 different regions, the difference in terms of pricing is going to be tremendous. You may want to use this to store your data of e-commerce applications, like something like images of your products, video files of your products to showcase what the product does. You may want to store videos to stream it on the OTT platform as part of the Blob Storage. You may want to store some data to reference within your application as part of your structured data workflow. You may want to use queue service to have a first in, first out kind of scenario for your applications where developers can make use of queue to have an additional layer of high availability for their apps. So there are multiple use cases around where to use this storage account. This is just an offering in cloud in terms of the Azure storage. If you want to go with Blob storage, any kind of unstructured data, structured data, queues or tables, that's where you've got the storage account. Data replicated in both the regions, right? You want to have it in primary also, secondary also. So in a case where, let's say, your primary goes down, still your data is available in secondary, that is where you can go with geo-redundant storage. On top of it, if you want to reduce latency, you also want to have a read access. You can further grant a read access, go with RAGRS. That is going to help you again with the data read access on the secondary region, reducing the latency for your users and different in the region. Then you have got RAGZRS. That is again giving you a higher level of redundancy. Okay, so RAGZRS is going to be a costly affair, and I mean GRS is good to use for your production environment. You don't really need something very concrete above GRS until and unless there is an explicit use case, like I also want to be prevented in case there is a complete region as well as an availability zone outage, right? So that is where you can go with RAGRS. At the end of the day, it is just increasing your durability. So if you ask about a real-time example, it is just about the more durability you want, you can switch to these options. At the end of the day, it is all about replicating the data. Okay, so now I am going to move forward to advanced. In advanced, I'm going to just keep the things to default. We go to networking. By default, guys, your storage account is accessible from all the networks. So that is where you see the network accesses, enable public access from all the networks. In the data protection, I'm going to disable the soft delete. Soft delete is more of like a recycle bin of your machine. So even after deleting the data, if you enable this option, it gives you a choice to get your data back again within the 7 days of deletion, after 7 days of deletion. So that's where you have soft delete, but then again, these things comes with additional cost. Moving on to encryption, by default, as I said, starting 2012 onwards, all your data within the Azure storage is encrypted by default by the service. So that's where we have the data security. Let's review and create this storage account. Meanwhile, I think there is a question on the data redundancy. Let me just create this. Meanwhile, I'll help you with understanding. Which means your data is getting replicated in 2 different regions, a primary region and secondary region. Okay, so let's say your primary region is East US right now. Now here your data, there are 3 copies of your data within the primary region, which is East US. And this secondary region is going to be selected by Azure based on this list. So Azure has a concept of paired region, and the secondary region will be selected based on this. So let's say your primary region is East US. So automatically the secondary is going to be West US. So you can't go ahead and this West US selection will automatically be taken care by Microsoft. Okay, so which means that based on your choice of the primary, secondary will automatically be decided by Microsoft. Again, this is also a very popular interview question. So if you go with GRS, can you select the secondary region of your own choice, which is not possible. It is always going to be selected based on this. So let's say if you go with Australia East, automatically your secondary region will be Australia Southeast. So also have this link available with you. So guys, our storage account is created. Let me pin this to dashboard. So this is my storage account. All the links will be shared with you, don't worry. So you can see guys, the storage account has been created. This is LRS storage account with account kind as storage V2, a general purpose V2 account with performance as a standard. We have created it in East US region. And along with this, because it's a general purpose V2 account, I have access to all 4 services. Container here as in blobs, file shares, queues, and tables. Please do not get confused here with this word container. Here containers are nothing but here we are talking, this service is actually the Blob Storage Service. So please don't get into that world of Docker and Kubernetes containers. Okay. Containers here are very similar to your buckets in AWS for folks from AWS background. This name container is very similar to buckets. And for people not from AWS background, you can think of this containers as a folder structure. Okay. So a folder which is going to store all your data. That's basically something like a container. So that's on how you create a storage account. Now let me also quickly create a storage account V2. Actually storage account V1. This is V2 already I've created. Now when you create a V1, so let me quickly go ahead and actually show you that, so that you can see some differences. Let's click on create. This is going to be a legacy storage account type. Okay. So I'm clicking here to go to that legacy option. It's going to be pay as you go. I'm using the same subscription. Let's call this as Ayush 27 November 2. East US standard general purpose V1 LRS networking, data protection, advanced tax. Let us review and create this. So you cannot move from V1 to V2, but you can always move from, sorry, you cannot move from V2 to any other account, but you can always upgrade to V2 account. So any of your storage accounts can be upgraded to V2 account. That upgrade is permanent. Once upgraded to V2, there is no going back. Once upgraded forever. You cannot migrate from V2 to any other account type. But let's say if you have a V1 account, you can always move to V2. You can upgrade, but you can't downgrade. So this is a V1 account. You can see storage account V1, LRS standard. Again, I can have all 4 services, but again, you don't get all the latest and greatest features. Like for example, in case of V1, you can see there is an option of tier, default access tier. Right now, don't ask question on this. I'm going to cover this, what it is. But just to show you, like, you don't get all the latest and greatest features. So this access tier is one of the functionality. In V2 account, I don't have this concept of access tier. So you can see very, very limited options here. Another thing is once you go to the configuration, you can see you can upgrade to general purpose V2 account with additional features. Upgrading is permanent. It is going to result in billing changes. Once upgraded, you cannot downgrade it back. Second, there is going to be change in the pricing because the V1 account pricing is more per GB. V2 account, the pricing is going to be less per GB. Therefore, it says it is going to result in billing changes. On what basis can we choose the regions? North US, Central India. So again, this concept of region selection for every service is same, just like what I talked about in case of virtual machine. You can stay as close as possible to your customers. Second, if you're bounded by any compliance or any data residency laws, based on that, you can choose a region. Third is if you are looking forward to low price region, you can select your region based on that. So this selection of region for any service in Azure is going to be based on these concepts or these specific parameters. By default, you can, just understand this, your storage account is accessible to all the networks by default. So by default, it is having a public endpoint over which it is accessible to everyone. And the URL of that basically is going to be something like your name of a storage account followed by whatever service you use .co.windows.net, which is something like this. So if you want to access any data, it has to give you these URLs. So let's say if my name of the storage account is TechTricks, then any blob data I want to access will be accessed after this URL, techtricks.blob.core.windows.net, followed by a / and then the URL is going to be containing on with the specifics of the data that you would want to access. Now, obviously, as I compared these services between Azure and AWS, Blob is similar to S3, file share is similar to EFS, queue is similar to HQS, tables are similar to DynamoDB in AWS, disk here is very similar to your EBS. Also, guys, there is a standalone tool called as Azure Storage Explorer. This is a tool which you can install on your local machine, and you can basically access the same data. So how many of you remember our file explorer that you used to see in our older versions of Windows, where you used to right click here and then open a file explorer? And if you remember that old school file explorer, all the list of files were available over here. You could actually see, right, all of these things and access the data. This storage explorer is very similar to that. It's a standalone offering. You can download it locally on your machine. This is the storage explorer, and this is available for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, all the three platforms actually. So I have this installed. Once you open this storage explorer, you can connect it with your Azure storage account. How do you do that? Is you have to click on this connect dialog, and then you have to select the subscription. You can select which Azure environment will you use. So you are going to use Azure. Once you click on next, it is going to take you to the browser to select your Azure storage Azure account. So I select this Azure subscription or account, and then it takes me back to the storage explorer, and you can see it will sign me in. I'm actually already signed in earlier, but again you will be able to see that. It says you're now signed in, and you can see I'm able to see all my subscriptions across different accounts that I have. So you can see I have this Ayush course @outlook.com. Then I have this another Azure account. Then this is the one which I'm currently using. So let's say I open the Explorer. I go to this. This is the one that I'm currently using. You can see Azure course. Let me open the Explorer. You see this Ayush 27 November 2. This is the one that we created today. Right. So that is where it's showing you all the storage accounts that we have created. And then you can use different sort of offerings like blobs, files, views and tables, and you can create containers to all the things that we are going to do within the Azure portal can pretty much be done over here as well. So again, a good tool. This is something which is going to help you access a storage account across multiple subscriptions, one, and then second across multiple accounts. So let's say if you have five different Azure accounts, you will be able to see your storage accounts across all of those five different accounts in one single shot. That's the beauty of this Azure Storage Explorer. So that's basically on the Azure Storage Explorer. Now let's move on to the Blob Storage Service, guys. So it is like, I'm not sure how many of you have used it, but Google Drive or OneDrive also gives you a application which you can install on your machine. And when you upload your data there, you can also see it live on the web at any point in time. It's the same thing over here. So it is just a tool that is on your machine, but then this tool again interacts with the Azure and your data is at both the places. In short, this is again a tool which gives you an easy way to access your data and deal with multiple storage accounts across multiple subscriptions, multiple Azure accounts at once. That's what is the Storage Explorer. But assume if your utilization is very low, you can always go to LRS. Okay, so use V2. V2 is going to always ensure that your pricing is lower. And at the same time, you always get the latest and greatest features. Second, you can always go with LRS if you feel like your utilization is not that much. That is going to help you save the cost because it's not going to replicate your data. But that again depends on how critical is your application. So one thing that you say is I have a very less utilization. Now less utilization doesn't really make sense. At the end of the day, it is all about your data availability, right? So assume even if the data is needed 5 times a month, but it is very, very critical. In that case, I will recommend that you go with GRS. Obviously, GRS comes with a cost, but again, at the same time, you also have to look at how critical is the application. Assume if it is a banking or finance application, availability of data plays a very, very critical role, right? So you would want to always ensure that it is highly available. At any point in time, if I'm not able to access data, maybe it can lead to millions and millions of drop in the transactions, and it will lead to millions and millions of losses. So it always depends and goes back to what kind of service you're trying to use, and what's the service in question. Now, next thing that we are going to talk about is the blob storage, guys. So blob storage is something that you are going to use to store the unstructured data in the cloud in the form of objects, in the form of blobs. Now, blob itself stands for binary large object. Okay. So it is a service that you can use to store the unstructured data in the cloud in the form of objects or blobs. And this data, what I'm calling as blob, can be any type of data. It could be textual data, binary data, document, media file, application installer, images, audio, video, backup files, data that you use for restore or disaster recovery or archival purpose. It could be any kind of data. That's something that we call it as unstructured data. I'll come to that, Ganesh. That's just a configuration option. So it's more on enabling HTTPS, not the SSL. Okay, SSL you only need when you're configuring in your own custom domain. So talking about some of the common use cases around blob storage, serving images or documents directly to a browser. Let's say I go and I open Amazon.com. On the Amazon.com, let's say I go to home, and then I select this mixer. Now, whenever you go to any e-commerce application, what do? You actually look at the product images. These product images are actually stored in a static URL. They are stored at a place. And that is where you can use the Azure Blob Storage to store these images. That is where we say showing images or documents directly in the browser. You want to download any application installer, right? Like .exe files, or you want to open up a PDF in the browser. So any random streaming that you're looking forward to do, random access of the data that you're looking forward to do, that is where you can go ahead and use the blob storage. You can store files for distributed access installation. You can use it for streaming video and audio. Something like you watch videos on YouTube, but those videos needs to be stored somewhere, right? When you upload a video to YouTube, it is behind the scene, obviously getting stored at one of the places, correct? So that is where we talk about the streaming of video and audio use case. Then you can use it for backup, restore, or disaster recovery or archival use cases. So even if you're looking forward to a solution for archiving the data, then blob storage is the answer to your question. So very similar to AWS Glacier, in Azure, we have blob storage archival tier. Okay, so you can archive the data, and archive data means you want to keep that data, but probably you're not going to use that data for maybe more than, let's say, next 6 months. So that kind of data you usually put up in an archival storage, which is going to help you save the data storage cost. So that's the use case around the blob storage. Now, talking about some of the blob service resources, the first thing that you do is you create a storage account, which we have already done, right? We have already created a storage account. Second thing that we are going to do is create a container. As I said, you can think of a container as a folder which is going to store the data for you. So you can create a container which can be called anything. Like, for example, I've created a container called as pictures. So in this, I can go ahead and maybe upload pictures. And naming it pictures does not mean I can only upload pictures. This is just for your example. But in this folder, I can go ahead and upload any kind of file. Okay, so it could be any PPT, Word, Excel, PowerPoint file. Anything can be uploaded in this folder. And whatever you upload, right? Like let's say this image, this thing that you've uploaded is actually referred to as the blob. So whatever you upload is actually called as the blobs. So we have account, we have container, and then we have got the blobs inside those containers. So in case of AWS, what you do, you create a bucket. In AWS, you have a similar service which is called as S3, and in S3, this container is replaced by buckets. So buckets of AWS are similar to containers of Azure. Moving on to the blob containers now. Containers provides a grouping of set of blobs. And all the blobs must be in a container, which means I cannot upload a blob which does not go into a container. Every time I upload a file, that has to necessarily go inside a container. So let's say I go here, I go to containers. I create a container called as Ayush. And then you have access levels, private, blob, and container level access. If you go with the private level access, this means that you are not giving any anonymous access, which means if you upload a file and you try to hit the URL of that file will not be accessible. That's called a private access. Blob level access means you're only giving a read access on specific files inside that container. And container level access means you're giving the anonymous read access for all the containers and blobs as part of that container. So I'm going to right now go with the last access, which is a public access, which means by default, all your files will be accessible using the URL. Let us click on create to create this container. And this $logs that you see is a default container, which is used to store the logs. It will automatically store the logs of whatever operations you guys are doing. So now you can see this container has been created, which is called as Ayush. I can go to this container and upload any file over here. I go to upload, select a file. So this is the folder called as Ayush, container called as Ayush. I click on upload. I select a file. Let's say I go and I select this image. And then there are some options like authentication type. By default, it uses the Azure storage account key. I'll talk about what this account key is. So by default, it uses account key for authentication. Now, when you upload an image, right? When you upload an image or any file, right? It is going to ask you the type of blob that you want to use. So when you upload any file, you get three choices: blob, append blob, and page blob. 99% of your use cases are going to be blobs. Okay, because blobs consist of blocks of data which are assembled to make a blob. If you have ever seen the download bar of the torrent, how it progresses is unsequentially, right? It does not fill in a sequential way. The download bar fills at different random locations. So it is basically seeding in the block of data. Okay. This blob does the same stuff. It distributes your file into smaller blocks and then it does a parallel upload. Okay. So let's say if it is a 100 MB file, it is going to divide that 100 MB file of, let's say, blocks of 4 MB. So it creates that 100 MB file and distributes it into blocks of 4 MB each, which means 25 blocks. So it helps it in terms of the parallel upload. So that is where we see the concept around the blobs. And that is when 99% of your use cases are going to be involving the use case of blobs. Then we have append blobs. Append blobs are used more for logging scenarios. Whenever you have a log file, what do you do, guys? You basically keep appending the newer logs, right? Without deleting the older logs, correct? In case of append blob, you basically go ahead and keep appending the data. Also, you store the historical data. So for those logging scenarios, you can use the append blobs because they are optimized for append operations. Yes, vTransfer actually kind of works in a very similar fashion. And then lastly, you have page blobs. So if you want to bring in your own hard disk, like a .vhd file, virtual hard disk, then that .vhd file is basically created and uploaded in the form of the page blobs. Also, by default, the virtual machine disk that we use, right, the operating system disk or data disk, actually behind the scene, the OS and data disk are leveraging the Azure storage account. And this Azure storage account is abstracted away from you. So what you actually get to see is basically that service. Okay. So that is where we have this page blobs, block blobs, and append blobs. So there are three access levels. One is a private level access, which means you don't want to give anybody an access to the file that you upload. So which means even if somebody has the URL, he or she will not be able to access that file. Second is the blob level access, where you want to give somebody an anonymous public read access for the blobs. So you're giving the read access on the blobs inside the container. And third is the container level access, where you are giving the read as well as the list access to the entire, all the blobs within that container. So that's basically the three different access levels. These are the type of three different blob types: block blob, page blob, and append blob. Page blobs are used only for the .vhd file. In case you want to bring in your own virtual hard disk to Azure, which is called as .vhd file, right? Let's say you have a system, you can generate a .vhd file out of your own hard disk. And that when you upload to Azure, it has to be uploaded in the form of the page blobs. So by default, your operating system disk and data disk are actually leveraging the page blobs behind the scene. So you can see here the blob type is block blob, page blob, and append blob. And Azure has a default tick mark here: upload .vhd files as page blobs, because sometimes people miss going to this advanced setting and they may directly upload a .vhd file. And if they don't select that option of page blob, it used to by default get uploaded in the form of the block blob. As a result, person has to again go ahead and upload it. So Azure has now brought this change where they have mandatorily put up a tick mark on upload.vhd file in the form of the page blobs. You can select a block size for dividing it into number of blocks. Access tier is by default set to hot. Now let me also talk about this access tier thing, guys. So Azure has three access tiers: a hot tier, a cool tier, and the archival tier. By default, hot tier is selected because it is optimized for frequent access of objects. Storage classes in AWS, standard IA, infrequent access, Glacier. So if you remember that, this performance tier here in Azure is similar to that storage class of AWS. So hot tier is basically optimized for frequent access of objects, which means if you want to frequently access the data, you should store it in the hot tier because it is going to be more cost effective, because cost for accessing the data is going to be lower here. But at the same time, data storage cost is going to be a bit higher. Then you have cool tier. Cool tier is optimized for storing the large amount of data which is infrequently accessed, as well as you're going to store it for at least 30 days. That's where comes the cool tier. So if you want to store the data for a longer duration, but you are not going to touch that data, then you go ahead with a cool tier. And then lastly, you have an archival tier. Archival tier is optimized for data which can tolerate several hours of retrieval latency, as well as will remain in the archival tier for at least 180 days, which means you are not going to access this data very frequently. You are not going to access this data assuming at least for 180 days. That is where it makes sense to go with the archival tier. Because archival tier, the data storage cost is going to be very low as compared to hot and cool tier. At the same time, if you put your data in the archival tier and you try to access that data, it is going to be a very costly affair. So you should always use archival tier to store the data. And in case you want to access it, you can always move that data back to hot and cold tier to store to access that data. Hot inferred means by default, Deepak, if you don't select anything, it has the default selection on the hot. Therefore, it says hot inferred. Okay. which means hot is the default selection. So here, I mean, when we say tier Sankara, it is just 3 different variants: a hot option, a cool option, and an archival option. Okay. So they refer it to these things here as in the form of different tiers. So you can consider them as 3 different offerings to based on your pattern of accessing the data or storing the data. This is, I mean, see this limit, there is no default limit of 180 here. This is for your understanding that I'm telling you it kind of at least store it for 180 days. Okay, there is no hard set boundary here of 180 days. I can store it for 100 days also. But in general, I mean, where you use it is at least you have a use case where you want to store it for at least 180 days. There we say that store it for 180 days at least. This is where my file has been uploaded. Now, once you click on this, you will see there will be a URL generated to access this file. If I copy this and I hit this URL, I will be able to access this file. Even if you all try to go ahead and hit this URL, guys, you all should be able to access this file. If I would have gone ahead with a private access level, you would have not been able to access this file. Also, guys, do focus on the URL as well. You can see how the URL has been generated. Ayush 27 November is the name of my storage account, followed by .blob.co.windows.net, followed by name of the container, followed by the name of the file inside the container. That's how the URL has been generated. Name of a storage account, followed by .blob.co.windows.net, followed by the name of the container, followed by the name of the file. As simple as that. Right? You all should be able to access this file. So that's how you can basically use the blob storage to upload your data. And again, guys, this URL can be used within any application. Assume you are creating a website. In that website, you can use this image URL to show the image within your web application or web pages. So you can reference this image URL within your web apps, web applications at any place. Ayush is the folder name that I created, not the folder name, the container name. The name of my container is Ayush. So Ayush followed by this name of the file. That becomes your URL. And that was the reason, guys, when where I actually told you that the name of your storage account has to be unique. So if this storage account name has been taken by someone else, then it will not allow me to take this name again. So in the URL, you have name of your storage account, followed by the service that you're using. It could be blobs, files, tables, views, followed by the kind of subdomain core.windows.net, followed by /Ayush, which is the name of the container, followed by images -1, which is the name of the file.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat has a cloud computing and DevOps job guarantee program. This program will give you an in-depth knowledge on how to build applications on the cloud and help you learn the best practices for deploying software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service applications on AWS. Reach out to us to know more.